Okay, party people in the house, you're about to witness something you've never witnessed before.
Lil' P on the track, boy.
What's the business? What's the business? What's the business? Straight fly. Phone jumping off the chain like what's the business? I'ma pull up with the yay like what's the business?
Strike that back that ass up, that's the business.
Eating lunch with the blood like what's the business?
Passing gas in court today, that's the business.
AR double drum like what's the business? 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 Catch me sliding to the track like what's the business?
Kool-Aid makeup in my future, that's the business.
Grinding trying to make a stack like what's the business?
Awful grounds for the record, that's the business.
I'ma pull up on you like what's the business?
Got top secret papers in my fort, that's the business.
She gon' give it to the kid like what's the business? 30 shots in the clip like what's the business?
I'm far from stupid, that's allowed, that's the business.
You don't gotta choose it like what's the business? All my niggas on the job, what's the business?
Flexing in a dirty kitchen, that's the business.
Tryna rob and you get dry, what's the business? You a walking stain, what's the business?
Judge, change my diaper, please, that's the business.
I'ma hit your chest brain, what's the business? We be running through a block like what's the business?
Making videos in the projects, that's the business.
100 shots for a op like what's the business?
Gang, gang.
Phone jumping off the chain like what's the business? I'ma pull up with the yay like what's the business? Eating lunch with the blood like what's the business? AR double drum like what's the business? What's the business? What's the business? What's the business?
What's the business?
What's the business? What's the business? What's the business? What's the business? What's the business? What's the business?
Gang, gang.
What's the business? What's the business?
What's the business?
Bro say he need them pounds. What's the business?
What's the vehicle, a car, SUV? What's the business?
Hit my line when I'm in town like what's the business?
Do you recall what you don't recall? That's the business.
Heard they claiming this a drop like what's the business? I'ma bring them round them out like what's the business?
Gonna do some change for some strange. That's the business.
Killing overflow like what's the business? Killing for these hoes like what's the business? Never leave without that pole like what's the business?
Got my first child Fisher price it. That's the business.
Blowing Cali out the door, what's the business? Stupid link on the cane, what's the business? I'm a guy trying to mine, what's the business?
Booty Warriors is released. Ain't no asses safe. That's the business.
Pouring money, that's my lane, what's the business? Thumbing through a whole thing like what's the business? Phone jumping off the chain like what's the business?
Don't consent to my name. What's the business?
I'ma pull up with the yak like what's the business? Eating lunch with the blood like what's the business? AR double drum like what's the business? 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 What's the business?
906
What's the
11.
business? What's the
906 11.
business?
Gang, gang. 906 11. That's the business. Let me better say the business. All right, y'all. This song is called "What's the Business." that's the business. Let me see here. Stop. Okay, and there we go. Hey, everybody! Welcome, 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 welcome. How's everybody doing? With Shakira Wood, B. A. Smith. But you know, Deb, this is one of his better songs, though. That's the reason why I always play it, because it's one of his better songs. Annie, Tony, Debbie, Jared, Caleb, Bob, Kitten, welcome, welcome. Tanisha, Tanisha, Annie, Melissa, Wisha Karen Wood, Mama T, welcome, 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 welcome. Glad to see everybody here on this wonderful Tammy. It's good to see everybody on this wonderful Friday the 13th, July the 4th. July the 4th. And my little sock gremlin. Come here, Paisley. Come here. Come here, Munchkin. My little sock gremlin. Ooh. He's got his 4th of July bandana. Say, hey, everybody. Hey, everybody. What's the business? What's the business? Gang, gang. He's been he's been so clingy lately. He has been so clingy. I don't know what's going on with him. Munchkin. And look, he got his little bandana on. See, it's too hot for him to wear clothes because you know that the South is like 100 degrees at night. So it's too hot for clothes. All right, Munchkin. There you go. All right. What you staring at me for? Why are you staring at me? Anyway, we are going to go ahead and get started with the other part of day 5. And since we don't have to work tomorrow, I have some libations. So I think I'm gonna play a drinking game tonight. He's quiet for a minute. He'll be back. As soon as I turn Darrell, he'll start screaming. So I think the word that we need to use today should be I'm trying to see. Do we want to do grounds? I think grounds for the drinking game. I don't even know what screen I'm on. Okay, hold on. Let me. X. You have to say X? Okay, X. For the record, it's so many. Okay, so I have, you say grounds? Everybody say grounds? Okay, we'll do grounds. Oh, this is just regular t-shirt. I had on a different shirt. I was working remote today, but I wanted to look kind of presentable today. But I'm not, glammed. I don't have like on a full face of makeup. This is me as my authentic, slightly made up self. Okay. Hold on 1 second here. I need to get another screen up. I literally have 3 screens which is crazy. It confuses me. And let me switch here. Okay, so we're gonna do grounds. So let me go ahead and get the party started. We're gonna take a sip every time he says grounds. So if you remember, day 5, we ended with this other the white guy with the little blue shirt. I can't remember his name, but we finished his cross. Then we had a lunch break.
All right,
Number
we are back on the record. Appearances are as they were before. Madam Clerk, have the jury come out, and the state should be ready to call its next witness.
Still appearing by a third party for my client
No one cares, sir, ma'am,
in this matter.
Look at Judge. She's not paying him no attention.
As a living human being.
Oh, as opposed to a dead human, like the people that you
Also would like for
killed.
the record to address subject matter jurisdiction again, Your Honor.
For the
I'd
record,
like to answer that now.
No, I would not
there you go.
and will not.
Is that a judiciary determination?
The record stands. I've previously addressed that issue.
So you will not be answering that.
All right, the record should reflect the jury is coming in.
Uh-oh.
Is that a tacit agreement?
Tacit
again, Your Honor?
agreement. The hell is a tacit agreement?
I'm not answering that.
Hey, Sierra.
So is that a yes or no?
Dude, wait a minute. So I'm not going to answer that. And you have a question about whether that's a yes or no. Hold on. Oh, there we go. And you got a question about whether it's a yes or no. After we get through this, the two guys, then I'm gonna try to do the dude with the sandwich in the pocket, and then I'll open up the panel and have anybody come up if they want to talk. Like I said, we not don't have to go to work in the morning, so we can have a little bit of fun. Tacit agreement. He is so creepy.
I'll take that as a yes for the record, Your Honor.
That's not either, sir. I'm not
You
answering
didn't
that.
reply. Remember, non-response is consent.
Judge Darrell was like, I'm sick of this shit. This gonna stop today.
All right, thank you, everyone. Please be seated.
Thank you,
State may call
Sierra.
its next witness.
I appreciate you.
Heather Rashadi.
All right, good morning. Ms. Rashadi, if you would please make your way to the witness stand. When you get there, please remain standing. Raise your right
know that
hand,
mask
and
is
my clerk,
foul.
Teresa will swear you in.
That mess in the bowels of hell.
Testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do.
Thank you. Please be seated.
Oh,
First thing I will
yes.
ask you to do is to state your first and last names for the record.
Oh, dude was very disrespectful with her. Well, he's disrespectful to all of the victims, but he was really disrespectful to her.
And spell each.
Day 5 was just a day of disrespect all the way around.
Heather Rashadi, HeatheRicciotti.
Thank you. Go ahead, your witness.
Ms. Rashadi, I want to direct your attention to November 21st of last year. Were you at the Christmas
Hey,
parade
Lurker.
held
Hey,
on Main Street in
Jody.
the city of
Hey,
Waukesha?
I
TKO.
was.
Who were you there with?
I was there with my 3 children.
How old are they?
At the time, they would have been 7, 5, and not quite 2.
Do you recall where you were seated or standing?
We were on the corner by the Steaming Cup.
I'm going to ask that Exhibit 51, which was previously admitted into evidence, be published to the jury.
Permission.
Oh, thank you, Jared. Let me post this.
Ma'am, do you see the area highlighted on the screen in front of you? Actually on the table right in front of you.
Yes.
Sorry.
Yes.
Okay. And does that look
Like, we know that you're from the South, Jared, if you using switches and you have to go and get your own switch off the tree. We know that you're from the South.
familiar as the steaming cup?
Yes, we were on the paver portion of the corner there.
Can you circle or put an X in the area that you and your 3 kids are at?
Yeah, make sure I smash that like button.
Sure.
I don't have to want to beg you.
Okay. So I would have been a little bit further back from my kids, maybe like over here. And my kids, my 2 older kids would have, they were in the street right about there.
Okay. And at some point, were you standing? I'm sorry.
I was standing and my youngest was in a stroller with me.
Thank you, Lurker.
And the other 2 kids, were they in the street?
Yep, they were with the other kids that were just waiting for candy from the floats.
Were their kids on like your right side as you're watching the parade?
They were kind of just in front of me, a little to the side though, yeah.
Okay, thank you. What was that the approximate area that your kids were standing?
Even out probably a little bit further than probably a little bit further than where I circled.
Did anyone raise a concern about where they were standing at some point during the parade?
There was concern about it. A police officer had come by and actually moved all the kids back a little bit. And there was another mom there and her daughter was near my kids. And she had actually said to me, gosh, they're out a little bit far. And I said, everything's going so slow. They're not going to get hit. They'll be fine.
That's interesting that would conversation would come up. You know, everything is fine. They're not going to get hit. You know, just like it was, you know, like the spirits, the universe was letting them know, hey, there's going to be some black ass dumbass is going to come and your kids are probably going to get hit.
So at some point during the parade, was your attention diverted from what was the floats and the participants and the spectators to something else? Was your attention drawn away?
Yeah, there was one point when there was a break in the actual parade and an SUV came down the road and
A raggedy one.
Coming faster than any parade float should have been coming, so it was confusing, and I didn't know what was happening at the time, but it did veer into the crowd just right in front of me.
Hey, Ashley Lynn.
Got hit.
Okay. So first of all, can you draw an arrow on the direction that the vehicle was going?
Sure.
It's the
It was coming
vehicle.
from
It's the
this way.
vehicle.
And what direction, if you can kind of follow that line, what direction was it going as you said it veered towards you?
It wasn't going straight. It was just kind of like, and then it just kind of went in this way and ended up right about
Oh, awesome.
Were any of your kids, one was in a stroller that was by you,
Mhm.
up on the ledge, I think, or the,
there. Yeah, further back.
were either of your other 2 kids struck by the SUV?
My middle son, Owen, was struck by the SUV when it came through.
And Owen is 7?
Why are you looking like
He
that?
was 5 at the time. He's 6 now.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's exactly
He's the
what I
middle
wrote down. I
one.
was just testing you to make sure that you knew the age.
It's hard to keep them straight, but I sometimes.
So you ran over a 5-year-old. You ran over a 5-year-old, and then why are you looking like this? Like I don't know what the hell she's talking about. I have no idea what she's talking about. Hey, thank you, Bright. Thank you. Bright is one of my day ones from a different life ago. Thank you, Bright. Anywho's, why is he looking confused? Okay, why? I know it's not shame, or maybe it's your breath. I don't know. It could be either or. It could be either or. Okay, let me see. Oh, hold on. Okay.
Owen is 7?
He was 5 at the time. He's 6 now.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's exactly
He's the
what I
middle
wrote down. I
one.
was just testing you to make sure that you knew the age.
It's hard to
of
keep
your
them
kids.
straight, but I sometimes do.
Thank you. Did you see the path of travel after the SUV came towards you and hit Owen?
I didn't, because I gathered up my kids as fast as I could, and we had parked in the public lot down here, and so I just gathered them up as fast as I could, and we just ran to the car.
See, Darrell, That's what happens when you are a parent and you actually care about your children. You know, you're concerned about where they are, and then you want to get them and remove them out of harm's way and get them into safety. That's what parents do. I know that you're not one, but you know, maybe one day, someone said that you have like 4 or 5 children. So I don't know, pimping. I don't know.
And
I'm gonna
to
tell
get
you.
out of there. There was a lot of chaos and screaming and crying and
Yeah, yeah.
Did you, what injuries did Owen receive?
And we drinking the grounds,
he
right?
ended up needing 6 stitches. He had a gash on his eye, above his eye, like in his eyebrow. So we needed 6 stitches because it was pretty deep. They couldn't just glue it or anything like that.
Now, you put your hand above your right eyebrow. Was it above his right eyebrow?
Yeah.
Okay. And where were the kids facing, if you recall?
Isn't that interesting? He's got a gash above his right eyebrow. The kid has a gash of the right eyebrow. And I think that Darrell has a jacked up tattoo above his right eyebrow as well. Huh. Somebody has said that there are no coincidences, only synchronicities. So it just so happens that he put a gash on a little boy's head that is in the same spot as his jacked up, fucked up tattoo.
Right before the SUV came and struck Owen.
They were waiting for the next float. So he was turned facing the way the floats were coming because there wasn't anything going on.
And you can tell she worked out. She got some muscle
thing.
on
So
her.
they were just watching for the next float to come by.
She got some tone on her.
So I'm assuming his body.
Yeah, he was turned.
Okay, thank you. Did you get medical attention right away?
I dropped my youngest and my oldest off at home, and then I quickly took Owen to Waukesha Memorial.
And that's where he was treated?
That's where he was treated.
I bet you she do a lot of CrossFit.
First of all, what color was the SUV?
It was a maroonish red.
Okay.
And
Did
raggedy.
You notice anything distinctive about it other than it was a maroonish red SUV?
It was old as hell.
Did you see the vehicle prior to it striking Owen strike anyone?
I didn't.
Did you see the vehicle strike anyone after it struck Owen?
I didn't.
He gonna harp on that question right there.
Sorry, nope. We'd ask that a screenshot be taken of State
Look at his
Exhibit
ugly ass.
51. I believe that would be 51.
Come on, dirty diaper.
Objection.
And we'd ask that it be admitted into evidence.
Objection.
What? Grounds?
Overruled.
My objection was to clarification on whether she was done or not.
That's not an objection.
I believe it is 51A. It is also captured and to use that one in to evidence.
Look at his hands. He look like he ready to smack a bitch right now. He like he ready to smack a bitch right now.
Sorry, did you? 51A?
I did.
All right, and 51A is also received.
And the state would have no other questions for this witness. Thank you.
Come on. No grounds? What?
All right, any questions, sir?
Yes.
Oh,
You stated a few minutes ago that at one point before the vehicle came through that you were having a conversation to the effect of things were going slow, they're not going to get hit.
I never said I was having a conversation.
get him, girl. Get him.
Let me back up.
Back that ass up. Get him.
Who were you talking to when you said everything's going slow, pretty slow, they're not going to get hit?
Another mom.
So would it be fair to say that's a conversation?
Yes.
Should that hurt her soul to say yes?
And why did you make reference to getting hit at that point?
Because I didn't expect my kid to get hit at a parade.
Bingo.
So you had already made the determination that they were going to get hit at a parade at that point?
Really?
Grounds.
Look at her.
Sustained. You do not have.
She looked at him like, really, 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 bitch boy, really? You really asked that question? You asked that question,
to
really?
answer that question.
Why would getting hit be in your head at that point?
Objection.
Grounds.
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 Grounds. Oh, too.
Overruled. She may answer the question.
I wasn't concerned about my children being hit at a parade because typically at a parade, floats are going very slow.
That's 2 steps.
It still doesn't quite answer the question
Answer
because
the
the
question.
statement was things are going pretty slow. They won't get hit. What prompted the statement they won't get hit at that point?
Another mom was concerned about how
Child, bye.
much into the street the kids were waiting for candy.
Seriously, she got a water.
So it'd be fair to say that the initial concern was from another parent
Hey, Glenn.
Correct.
and not yourself.
I wasn't worried about
Oh.
my kids getting hit at a parade as I
Okay.
shouldn't have been.
Thank you.
You stated also that you
This is what we call in the South nice nasty. The way that she is responding to him is called nice nasty. When you say things with you're polite, but you're answering in a way that you know that you're being an ass, the way that you're responding, but you're making it seem like it's nice and polite, but it's really not. But this is nice nasty. I am a connoisseur of nice nasty.
dropped your other kids off before seeking
That's
medical
right.
attention. Would that be fair to say?
Bless her heart. Bless her heart. Yes.
Any reason why you didn't seek medical attention immediately?
I did seek medical attention immediately.
You also just stated that you dropped your other kids off. And
My house
then
is on the way to the hospital, so I dropped 2 of my children off so they wouldn't have to sit at the hospital.
She didn't come to play the radio with him, did she? She is ready. She is not going to play the radio. I guess you could say that.
So your intention
Blanco.
at that point was to seek medical attention.
I sought medical attention.
Was that your intent?
If she did it, if she went and got medical attention, that was the intent. Did you seek to testify?
That's what I
Hey,
did.
hey, Saint Simone.
Was it your intent?
Objection, I already missed it.
Grounds.
Sustained. Asked and answered.
Oh, grounds. Welcome, welcome, Saint Simone. I missed you.
Do you recall about what time you arrived at the parade?
No.
You recall what time you left the parade?
No, you had killed, hit her kids. Fool. Y'all make sure y'all smashing that like button.
Were you at the parade with anyone other than your children at that time?
No.
Why is that relevant? I still.
Before you were able to see the vehicle
The
that
vehicle.
struck your son, or was it your son?
Yes.
Before you saw the vehicle,
What an ass.
did you observe anyone else struck before that moment?
No.
After that moment?
No.
Then it didn't happen. It didn't happen. No further questions. No further questions.
About how long did it take you to gather your children up before?
Hey, Shannon.
Not very long.
Don't y'all hate when he says, how long did it take you to gather your children? Or if, in this picture, were they attending to your children? I I don't understand. I just don't. I don't understand. I just don't understand it. Come on, guys. I have 86 viewers and 57 likes. Can I please get my likes up to at least 60, please? And thank you. I need to be in the algorithms, y'all. Algorithms.
Do you recall how long you were treated at the hospital?
I don't know. We were there for a while waiting. The waiting room was full of people that were hurt.
Yeah, jab that on in there. You hit a lot of people.
Were you ever told at any point during your waiting process that you probably could have went to another medical facility?
What?
Grounds.
Really? See, again, this is going to his imaginary, I guess, defense that if you went to the hospital and you were only there for a couple of hours, then, you know, you weren't hurt that badly. Or if I only killed 6 people and ran over 80, but there was, 3,000 there, the ratio, the number of, hit and dead is still negligible. So I shouldn't be held to any of these standards because the numbers wasn't high enough. Hey, Reef.
You recall giving a statement to law enforcement?
Yes.
You're reading
Do
it.
you recall if it was the same night of the incident?
Does
I
it
gave a
matter?
report the night of the incident at the hospital.
Does it matter?
And did you follow up on that report at any time?
No, I didn't.
Any reason why?
Why would I follow up?
Thank you.
Well, it would be fair to say
She's my spirit animal. She is my. I would have the exact same demeanor as her if I were in testifying and had to deal with that. She's my spirit animal. I love her.
would it not that after making a report to law enforcement, you would want to follow up maybe to see what's going to be done about the report? Would that be fair to say?
I knew that the
Hey,
police
Minnie
were going
T.
to do their jobs, so I didn't have a reason to follow up. They contacted me when they needed to contact me.
Because they knew they was going to get your black ass. So
it'd be
I
fair
had
to
to
say
do
you just gave the
nothing.
report and then just left the rest up to law enforcement.
Yes.
Sure.
Yes, he does, Shannon. Yes, he does.
And I'm assuming that law enforcement at some point got back in touch with you. Would that be fair to say?
Correct.
And you know what they say about assume? You make an ass out of you and me when you assume. And he's an ass.
Do you recall about when that was?
Either the next day or the day after.
You are already in custody, so it doesn't matter. They had you that night. Come on.
Call if it was a detective or a regular officer?
Doesn't
If
matter.
it was a detective.
Do you recall the name of the detective?
No.
Thank you, Mika. Appreciate it.
Were you at any time given a card by the detective to be able to keep in contact?
I don't recall.
A card. Thank you, TKO. You too.
Do you recall if your interview was written down as a summary or if it was recorded?
I think he did both.
Lord have mercy.
Did you file any claims related to this matter?
And here we go. Time for claims.
ever read or saw a complaint in this matter?
No.
Grounds.
Sustained. You may rephrase if you want.
But bitch, you injured her children. So she's an injured party. So she should file a claim against your stank ass.
But sustained is to the form of the question.
Oh, you say, oh yeah, grounds. Thank you, Kayla.
Whom are you contacted by in regards to possibly testifying in this matter?
I don't know. Probably the DA's office. I don't know.
Were you subpoenaed?
I was subpoenaed to be here.
Do you recall who that subpoena was from?
The DA. Lord.
So it'd be fair to say that you received a subpoena and never read who it was from. Would that be fair to say?
From the state of Wisconsin.
Uh-oh.
When you say the state of Wisconsin, who are you referring to?
Objection relevance.
Grounds.
Sustained.
Oh, grounds.
Grounds for the sustained.
Oh, 2 grounds.
Not relevant.
Will you consider yourself an injured party in this matter?
I was not physically injured myself.
No further questions, sir.
Have you filed a claim in this matter in any way?
That's the answer.
Sustained.
Would you consider yourself to be the plaintiff in this matter?
Objection relevance.
Grounds.
Grounds.
Sustained.
Grounds for the sustained.
Not relevant.
Another ground.
Also under 90611.
Thank you, Spawn 1701.
Are you aware of any plaintiff in this matter?
Objection.
Grounds.
Grounds.
Sustained. And relevance grounds.
Ever had a conversation with the plaintiff at any time in this matter?
I don't understand
relevance.
him.
Grounds.
Grounds.
Sustained is to the form of the question. You may rephrase it if you would like. Some more specificity.
Have you ever had any phone conversations or personal interactions with the plaintiff in this matter?
Objection vague.
Grounds.
Sustained is to the form of a question. You may rephrase it if you so choose with more specificity so that it's not vague.
Are you aware of the identity of the plaintiff in this matter?
Objection.
Grounds.
Not relevant.
Grounds.
Not relevant.
2 grounds.
Sustained.
Are you aware if there is a plaintiff in this matter?
Objection relevance.
Grounds.
Sustained.
Grounds for the sustained.
Another ground.
And relevance grounds. Also under 90611.
Y'all, we just need to just get a bottle and have one of those little funnel tops and just let it just slowly trickle out and just hold it under us, because I mean he's just gonna say grounds 10,000 times. Like, why even put my cup down? Because he's just gonna scream grounds 10 times. It's ridiculous. Hold on. All right.
With all respect, Your Honor,
It's
the
Jerry
jury
needs to know.
deserves to know this information. Withholding important information from the jury. They deserve to know this.
You're withholding. Hold on. We got a dusty Darrellism. Withholding.
With all respect, Your Honor, the jury deserves to know this information. We're withholding important information from
withholding.
the jury. They deserve to know this.
So we're withholding information, not withholding. We're withholding. Come here, Munchkin. So I'm withholding Paisley. I'm withholding. Withholding? Munchkin, withholding. You're confused too, aren't you? Withholding. We're withholding things from the jury.
The jury will disregard the statement made by Mr. Brooks as not being an accurate statement of the law. Next question.
Quit looking confused. Wipe your face. Wipe
So
your
to the best of your knowledge,
ugly face.
you're not aware of any plaintiff in this matter.
Objection.
Grounds.
grounds.
Sustained. Mr. Brooks, please move on to another topic under 90611. You are hereby advised that if you do not move on to a new topic, I will close the cross-examination.
With all due respect, Your Honor, this is important
Information
the
the jury needs
deserves
to know.
Mr. Brooks, ask a relevant question, please.
That holds a lot of relevance, Your Honor.
Mr. Brooks, one last opportunity to ask a question. Otherwise, the court will declare the cross-examination closed under 906.11.
But your ass won't be closed when you go to jail. That'll be wide open.
No further questions.
That's right.
Can you redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. You may step down.
Munchkin.
Statement called to next witness.
Look at him.
Daniel Knapp.
Hey, Beans. Why is he
Mr.
always?
Knapp, if you would please make your way to the witness stand, which is to my right, up
Why is
one.
he always
Riser. When
talking
you get there,
to
please remain
himself?
standing. Raise your right hand, and my clerk Teresa, who's to my left, will swear you in.
Yeah. Okay. So, stop it, Munchkin. Why is he always like mumbling and talking to himself like people can't hear him? Again, the jury is like what, right over here somewhere, right in front of him. I don't think that the jury is liking him.
Niel Knapp, Knapp.
Go ahead, your witness.
Thank you. Morning, sir.
Morning.
I can direct your attention to November.
That pink looks so good on Basil's skin tone. It's really a good look for. I like it.
November 21st of 2021. Were you at the Waukesha Christmas parade on that date?
I was.
Who were you with?
I was with my family, my wife, and 3 children, as well as 3 other families. There's a group of 19 of us.
And by chance, were you with
Yeah, there's nobody liking him. Correct.
Yes, thank you. That yours?
Yes.
And men have
Hold
history.
on, overruled. The question and answer will stand.
Why is he always, when he does an objection, he's always like almost whispering, objection. But when it's time for him, and we withheld and we withhiding information that the jury deserves to know, the jury needs to know, they deserve that much, they deserve to know.
Sir, how old are you kids?
My kids at the time of the parade were 11, 7, and 3.
Trash box.
Where were you seated for the parade?
My family was in front of the Steaming Cup, so that would be on the northeast corner of Main and Clinton Street.
And I said seated, but I guess were you standing or where were you on that corner?
Yeah, so I was behind the group of, we had 12 children that were lined up across the street or on the side of the street waiting to receive candy. I was behind the children, so closer to the Steaming Cup.
Was that the same general location as the other parents?
That is correct, yes. My wife, Stephanie, was with my daughter, Kelsey, going in and out of the Steaming Cup, given it was a little chilly that day. And my daughter was a little cold, so she would go in and out of the Steaming Cup. So she was a little further to the west than I was, but we were all in the general direction.
And how old is Kelsey?
Kelsey at the time of the incident was 3.
Uh-oh. What? Paisley! Oh. Paisley touched my arrow on my keyboard. I hate him. Okay, let me see if I can get back to where I was. Oh my gosh, Paisley. I don't even know. Dang it, Paisley. Hey, quit looking guilty. You're guilty.
closer to the steaming cup.
Okay.
Was that the same general location as the other parents?
That is correct. Yes. My wife,
Yes, you
Stephanie,
jumped in the keyboard.
was with my daughter Kelsey going in and out of the steaming cup, given it was a little chilly that day, and my daughter was a little cold, so she would go in and out of the steaming cup. So she was a little further to the west than I was, but we were all in the general direction.
And how old is Kelsey?
Kelsey at the time of the incident was 3. Today she's 4.
Now, at some point, did you hear anything unusual during the parade?
Yeah, so in watching the parade, with a lot of circumstance pomp, bands and noises, but then all of a sudden, the noises
I'll be right
changed,
back.
to what I would describe as sounds of screaming, and at the time when that occurred, the direction kind of turned from facing the parade down to the east, looking down Main Street.
So as you're facing the parade, would east be to your left?
That is correct, to my left.
To your left. And when you said screaming, you said this is a parade. I'm assuming that there are kids and adults screaming and yelling. What was different about the screaming that you heard?
In my recollection, there is a difference between laughing and having a joyful time, as compared to screaming out of fear, terror. It was just a noticeable difference.
And the screaming that you heard out of fear or terror, that was the screaming that you heard when you looked left?
That is correct.
What did you see?
So what I saw when I looked left was there was a SUV pulling a float that was down to our left side that had not got to the position that we were at, and all of a sudden a car, red SUV, pulled around that float and headed directly in our direction.
You said a red SUV. Did you notice anything unusual about it as the car came at you?
Other than obviously a car coming at us during a parade was something that was very unexpected.
Okay, how many I missed?
And as it got closer, as I mentioned, it was coming at maybe a northwest direction, as it past the SUV coming directly at our location. And in terms of anything else at that point, no.
I'm going to show and ask the court to publish Exhibit 51. It will show up.
Oh, hold on, look at my cup ready.
Go ahead.
First of all, sir, is this
In the vehicle.
does this area look familiar to you?
It does.
And where's the steaming cup?
The steaming cup would be the building I'm circling right now.
Okay, good.
And where were you seated or standing approximately?
Yeah, so I was standing somewhere right about here.
And where were your kids?
So we had, like I mentioned before, a group of 12 that were lined up. Kelsey would have been the furthest to the west, and I would approximate that the 12th child furthest to the east would have been somewhere in this direction, or location, excuse me.
And do you know approximately that would have been the location she would have been on the curb, meaning Kelsey? Or
On the
she have been
curb.
off the curb, if you recall.
It's my recollection that she would have been off the curb. There was a lot of excitement with the children, and there was a police officer that would often push the children back to ensure that they were staying out of the direction of the parade. And so it's my recollection that they would have been on the street at that time.
And still using Exhibit 51, when you state that this red SUV was coming at your group, can you, and I don't know if you can you show the direction of travel using this exhibit?
Overruled. You may answer.
Oh, did he say? I think he just said grounds.
The direction I would have based on my recollection, was coming here and again, right at our location. So coming here and then would have come back this direction into the middle of the street.
Okay. So let's kind of go through that. When you first saw the car, was it on, can you show by an arrow using exhibit 51? Can you show by arrow the, I think you actually have, the direction that the parade was going? You did with the arrow that you previously pointed? Is that
Yeah, the direction of the parade was coming in this direction here.
And where specifically was the car coming from? Was it coming from, as you're looking at the car, was it coming from the left?
Jared, listen, you cannot, the females do not claim him. That is all you. So if you cannot call him Darrell, we're not going to take him. Okay. The female delegation does not take him. He is yours. Okay. Gang, gang. He's yours. So don't try it now. Don't try it. No.
Side of the road or the right side of the road?
Witness.
Overruled.
The car was coming from the south side of Main Street.
You're on the north side?
I'm on the north side.
We not taking him.
Cup, so it had passed the SUV on the south side and then came into our purview at that point, coming on a northwest direction towards us.
So the red SUV passed another SUV?
That's correct. It had passed an SUV that had yet to come to our location. So I'm not exactly sure what unit that was in the parade, but as it passed that SUV, it came into my purview, and that's when I got sight of the vehicle.
So the SUV that the red SUV passed, the red SUV would have passed the other SUV on the driver's side.
That is correct.
Okay. If I can have a screen capture of this, I believe it would be 51B. And then,
It is captured. We'll save it as 51B.
it also has.
See? Objection.
I'm sorry, was there an objection?
Yes.
The basis for the objection?
Relevancy.
It is relevant. 51B has been captured, and I believe you had a statement about it.
Yes, I'd ask that be moved.
So according to Darrell, nothing is relevant. So the vehicle, when they wanted to do the jury view, the vehicle wasn't relevant. The different people that he ran over, they're not relevant. Showing the path of travel of the vehicle isn't relevant. Showing the location of the actual parade route is irrelevant. The victims' names, they're not relevant. Like nothing is relevant except for who's the plaintiff. Do you know the plaintiff? Have you talked to the plaintiff? Did you see any tents? What was the other question he likes to ask about the vehicle? Did you see anybody else inside the vehicle? Could you see all the seats inside the vehicle? But those are the only things that are important. But the other stuff, the stuff that was the actual crime that shows that you ran over these people, none of that's relevant at all. None of it. In the vehicle. License plate.
51.
Yes. Did you get a license plate? And look, it is not license plate. We know it's license. A license plate. It's a license plate. So it could be license in place like that. Or it could be like Lee, license place. Yep. Debbie, license place. It could be any one of those. Okay. License place. Yes. License place. So it's several license places, but it's never a license plate. Okay. Yes. I think that the vapors from what's coming out of his mouth. Because I told y'all the people who in jail have a very distinctive odor. And if you're not allowed to have mints and gum or whatever, you just brush your teeth with AIM toothpaste. I think they use AIM toothpaste, and like that's all you have for the duration of your day. Your AIM toothpaste, and of course, if you are, for your commissary, or you backing it up and touching and feeling, and that also leaves a very distinctive aroma in your mouth as well. So I'm just saying that it's not a very pleasant scent coming from his mouth. And then of course his body, they only bathe twice a week, but like I said, the jail is a very distinctive odor, and it's very unpleasant. It's funk, it's booty, it is concrete, it's sadness, it's shame, it's sweat, all of that mixed in together, and it's a lot of bad going on here. And so I think that with him behind that dirty diaper that he wears on his face, and it's the same one every single day, that it's not a very pleasant scent. Because I know when during COVID we had the masks on, and you were like, I got to make sure I have my mints, and I'm not doing way too much talking. I didn't eat too much because you didn't want to get a backdraft. You know what I'm saying? So anyway, but there's a lot of backdraft here. It's real strong. It's strong. That's why his hair is running away. It's all, everything is related to this going on here, and everything is just being pushed back because it's just so powerful and strong.
For the record, Your Honor.
It already has been.
Pull up to the scene with the ceiling missing. Pull up to the scene with my ceiling missing.
You had stated that the direction of travel then was towards the middle of Main Street. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Hey,
Could you
Lisa,
see
welcome.
What it was going towards?
The odor toter.
So at the time of when that vehicle was coming towards our group, myself in particular, I saw the driver of that SUV coming right towards me.
Look, the booty warrior said that there are no booties safe. He literally said there are no booties safe. So, I mean, he still got a chance. He still got a chance to get Darrell. He got a chance.
And then start making a little bit of that.
There is a like button.
Instead of the,
when you come to the video, there's a thumbs up and a thumbs down. You want to hit the thumbs up. That's my like. Y'all get my likes up. I got 109 viewers and 87 likes. Let me get can I get to 90? Can we get to 90? 90 going once, going twice, 90. All right. Thank you, Dee Dee. Thank you.
Northwest direction, towards more to the west. And at that time,
hey,
my concern after looking at this vehicle was realizing that he was heading directly for our children. And as the vehicle passed myself and getting to the end of our group, which again, Kelsey was furthest on the west, and right next to Kelsey would have been a family friend, Brinley Harris. And I saw the vehicle strike my daughter. My daughter flew approximately 15 feet towards the middle of the intersection of Clinton and Main. So at that point, a fatherly instinct kicked in, and my my sole focus was at my daughter at that point. So I did not have any contact, visual contact with the vehicle after that point.
So you said Kelsey flew approximately 15 feet into Clinton Street?
In estimation.
Was Kelsey the 5-year-old or the 3-year-old? Which one was Kelsey? Was that the 5-year-old, the 3-year-old? Yes, Jared, he does mirror mirror each person he talks to. Definitely.
Your objection is noted.
Already answered.
What was the objection?
That was already answered.
Uh, That's not my recollection, so it's overruled. I believe she was seeking clarification or additional details.
Oh, it was 3? Okay.
Clarified. I mean, the question.
No, go ahead and ask your question, Attorney Basie.
Do you say
Your
ground?
objection's noted, it's overruled.
Is that a judicial determination, Your Honor?
Go ahead, Attorney Basie.
So what did you do upon seeing that?
So after
Okay.
seeing my daughter get hit as the vehicle was turning again into the parade route, noticing my daughter was hit by the front right side of the vehicle, and watching my daughter and where she ended up was my sole focus. I ran over to her to check on the condition she was in.
So you actually saw the red SUV's front right bumper strike your daughter?
That's correct.
Dang.
And that's what caused her to be propelled into approximately 15 feet away?
That's correct.
Can y'all
What did you
imagine?
notice once you got to your daughter?
I noticed my
Can you imagine being 3 and being hit and propelled 15 feet in the air? Can you imagine? That must have been terrifying. She must be scared of like all vehicles, and anything with a high velocity, anything fast, anything red. I know I would be, and I'm older than 3.
My daughter had a significant amount of blood on her face. She was conscious, but I would consider a look of, now mind you, she's 3 years old, a look of just complete fear and misunderstanding, just not understanding what just occurred.
Of course not.
So I picked up my daughter and not knowing exactly the situation that we were currently involved in, not knowing if there was another vehicle, just not really understanding the situation. I picked her up and I ran north on Clinton Street for about 10 yards. I stopped at that moment. I turned back towards Main Street to make eye contact with my wife and the rest of the group to ensure that the rest of the group was safe and just to get a bearing of where we were after making eye contact with my wife and asking the question, is everyone else safe? I proceeded to run with Kelsey in my arms. We were parked at Waukesha State Bank, which I grew up in Waukesha, so thankfully I'm very familiar with the surroundings in this general area, and I knew how close I was to the hospital. I ran with Kelsey. My brother-in-law caught up with me and came with me as we drove up to Waukesha Memorial Hospital and brought Kelsey into the hospital.
What injuries did Kelsey receive as a result of being struck by the red SUV?
So Kelsey received a tear in her spleen in this location.
And for the record, I just want to show that you pointed to the left side.
Correct.
Of
back left side of Kelsey.
Okay.
She received a broken nose, significant road rash and cuts to her facial area, which one of them required some facial surgery.
Oh man. Look, I did not want to play softball or baseball in middle school because some of the little kids, the little boys, they would be playing and they get hit in the nose and their nose would break. I'm like, oh no. I can't imagine being three and having your nose broken. Poor babies.
Prior to the vehicle striking Kelsey, When you first saw the vehicle, did you hear it honking its horn?
Hell no.
I did not.
You stated that the vehicle was coming right at you. Were you able to see inside the vehicle?
I was.
Uh-oh.
How many people were inside that vehicle?
I could only see one person in the vehicle.
One in the vehicle.
Presumably the driver?
Yes, it was on the driver's side, front driver's side.
Could you tell male or female?
Yes.
A bitch.
It was a black male.
Uh-oh.
And at the time, the eyes is what drew me in. Were completely wide open, and made eye contact with the individual driving the vehicle.
So you looked eye to eye with the person who hit your daughter.
I did.
He confused
Did you see him in
again.
the courtroom today?
I do.
Can you point him out by where he's seated and what he's wearing?
He's
And
seated
I ask
in.
that Mr. Brooks take off his face mask.
Thank you, Mr. Brooks.
He is seated at the table, located over here. He's got a gray.
Look at that ugly. Oh, that nose. That is the snot ball, the mucinex snot ball. This nose right here, the mucinex snot ball. And the look on his face, you can just see so much malevolence here. It's just, you can just see just so much like evil and
suit on, a blue shirt, and a tie.
Let the record reflect that witness has identified the defendant, Darrell Brooks.
Objection, I do not consent to being called that name, nor do I know any individual by that name, Your Honor.
we know your black ass name is
Has
Darrell Brooks.
identified, the defendant as the driver of the SUV that struck his daughter.
May my objection be noted for the record as well, Your Honor.
For the record.
It's noted.
From your observations,
Quick question. Is he not aware, since he's far from an idiot, he's not aware that the little lady in the front that's doing all the tapping, is he not aware that she is typing for the record? Is she, huh? Paisley, you know that, don't you? You know that they typing for the record, don't you? Don't you know? Don't you know? Even he know that the lady typing is for the record.
You didn't see anyone else in the car, correct?
I did not.
Did the defendant, was he flailing his arms? Do you recall where his hands were?
I do not recall.
It was on the
any
steering wheel.
Movement.
Hey, Vicky Bell.
My main recollection is the face, specifically the eyes.
Do you appear to be in control of the car?
Yes.
Uh-oh.
Did the vehicle stop after hitting your daughter?
The vehicle did not stop after hitting my daughter, although, as I stated before, I do not have recollection of exactly where the vehicle went, other than getting back towards the center of Main Street.
As the car was coming towards your location, could you estimate the speed?
I have no way of estimating the exact speed, but I would say way too fast for the situation.
There he go, looking psychotic.
So you indicate that you were friends with Matt Harrison.
He's in his Hannibal Lecter mode, you know. Yes, Clarice. I got some Chianti and some fava beans. He is a complete psychopath. Sociopathy on display. Just right here on his face. Just sociopathy on display.
His family.
Objection, relevancy
Overruled.
to this particular witness.
Overruled. It goes to
Shut up.
context and
Grounds.
Oh,
background.
grounds.
for that.
There's 3 grounds.
Context and background. It's also relevant. Go ahead, you may answer.
That's correct. We are.
And you say that Brindley was standing near Kelsey when Kelsey got hit?
Objection, relevancy.
Overruled.
Smillivancy.
Brinley was standing directly to Kelsey's left, to her east.
And did you see Brindley after November 21st?
Yes, I've seen Brinley after November 21st.
Shortly after November 21st of last year?
Objection, relevancy.
Overruled.
Yes.
Did she have any type of medical dressing on her at that time?
Objection, relevancy.
Overruled.
Bitch, you caused injuries, and she's asking about the
Relevant.
Yes, she had a full cast on.
Her leg?
Yes,
Or-
her leg.
Thank you.
Hey, Harley Munchie. Look at him, trying to hear what's going on, being sneaky.
All right, thank you. Any cross, Mr. Brooks?
Yes.
All right, here comes some fuckery.
You may claim that you locked eyes with the driver of the vehicle. Would that be fair to say?
The vehicle.
That is correct.
And approximately how far was the vehicle from you when you supposedly locked eyes?
The vehicle.
I would estimate it 20 feet.
Would it be fair to say that that's about as far as I am from you now? Or was the vehicle further than where I am now from you?
I would state that it was probably a little bit closer.
Terry, this is from day 5, trial day 5. After lunch, this was the afternoon, if you wanted to see it. Hey, Jay Jones. Yes, the vehicle. The vehicle.
And what do you mean by a little bit closer?
I would say perhaps halfway, maybe 3/4 of the way between where you're seated right now and where I'm seated right now.
What would be 3/4 of the way? Can you like point about where?
Again,
So you know when he gets in this little pose, that's him trying to be intimidating. You know, I guess it's like a gangster thing, like the Mexican gangsters I've seen in movies. You know, they'll be in that kind of pose, except they'll have on a little flannel shirt with 1 or 2 buttons open and the rest of it's, you know, open. But yeah, you know, it's when he does that, then you know, it's some serious eye fucking going on.
Estimated at about 20 feet. So
would it be fair to say that halfway between you and I would not be an accurate statement of 20 feet?
Accurate.
Grounds.
Oh, grounds.
Overruled. He may answer the question.
that's why I stated it was about 3/4 of the way.
So about what spot would it be? By this black I guess I don't know what that is. I don't know if that's a door. Excuse me, what is that?
It's an electrical box.
Would it be by this electrical box? Would it be this square directly next to the electrical box? I mean, specifically, what would you say would be 3/4 of the way?
So electrical box would be a good estimation of the distance. However, it was a little further to my left than where the electrical box was, because it was coming at us at more.
So it would be a little further this way, coming back towards the table here.
Your Honor, I just ask that the defendant allow the witness to answer the question before he asks the next question.
And I agree. The record should also reflect that as the witness was answering the question, he was motioning with his left arm in a direction outstretched kind of from front of his body to the left of his body, probably at a 45-degree angle to demonstrate that his observation of the vehicle was in that direction.
Judge Darrell has, and I have to give her props, she has a very the way that she describes things, it's very descriptive, very accurate. You know, like so-and-so had their hand up and they had in the shape of a fish hook and with a 90-degree angle. And when it was pointing 3/4 of the way with a 90-degree rotation, it's just the way that she describes stuff. I just think it's just absolutely fantastic.
You may ask the question again then, so the witness can answer from there.
So you would estimate that it was in relation to where the electrical box is, probably approximately around like this general area right
Yes,
here.
she is, Jared.
To my direction, probably a little bit to the left of there.
Just so the
What is the
record clear,
point of
Mr. Brooks
this?
is standing up at his table. He's pointing what would be pretty much directly in front of him, but to my left of the electrical box. We have large squares of carpet and would be a square and a half to the left, my left. Mr.
Hey,
Brooks.
Cindy,
For the
welcome,
record, I'm a
welcome.
third party, Your Honor. I don't like that stated. for the
Shut
record.
the
I don't
hell
identify
up.
by that name or consent to being called that name, Your Honor.
Your lack of consent is noted. Next question.
And nobody gives a shit.
I don't think some of the jurors in the back can see the black electrical box.
Sure, why don't we have our
Just
sheriff stand for a moment? So that we can be clear that they're seeing that. Thank you. All right. So the record should reflect that the jurors are all standing to take a look at where the electrical box is and of course the squares of carpet.
Did we
next
hear
to it.
what, Vicky?
All right, thank you. You may be seated. Next question, sir.
And you would say from that general distance, you were able to clearly lock eyes with a
Yes.
vehicle that was passing you
Lord
at a speed
Farquaad.
that you say was too fast.
Oh,
As I stated
no.
before, the vehicle was not necessarily passing me, it was coming straight at me. And yes, I was able to lock eyes.
And do you recall if the vehicle had any tint?
I do not recall if the vehicle had any tinted windows. I assume, is that what you're referring to?
Yes, tint, yes.
I do not recall if the vehicle had any tinted windows.
Were you able to,
Gonna make a license plate.
you clearly were able to make the color of the vehicle, would that be fair to say?
That is correct.
And were you able to make out the make and model of the vehicle?
Oh.
I was not.
And were you able to see if there were any occupants in the vehicle? other
Oh,
than the driver?
occupants. Oh.
I only saw one occupant.
Oh,
Did you get a license plate?
there
on
you
the
go.
vehicle?
License plate.
I did not get a license plate for the vehicle.
Do you recall what the driver was wearing?
I do not recall what the driver was wearing.
It was
So it'd be fair
ugly.
to say that all you looked at was the eyes then, and not the entire face.
I saw the face of the occupant, the driver of the vehicle. I did not see pants or make out any shirt or jacket or any other markings.
I didn't ask about pants, but
The witness answered your question. Next
So
question.
shut the hell up.
I would like to get to it, Your Honor.
See, that right there annoys me. So you ask a retarded question, the judge is instructing you, and then you're like, well, I would like to get to it. Like she's bothering you, like you got something better to do. Your stank ass should be you should be reading this shit anyway. So I'm just trying to understand. I would like to get to it. Yeah, make the jury love you, and perpetuate stereotypes about hostile, angry black men and being a thug and violent. Yes, continue. Yes. We all are cheering for you. Cheering for you. You do something about this though. Shade this off.
Did you observe the vehicle strike anyone while it was coming towards you?
I did not.
After it had passed you?
Yes, I observed the vehicle striking my 3-year-old daughter.
After that point?
Oh, after that point.
I did not.
Oh, okay. So he saw the vehicle strike his 3-year-old daughter. After that point, he didn't see anybody. So that's okay. pull up to the scene with my
You
student.
stated that
Come on.
when the
Hmm.
vehicle was coming towards you, it turned away. It was turning away.
Yes, as the vehicle was coming directly towards our group, it did make a turn from a northwest direction to a westerly direction down Main Street.
Would it be fair to say that that direction that it turned was turning away from you?
Oh.
Correct. It was turning towards the middle of the street.
Well, hot dog, let's let him out. He turned away from him, even though he ran over the 3-year-old, but he tried to turn away. So it's okay. See, Darrell ain't that bad. We just got him all confused. We got it all wrong.
But generally turning away from the area that you and your children were standing at that point in time.
At that point in time.
Correct.
Come on now.
From your observation,
Okay.
why do you think the vehicle would have been turning away from you? Grounds.
Oh, grounds. Oh,
Sustained.
2 grounds.
Grounds for the sustained.
Calls for speculation.
3 grounds.
Were you injured in any way?
I was not physically injured.
Ask about the kids now. But ask about the 3-year-old. Did I injure? Were your kids injured in any way? Guarantee you're not gonna ask that question. That's gonna come out of his mouth. Period. Come on.
And would it be fair to say that you would describe the scene as pretty chaotic at that point?
Hey, Andrea.
Absolutely.
Because you left it chaotic.
And
Mr. Brooks, sorry to interrupt. How much longer do you have? The
I-
only reason I ask is there's some weather coming in and I've had some alerts and I want to make sure everyone gets to a safe location. There's a tornado warning, not for us just yet, but so I'll let you finish. But I may be interrupting if another alert comes in.
God was looking out for you.
Are they going on? All right, we're gonna take our lunch early then, and all rise for the jury. Sorry for the interruption, Mr. Brooks.
What?
You will.
So this, if it were me and I was winging it, you know that you're only gonna get like a brown bag of a bologna sandwich, maybe an apple and something else and some water. I would take this time to finish reading my stuff. So I'll be able to finish. I will have questions, written. Hold on, let me get to. All right, here we go. We're coming back. That's what I would do. I would have had, I would not have done this myself, period. But if I was going to do this, I would at least have prepared something at lunchtime.
Oh, whether they have power or whether they don't have power. I just think given the gravity of this case and the weather system that went through, I want to make sure people are giving their full attention. And I would like to then break for the day and then resume tomorrow morning. So that's my plan, as is my practice, though I will give the parties an opportunity to indicate whether they think differently, but that's what I'd like to do from the state.
I understand, and I certainly respect the court's concern for the jurors and their property and their families.
Up at a chopper.
It's not just the jurors. Let me just say, there's a lot of folks that are here attending. Just what I was following in terms of the weather, it's pretty widespread. There were things that happened more south of here. There were things that happened north and west of here. There's people from all over, and I just think it would be wise to let everyone break for the day and then, check on their things and make sure that there are things that they don't need to attend to, as the case may be. So go ahead. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Sure, no, and I understand that, Judge. I don't have an argument with that. I just, we obviously have a full slate of witnesses here to go this afternoon. Some have traveled from like the Cudahy area or,
She's like, look, she's like, Judge, look, we've already been held back by that dusty bastard over there. And now y'all are trying to make us, God is messing with us and trying to make us take even longer time. Let's do it in the tornado, do it in the hurricane. We need to just do it. We need to get him under the jail as soon as possible. That's what Opera trying to say.
Some distance, not unavoidable. But,
get him under the jail as soon as possible.
My only other suggestion would be to maybe, take an extended break and let people make calls or even go home and check and come back at 3:00 or something. If that's a possibility, we could still work for a couple hours yet this afternoon. But whatever the court thinks is best, we certainly will be prepared either way.
Here he go.
I certainly would be open to maybe an extended break so that I and others could do exactly what you just say. But I'll hear from you, sir, if you have any position on
Here
that.
he goes.
Position on that. I agree with your first assessment, Your Honor. Mainly because too, with severity and weather, that can sometimes mess with equipment being the trial being televised. That can possibly interrupt that.
So you wanted to make sure that your audience could see all of your antics and your bullshit. Tell the truth now, shame the devil.
And you never know. Some people that may be key to this matter may not be able to come back after an extended break. There's no way to tell at this point. I do believe it would, on the air, just for cautionary reasons, would be wise to kind of break for the day and then reset.
Send in the clowns
tomorrow morning or whenever the court feels it's best. I may need to do some checking of my own with some close relatives of my own.
Who?
And so
who you checking with? Who? Your mama? And your mobile home? Oh, the mobile home is in police custody. So you checking with your mama? Your mama who don't talk to you, who couldn't even be bothered to come to your sentencing? That mama who disrespected Maya Angelou and all the ancestors, white folks. If you've ever heard that, we talk about our ancestors. They called us the ancestors. The mama disrespected not just the living Black people, but the mama disrespected every Black person that's ever came before us and all of the future Black people to come. But the past Black people, those are ancestors. She disrespected all the ancestors, all of them, going all the way back to year one, pre. And she disrespected Wakanda. She disrespected Prince Akeem and Zamunda. She disrespected everybody, all the Black folks, Florida, Evans, and Michael Jackson. She disrespected everybody, Jackson 5, Ike and Tina, everybody Black that's ever existed. She disrespected with that Maya Angelou crap. Chadwick Boseman, yes. Whitney mad, Prince mad, Michael mad, everybody mad. The entire Zulu Nation, yes. All the BET, the former Black owners of BET, they mad. All the HBCUs, Medgar Evers, Malcolm, Martin, everybody. She disrespected with Maya Angelou. I'm sorry. Even didn't they say Grimace was black? She suspected Grimace. Oh Lord, she suspected everybody.
I will want to put that on record as well.
Shoot.
Thank you. I presume, though, no objection from anyone to at least finishing up with Mr. Knapp. It appeared to me we were close to being done, including whether he's
Toni Morrison.
And he's shaking his head.
Yes, Rachel Dolezal was disrespected.
State really quick for the record, Your Honor.
Here she goes. She's looking like, oh God.
I'm still, I guess I would say,
Ugly.
waiting to obtain a filing that I addressed before we went on record.
Oh, here we go. Oh, I need a filing of my ICF. I need my filing. I need a certified copy of my filing. I need a certified copy. Where do I get my filings? Is anybody addressed my ICF? Let's go. Let's go.
I don't know what that means, sir, but I need to bring this out. I need to finish with the cross-examination portion of Mr. Knapp's testimony. And then in all likelihood, we'll just break for the day. I'll make.
Lee, we was all
so
offended by
I
that.
understand wanting to maybe come back at a
scene.
a little bit later, but I think it's just best to break for the day. I will entertain though over the next 2 days, whether we go a little bit extended to make up for.
So look, so you got family members and people that need to look over their stuff, and it'd be best to break for the day because of the storm. But yet I'm going to talk to you about another ICF form. Okay.
For the loss of the afternoon. I'm well aware we have the interpreter here as well. And so I'll have to have the clerk's office communicate with her when we're not on the record as to when she can come back and when we can get that witness back or here.
That bird is a chicken. She's a chicken head.
All right.
And Your Honor, just for the record, just real quick, there is a jury instruction as a preliminary instruction for use with interpreters. I wasn't sure if the court was aware of that.
I am aware
Okay,
of that.
perfect. Thank you.
I'll have to get that ready. Probably needs a little bit of tweaking.
She
So
ready to
thank
go.
you.
She ready to go.
I'm aware of it. Give me the number though, so I don't have to search for it. 60. Okay.
She
Thank
ready.
you.
Dang, you just said 60, so.
Shut
Jury
up.
Instruction 60, and I'll work.
Yes,
on
Cindy
that
Portier,
when we're
Lena
done
Horn,
this afternoon. So, all right, let's bring the jurors out, and then we'll.
Eartha Kitt,
Mr. Knapp, you can take the witness stand.
Eartha
Be
Mad.
there when they come back in.
Who the other guy that just died
Jurisdiction,
recently?
Your Honor.
Shut the fuck up. What's his name? Harry Belafonte, he mad.
Issue stands. I will not further be addressing it without a proper motion for reconsideration that complies with the statute.
I just wanted to state that for the record.
So noted.
Eddie Murphy. Eddie Murphy's still alive though, but yeah. Prince Akeem. The characters in Oz, Adebisi, he mad. Al Green mad. Yes. Yes. Luther. Is it gonna be? Is it gonna be? Is it gonna be? Is it gonna be? Well. Yes, Prince. That's my boy. Otis. Yes. Yes. Hell, Beyonce, Blue Ivy mad. Marvin, yes. All the Supreme, all the Temptations, yes. Yes. James Brown mad. Yes, Miles, yes. You know Martin mad.
Thank you, everyone. Please be seated.
Solange, yeah. Tina, yeah.
When we unexpectedly broke, prior to the lunch hour.
Lauren
Mr.
Hill
Knapp
mad.
was on the witness stand, and he was being cross-examined. Sir, you may continue.
All right, back to the bullshit. Come on. Della, yes. Della Berry,
I would like to
yes.
apologize to the court. I'm not sure where I left off at.
Huh? So all of this talking and shit, and he still does not follow up with any of his questions. I don't even know where we left off at. I don't even know where we left off at. That shit ain't cute. Look, I think Satan was angry. Okay. Red Fox, yes. George Washington Carver, yes. Nat, yes. Nat and Natalie were both mad. Yes. Satan was mad, okay? Satan was upset. He was like, I know you should know better than this. Okay. I caused a lot of the conditions there, and I know better than using what a caged bird sings with Darrell Brooks. That's disrespectful. That's rude and disrespectful. Harriet, Millie and Vanilli.
Okay, I'm trying to see if I took any notes that would get me back to where I
Oh
was
Lord,
before
Millie
the
and
break.
Vanilli. I'm dead. Come on.
Do you recall
Come on.
making or being interviewed by law enforcement in the days following the incident?
I was.
Do you recall what date that was?
I believe
Oh,
it would have been the.
Hold on one second. Let me go ahead and stop you. ESP Ghost Girl. No, Amanda. Stacey Dash, she's not invited to the picnic. Her black card has been revoked. So we don't care what Stacey Dash has to say. Stacey Dash is putting raisins in the potato salad. If y'all understand what that means. Raisins in potato salad. Oh yeah, definitely on Esther's is mad. Oh man, I love it. It's a lot of Gen Xers in here. Seem like, if we know these references, it's a lot of old folks up in here. Yes, Gen X for the win.
23rd. My daughter was released from the hospital after a stay overnight, which would have been the 22nd.
But I will say Stacey Dash is still a hottie, though. She's still a baddie, but she's not invited to the picnic. She a baddie, and she look great, but she ain't invited to the picnic.
And I believe it was the 23rd. I could be mistaken on that.
I know. I'm
Do
just
you recall
saying.
if that was
She ain't
just
invited,
to make arrangements for the interview at that time?
The recollection I have was actually being questioned about the incident.
You don't recall
No, you good, Amanda.
making arrangements to be interviewed and then approximately 4 or 5 days after that actually being interviewed?
Again, I don't recall the exact date. In my mind, it was the day after we got home from the hospital. And yes, arrangements were made to meet with a detective.
Do you recall being interviewed on November 29th?
Hey y'all, old Kanye would be mad. I'm not sure about new Kanye, but old Kanye would be upset too. I just want to throw that out there. For the millennials that's in here, old Kanye would be upset. Lord Grady, oh wow, Grady Bubbins. You fish-eyed fool.
9th of 2021.
Oh.
Again, I don't recall the exact date.
Come on. Yamadia, Shanae and Kilolo.
You
Pam
made reference to
and Gina.
Clinton Street being a cross street that was close by. Would that be fair to say?
That is correct.
Do you recall if Clinton Street had any barricades?
I do not recall.
We were running with the barricades anyway.
Did you go down Clinton Street at that moment?
Yes, I did, as stated.
Did you recall any law enforcement being present at the Clinton Street? I'm sorry, the Clinton Street
Clinton.
side crossing, I guess.
Yes, there was a law enforcement officer on the south side of the street, and as I mentioned before, he helped save a lot of lives by pushing our children back.
Appreciate the extra commentary.
Oh, hold on. Wait a minute.
He helped save a lot of lives by pushing our children back.
Appreciate the extra commentary.
So this bitch ran over his 3-year-old child and has the audacity to say, appreciate the extra commentary. Really? Really? This is the most disrespectful bastard I've ever seen in my life. I appreciate the extra commentary. Again, make the jury love you. Bitch boy, make them love you.
Do you recall describing the driver as an African American male with long hair?
Oh, here comes y'all. Here comes y'all.
I remember describing the driver of the vehicle that I made eye contact with as a black male with facial hair. I don't necessarily recall stating long hair.
I have the summary right here of the interview that you gave with law enforcement on November the 29th of 2021.
Okay. Yeah.
And reading from that summary.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to object again for the same reason I objected before.
Grounds.
This is in a statement or a supplement by Detective Jeff Adent, A-D-E-N-T, from the Waukesha County Sheriff's Department, in which he met up with this witness. This witness provided information to the detective.
I understand. I don't need the full
explanation.
I'll just sustain the objection as to the form of the question. I know you didn't fully get it out, but I think I know where you were going, so please rephrase.
Oh, shut up.
Would
it be fair to say? Come on, we fair to say.
With the reference to the statement that I referred to about the long hair, if I was able to show you, would it bring any recollection of what you may have said during that interview?
No, if I stated it at that time, then that was my recollection at that time. 11 months later, my recollection of the statement is that I made eye contact.
That's a good point, Amanda.
I'm not referring to that statement. I'm referring to the statement that reads David, or yes.
Come on, move your head.
Wait, let me back up.
Yeah, back that ass up, back and forth. Come on, there you go. Yeah. Come on. Okay.
Was there some confusion with your name in this report?
Not that I'm aware of.
That's the irony of that statement. The Mr. I don't identify with that name, and I object to that name, and asking him, does he have any issue with his name? Woo!
It looks like the officer that was taking the report got a little confused on the name.
Mr. Berger provided.
Get on with it.
It's not a question. He doesn't have the report in front of him. So please make sure you ask the question.
Do you record?
I bet he like,
reading from the summary.
I'm so smart. I got this. I got it.
Describing the driver as an African American male with long hair.
As stated, where, as I sit today, I remember describing the driver as a black male with facial hair and very wide eyes.
Oh,
If I
thank you,
stated
Shannon.
that at the time, that was my recollection at the time. As I sit here today, I cannot state that I recall having or seeing long hair.
Would it be fair to say that what I'm reading from is accurate statements made by you to the law enforcement officer?
How would he know?
Objection, for the
Grounds.
same reason I mentioned.
Hold on. There's a lack of foundation as to the question, so I'll sustain it.
And it's
if you're
hearsay.
able to rephrase, please.
Can I show the witness his statements?
Just ask him a question. Hold on. I'm getting annoyed.
Maybe that.
Okay, all he needs to do is just ask him a question. Like, did you say this? Or this is a cross exam. But y'all know that because y'all been watching these trials and stuff. Y'all know how to do a cross exam. I ain't even gonna tell you. Y'all know. Hey, colorful. Y'all already know. Let me be quiet.
Maybe that may bring some recollection back of what was said in the interview.
I'll allow it.
Yes, Amanda, it's a summary.
The bailiff who can then give it to the state. I don't know if you have it electronically or if we want to use the document camera.
Ask a question.
All right. Is it connected to the?
It needs to be given to the witness. Again, I'm going to object. If he's using it to refresh recollection, that's fine, but this witness says it does not refresh his recollection. I'm objecting to any questions after.
I understand.
Okay.
All right.
I object to that because
Hold on, let's show, you've asked that it be shown to the witness, and it will be shown to the witness. Is there a particular paragraph you want to direct his attention to, Mr. Brooks?
the paragraph that I referred to when he stated that the driver was an African American male with long hair.
All right, so sir, just take a moment to review that. When you're done reviewing it, turn it over, and then Mr. Brooks will ask you some follow-up questions.
But he is an African American male that had long hair. What is the relevancy? Is that not what he was? Okay. I mean, technically it wasn't long because he had dreadlock extensions. Maybe that's what it is. I don't know. Hey, Steve. Maybe. I don't know.
For the record,
I don't objectively
consent
call
to
that
being
name.
called that name, Your Honor. For the record,
Nobody cares.
third party to
Nobody cares. We're all ignoring you. We don't care. Hey, when you're in law school, your briefs and stuff, they do have all that highlight in it. Come
Go
on.
ahead and ask a question to see if it helps refresh his recollection.
Come on.
from reading that summary of
Give it.
the interview that you gave with law enforcement. Do
Okay.
you recall stating that the driver was an African American male with long hair?
I recall stating what I stated before, that it was a black male with facial hair and white eyes. I don't recall stating long hair, but
Would it be fair to say that the summary that is in front of you states that that's what you said?
It would be hearsay.
Grounds.
It's hearsay.
I'm stating directly what it says on the paperwork.
It's still
It's a
hearsay,
hearsay.
Mr. Brooks. So the objection is
Lord.
sustained. Next question.
Is it fair to say that that's what
It's hearsay.
It's hearsay. Ask him a question.
it's hearsay when it's right there?
Yes.
Mr. Brooks, I direct your attention to the hearsay statute, all right, for a definition of 908.01. And the ruling.
And that book is like right over in this area here. It might even be behind the fort at this point, but it is nowhere near where it need to be.
908.02.
So it's not a fair.
Sustained.
Write them shits down. Don't get an attitude because you stupid.
Do you recall if the driver had hair? Any hair whatsoever?
Really?
I recall seeing facial hair.
Any hair on their head?
I don't recall at the moment, as we sit today, picturing exactly that if I saw hair or if I didn't.
Any reason why you wouldn't be able to see the driver's head?
My eyes were locked on a vehicle that was driving at a high rate of speed with the person driving the vehicle's eyes extremely wide. And then
'Cause he was
at that
high.
moment, my full attention went to my children where that vehicle was driving at a very high rate of speed.
So it would be fair to say that because you keep making reference to the eyes. So would it be fair to say then that because you were so fixated on the eyes, that it would be-
Fixated. Add that to the dusty journalism dictionary. Fixated. But I find it interesting that he's talking about, you're so fixated on the eyes. But with this mask on, we can see that his eyes are very descriptive, and we can tell exactly what he's thinking about by his eyes. That's all I'm saying. You can see a whole lot and understand a whole lot by his eyes. I really don't understand why he's doing this, because he's making the case for the prosecution. Well, I mean, he's going to continue to make the case for the prosecution, but I'm just saying you can tell a lot by his eyes, even with this dirty diaper on his face.
Hard to tell any other features of the driver?
Thank you, Jay Jones.
I'm stating what I saw: wide eyes, black male, facial hair.
Would it being so fixated on the eyes,
Fixated.
would that in any way make it hard for you to see any other facial description?
I'm not sure your definition of hard. I'm stating what I saw.
Stacey Dash had her black card revoked because she wanted to act stupid. So she was a Fox News commentator, and she would make idiotic statements like, it's racist to have a HBCU. Why do we have HBCUs? Why do we have the BET Awards? Like, you went around and didn't read anything about the reason why Black people had to have their own school, because it wasn't allowed to the white ones. It's just like, girl, like, stop. And then after she got fired from Fox, then she wanted to come back home and get her black card back and come back to the picnic. And we were like, no, you have to stay over there and have the regulars in your potato salad. You are no longer welcome here. But I still do love her in Clueless, and she does look absolutely wonderful. You said Stacey Dash was right? If you say so, I'm not gonna touch it. If you believe she right, she right. But she ain't right.
Do you recall if there was anything on the driver's head, a hat or anything of that nature?
Or shit locks?
I don't recall.
Come on.
You stated that it was an African American male. Do you recall a skin complexion?
I do.
Uh-oh.
Was it a dark skin complexion?
Hold on. Okay, white folks. I told y'all about this now. The correct answer is, what is dark skin is darker than me. Okay? That's what it means. When you start adding extra shit, stuff goes awry. So hold on, let me back this up now. This is I'm trying to teach y'all. I'm teaching y'all. Yeah. Who cares about Stacey Dash? Okay. Again, she's beautiful. I love her in Clueless, but she's not welcome to the picnic.
You stated that it was an African American male. Do you recall a skin complexion?
She's fucking y'all.
I do.
Listen now.
Was it a dark skin complexion?
Listen.
It was.
See, he even though he messed up, he know he messed up, but he gonna dig the hole deeper though.
Would it be fair to say that
Yes, Lee. Yes, that's the correct answer.
who you identified today does not have a dark complexion?
I guess it depends upon the definition of dark.
That's true. That's true.
What is your definition of dark? Because
See?
in all fairness, you said dark skin.
Mhm.
So what would be your definition of dark skin?
See what I'm telling y'all?
Dark skin as present on my interaction with black males in the past.
See, that is something that you don't say because we know that's not the correct response. Kathy, look, I know skin tone has nothing to do with it, but he is using this deliberately to because he knows that he's uncomfortable. And so when white people say dark skin, we know that dark skin means darker than you. But for some reason, they want to add extra shit into it. So then as we can come back and be like, well, you know, I'm not dark. I mean, would you say that I'm dark? Technically, yes, they would say that you're dark, but you're not actually dark. I tried to explain it to y'all in the previous video that the way that white people see dark is different than the way that people of color see dark. So anyway, let's just continue. It's just a thing that he did that just to make people uncomfortable. That's all.
So every black male that you've had an interaction with was dark skinned?
Again, it depends. There's different complexions of dark, and it depends upon what complexion or what your definition of dark is.
And that's a true
I'm asking
answer.
your definition because you said dark skin.
That's it.
The point has been made. This witness identified the defendant, Darrell Brooks, as a person driving the car. I think he's asked the question about dark skin.
That's
think
true,
this has
Annie.
been
He's
asked
not.
and answered.
Objection.
I'm going to sustain the objection as to the form of the question. I believe the way it's asked is argumentative. You may rephrase if you so choose.
May my
May my-
objection be noted that I do not identify by that name. Nor do I
Oh
know
God,
anyone
who
by that name.
cares?
Since being called that name.
Noted. Next question, please.
That's true, Maya. Exactly.
Have you ever had any other interactions with any black males that were not considered dark skinned by your definition?
I don't understand your question.
Have you had any previous interactions with African Americans that were not dark skinned? Grounds.
Oh,
Overruled. It relates to his identification. He may answer.
As stated before, my interactions with black males before, there are different levels of complexion.
this is true.
And
This is true.
color tones, darker versus lighter.
Yep.
And I have interacted with black males before that have been both lighter and darker skin tones. Yes.
Would it be fair to say that you didn't give that clarification when asked before?
It wasn't relevant.
I don't understand your question.
Would it be fair to say that you did not give that clarification when asked the same question before?
What clarification are you referring to?
See, Darrell thought that, you know, like how he did with the other guy and was talking about, you know, skin tone and trip him up. So he's trying to make him seem like he's a racist, right? He said he was then held in service 1 year out of the sun. Right. And, you know, when I play those videos, he is darker. And so, yeah, if you're in the jailhouse for a year, if you're white or whatever, you're going to be lighter because you're going to be indoors, you know, 24/7. But he's doing this deliberately because he knows that white people are uncomfortable with this topic of conversation because people don't like to discuss race or ethnicity because people will automatically assume that it means something that it doesn't mean. So he knows that. That's the reason why he's asking this question.
You strictly said the skin tone. You came to the conclusion that it was dark skin based on your interactions with African American males before. Would it be fair to say that that's what you testified to?
That I can identify the skin tone color is what I stated, and the person that was driving the vehicle had a darker skin tone.
And actually, this is an acceptable answer because the fact that he can recognize that we have different tones instead of, because I know that people have heard that cliche that all Black people look alike, which I don't know how that's possible. But sometimes people that are of a different ethnicity cannot recognize the different variations in tone. So the fact that he has recognized different variations in tone is awesome. So I'm giving him 2 thumbs up for that he can articulately distinguish the different variations in tone. I'm happy with that answer. But none of this has to do with anything. It's all irrelevant. It's a rabbit hole. It has nothing to do with anything. Whether the dude was Black, Hispanic, Italian, Mexican, it doesn't matter. It was an asshole that drove the car and killed 6 people and ruined, traumatized hundreds more people. All of that's totally irrelevant. Totally irrelevant. Nancy, we'd already talked about how many ancestors he disrespected with Cage Bird. It's irrelevant. It's totally irrelevant.
May I have that paperback that he has? I might have
Yeah, because you need that to read get your questions. Yeah. Uh-huh. Like my sister over here laughing. Homegirl laughing. She disrespected going all the way back to Adam and Eve, which is, well, we'll let it go back to Adam and Eve.
From your recollection of the interview with law enforcement, do you recall stating that you don't vividly recall any acceleration?
I do recall stating that.
Come on, blow it out your ass. Come on.
And just for clarification for the record, you did not see the vehicle strike anyone once it was past your location.
When it passed me, I saw the vehicle strike my daughter.
Oh!
The location where you were at. You made reference to being near that intersection corner, I think it was.
What?
So
once it was past that location is what I'm referring to.
Right. So after the vehicle struck my daughter,
yes,
and then past that location, I ran to my daughter as stated, and I did not see, other than the vehicle swerve back towards Main Street, the vehicle strike another human being.
That's what your
So you
dusty
did not
ass
see
get.
it, just for clarification,
What you
because that was a lot of commentary. For
That is
clarification for the record, you did not see it strike anyone else once it was past that location where you and your family were.
That is correct.
What? What?
No further questions.
Any redirect?
I know there's no redirect on this one. Wow. I need to rewind that. I need to.
Strike another fence.
That's what I'm referring to.
Right. So after the vehicle struck my daughter and then passed that location, I ran to my daughter as stated, and I did not see, other than the vehicle swerve back towards Main Street, the vehicle strike another human being.
So you did not see it, just for clarification, because that was a lot of commentary. For
That is
clarification for the record, you did
Commentary-
not
it's
see
commentary.
it strike anyone else once it was past that location where you and your family were.
That is correct.
Wow.
No further questions.
Any redirect. Right, thank you, sir.
I wonder, does he ever sit and go, man, I fucked that up. Man, that was a dumbass question. I fucked that up. Man, I can't believe that I just said that. I fucked that up. I just, Phew, okay. Let me, I want to get to the dude in the sandwich, and then I'll open up the panel and let people come up and chit chat. Y'all, I cannot believe that he asked these questions. I just don't know what to say. I don't know what to say, y'all. Hey, Monica. All right, guys. So I'm about to do the guy that gave him the sandwich. And then after that, we'll open the, wow. I mean, Jesus in heaven. Take me to the King. Oh, Lord. I like with Leticia Stout's trial that they had the actual timer and they would tick the timer down. Oh, and I am going to come back and do some more Leticia because I actually got, they posted her interrogation video. So I'll do some commentary on the interrogation. Her phone calls and running and talking about Gannon and Quincy Brown and Eduardo and had the suitcase and hit me over the head and I fell out and I took Gannon. I'm just not ready for it yet. Come on. Okay, here we go.
All right, thank you, everyone. Please be seated. State, have the next witness available.
I hope so too, Maya. I hope so too.
Yep, no, I know. I need the jury.
Yes, we're
Go
ready.
back on the record. We'll have the jury brought out. I know I did that once, but I'm not going to do that again.
Here you go. Is the audio
Not yet.
on?
Now it is.
Is the audio on?
I got to get faster now. Yep. Sometimes I just forget.
For the record.
No.
Still has yet to be proven for the record.
That's the business.
Is
Black
that a
lock.
judicial determination that you don't have to answer that, Your Honor?
Mr. Brooks, I've already answered subject matter jurisdiction. You know that full well.
No, I
Written
don't.
Decision was
No, I do not.
entered last week.
I know nothing. It has yet to be proved. That's what I know.
Well, look, he told the truth there. He knows nothing. He knows nothing. That's true.
Already answered subject matter jurisdiction. You know that full well.
No, I don't.
Written decision was entered last week.
I know nothing. It has yet to be proved. That's what I know.
Doesn't need to be proved.
It does. It has to be proven by the prosecution. You know that.
No, I actually know to the contrary. So we're not going to address it.
So show me a lawful law that it says that.
Mr. Brooks, I provided you with the law.
No,
I'll
you
give
have
you
not.
you know what? I'll have my clerk print off another copy of that order. So
You don't have to do that. Have
No,
her
I'm going
print.
to because
Don't do that.
you didn't read
No,
it. So
have
I
her
hope you
print
read
off
it this
proof.
time.
have her print off proof that you have subject matter jurisdiction. How about that? It has to be proven
Mr.
for the
Brooks,
record. It has
you
yet
are
to be
simply
proven.
wrong as a matter of
No,
law.
I'm not. If I'm wrong, then show me that I'm wrong.
I've given you the constitutional and
No,
the
you haven't.
statutory authority.
No,
and
you
the
have
case law.
not. You have not proven it on the record.
It doesn't need to be proven, sir.
It does need to be proven.
I believe the jury's coming in.
I believe that. Gotta prove it. You gotta prove subject matter jurisdiction.
Bitch, you are shackled, shackled to the table. You have to ask for permission to take a bath. We got jurisdiction. I don't know what to say. You shackled.
Set for value in return
Set
for
for
value that document is not proof of subject matter jurisdiction. For the record.
You didn't read it. And look, I tried to do some research to find out what is proof of subject matter jurisdiction according to a sovereign citizen. I have no earthly idea. I could not find anything that would indicate to me what is proof of subject matter jurisdiction. I don't know what it is. I have no clue. Way astray, Lee. Way astray.
Thank you, everyone. Please be seated. State may call its next witness.
The state will call Anthony Winters.
All right. Good morning, sir. If you would please make your way to the witness stand, which is on my right. It is upper riser.
That's not him.
When you get there, please remain standing.
Oh,
Raise
there you
your
go.
right hand. My clerk, Teresa, who's on my left.
Hold on, let
will
me get
swear
the
you in.
sandwich boy. All right, here we go. Sandwich boy. That's what I need. Sorry about that.
State may call its next witness, please.
The state calls Daniel Ryder.
The black guy who just came up, that was the Uber driver. But this is a kind soul that let him into his house, let Darrell into his house, let him borrow a coat, and gave him a sandwich. This is that kind soul. This that kind soul.
Good morning, Mr. Ryder. If you would please make your way to the witness stand, which is to my right. It is up a riser. When you get there, please remain standing. Raise your right hand. My clerk, Teresa, who's on my left, will swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Please have a seat. First thing I will ask you to do is to state and spell your first and last names for the record.
Daniel Ryder, Danielri.
You can tell he's a nice guy too. He hasn't been like jaded and fucked over in life.
Living back on November 21st of 2021. 553 Elizabeth Street. Were you living there? Were you home there that afternoon and early evening, that Sunday afternoon? I was. Was anybody else home with you? No. Can you describe what that residence looks like? Is it a single family house, multi-unit? What's it look like?
Yeah, it's overruled. You may answer.
Not leading. Idiot.
It's a three or four bedroom house with 2 bathrooms. It's a Cape Cod style home, land and stone.
Oh, Cape Cod style.
Yeah, it's got a 2.5 car garage.
Okay.
All right,
Do you know
Pippin.
what Aries Industries is? Yeah. Where is Aries Industries in relation to the house you're describing?
Objection, leading.
Overruled. Witness may answer.
Yeah, Aries is right across the street from my house.
That afternoon, November 21st, were you aware that the Waukesha Christmas parade was taking place?
Yes, I was aware of the parade.
Did you attend the parade?
No.
Did you watch the Packer game?
I did watch the Packer earlier that day, but I was watching the Chiefs Cowboys game that evening.
for that. I think it was afternoon. I don't know exactly what time it was, but
Do you recall what happened at approximately 5:00 p.m. that day?
Objection leading.
Overruled. You may answer.
yeah. So earlier that day, I was in my hometown Prairie du Chien for deer season, and then I drove back to Waukesha. I got home in Waukesha. I got home in Waukesha around 4:00, and was watching the game. And then about 5:00, my Ring doorbell goes off, and then there's a gentleman at my front porch knocking on the door, saying that they're homeless, they're cold, and they need to use my phone so that they can tell their Uber where to pick them up.
What did that gentleman look like?
He was
A black bum.
African American. He had long hair and a beard.
A scraggly
What he was
beard.
wearing?
Yeah, he had a like a red T-shirt, reddish orange T-shirt, and no shoes on, pants. But I remember it
No
stood out to me
shoes.
because it was cold and really windy that day, and he was outside with a T-shirt and no shoes, and saying he's really cold. So that stood out.
You mentioned a few moments ago your Ring doorbell. Is that a device affixed to your exterior door frame?
Objection leading.
Overruled.
It's fixed to the outside of my porch, so not quite on the door, but just next door to the door. Yeah.
Okay. And does that capture video?
Objection leading.
Overruled.
Yes.
What about audio?
Yes.
Objection leading.
Overruled.
Did your Ring video doorbell capture the video and audio of your initial interaction with that gentleman on the afternoon of November 21st?
Objection leading.
Overruled.
The Ring doorbell, when it senses motion, it takes a 20-second snippet. And the 20 seconds that I got from the initial interaction was just the suspect coming up to my house and knocking on the door and saying he's homeless and needs help. I didn't get the verbal interaction that I had with him on the Ring doorbell because it only filmed 20 seconds.
After the fact, so later that evening, did you speak with law enforcement?
Yes.
And did you subsequently at some point provide that 20-second Ring video doorbell clip to a law enforcement officer?
Yes.
Did you edit it in any way before sending it?
Objection leading.
Overruled.
No, and there was 4 or 5 different snippets, not just the 20-second snippet. So there was one, the initial interaction of him coming to the door, and then there was another one of him leaving, and then an interaction there, and then the police coming to the door and him asking to come back inside the house when I wouldn't let him in. So there's 4 clips that I submitted, 4 or 5 that I submitted to the police.
All right, let's work our way through those. Let's start, Your Honor. I'd ask that we please show exhibit number 75 for the witness only.
Objection relevancy.
Come on, dude. Relevancy. It's you. That's why it's relevant. Freak. I don't know if well, we have some Gen Xers and some boomers in here. But I know y'all remember Lassie. This looks like what I would envision Timmy as an adult. Kind of reminds me of Timmy.
Do you see a video on the screen in front of you?
I do.
What are we looking at here?
Objection leading.
Shut up!
This is Mr. Brooks coming up to my door.
Jason leading.
You said Mr. Brooks. Did you know his name at that time?
Not at the time, no.
When did you learn that name?
The officers were using it after the fact, so I don't know, about 5:30 or so that day.
That's definitely Timmy.
Does this appear to accurately depict your front porch as it looked as that subject walked up to you?
Dennis the Menace?
Yes.
And this is the video you sent to law enforcement that night or sometime after that night?
Yes.
Move exhibit 75 into evidence and ask
Objection.
Objection.
Relevancy.
Exhibit 75 is received permission to publish. Granted.
Objection.
It's noted. Overruled.
As we're waiting for that to pop up in the jury box on their screens, I'll ask you, Mr. Ryder, do you see a date and timestamp on the bottom right-hand corner of this video?
Objection leading.
Overruled.
I do.
Is that a timestamp that's a feature of Ring, or was that added after the fact?
Objection.
Overruled.
It's a feature of Ring. I didn't add that. Yeah.
And to your knowledge, does that timestamp appear to be accurate?
Objection.
Overruled.
Speculative.
Yes, that is accurate.
Speculative.
The objection was overruled.
This is a 20-second clip. I'm going to ask that we play it once with audio.
Yes, let's do it audio. Speculative. Hell to the no. Look at him.
Hey, I called an Uber and I'm supposed to be waiting for it over here, but I don't know when it's coming. Can you call it for me, please?
Uh-uh.
Can we pull that back up just to look at the timestamp one more time? Thank you. And just
Nope.
for those of us with not the greatest eyesight, would you mind reading that timestamp on the bottom right hand at the beginning of exhibit?
Objection leading.
Overruled.
Yeah, it says November 21st, 2021, and the timestamp says 17:01, so 5:01 p.m.
The voice we heard in that exhibit that we just played, whose voice is that?
Objection.
Objection leading.
Leading. Yep.
Overruled.
Objection.
You may answer, sir.
It's Mr. Brooks's voice.
It's not yours.
No.
Okay. You're on.
So you called an Uber. You called an Uber, but you don't know where you are to call the Uber. And you're homeless, but you need somebody, you need the Uber to come and drive you home. So you're homeless with no coat and no shoes, and you already called an Uber, but you don't know the Uber's coming, but you don't know where you are for them to come. And then when they actually do come, they're going to drive you home, and you're homeless. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry, Munchkin. I just want to make sure that I wasn't completely crazy, because I don't understand any of this. And I would not have opened the door. It was people I know. So like the Ring will come on and it'll show up on the TV in the room. And I call my bedroom the Bat Cave because it's nice and dark in there. But I'll be like, send my husband a text message like, hey, your brother's at the door. I'm not getting up. I'm in the bed. Or are you expecting somebody? I'm not getting up. I'm not answering the door. Somebody was here. He was like, did you go to the door? No. Why would I? I'm not trying to get kidnapped.
All right, that's it. Mr. Brooks, please be instructed to remove his face mask momentarily.
Take off your diaper.
Sir, would you please remove your face mask and face the witness?
Was that a question of?
Huh?
The state's asked.
Don't be scared.
Sir, please remove your face mask.
Don't be scared. Take it off.
I'm confused. He made a statement about voice.
The question's been asked and answered.
Take the shit off.
What was the question?
Take it off.
Please remove your mask. And
Take
face
it
the
off. Bitch, take it off. Woo, somebody mad.
Mr. Ryder, do you see the person depicted in exhibit number 75?
Did y'all see that? Hold on.
Was that a question of?
The state's asked. Sir, please remove your face mask and face the witness.
I'm confused. He made a statement about voice.
The question's been asked and answered. Please remove your mask.
What was the question?
Please remove your mask and face the witness.
Woo!
Mr. Ryder, do you see the
Y'all
person
saw that?
depicted in exhibit number 75 in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Make the
Can
jury
you
love
identify
you.
him for us by telling us where he's sitting and what he's wearing?
He's sitting at the table right there wearing a black suit and a gray striped tie.
And
Let the record
stank.
reflect that the witness has identified Mr. Brooks.
The record will reflect that the witness has identified the defendant as the person depicted in this video and the person who was on his porch on November 21. Go ahead.
Objection, I don't consent to being called that name.
Shut up! Ho!
Go ahead, your next question, please.
Thank you. What happened in the moments after this video, the 20 seconds that were captured?
Oh,
so he was on my porch for, I don't know exactly, a minute maybe, and he was telling me the interaction, or he was telling me that he needed to use my phone to let his Uber know where to pick him up, and that he was homeless and cold, and he said he didn't have any weapons or anything on him, and he lifted his shirt real quick. I was like, no, it's okay, you can use my phone, and I let him come inside and warm up.
Hold on.
Uber me the interaction, or he was telling me that he needed to use my phone to let his Uber know where to pick him up. And
so to let his Uber know where to pick him up. So the Uber's already been called, right? So the Uber to know where to pick him up.
He was homeless and cold.
Homeless and cold. So the Uber is going to take a homeless person home.
And he said he didn't have any weapons or anything on him, and he lifted his shirt real quick. I was like, no, it's okay, you can use my phone. And
so he lifted up his shirt to give him a what is it, a subtle threat, an indirect threat. I don't have any weapons on me. How am I gonna hurt you?
I let him come inside and warm up. I just tend to believe people, and I'm from a small town, and we had people that need help all the time. We live right off a highway, so I'm used to, didn't faze me too much. I mean, I was nervous for sure, but I was like, yeah, I can use my phone. And he made it sound like the Uber was going to be here just any second, just needed.
So the Uber was coming. How the heck was the Uber coming? How was the Uber coming? And the phone was dead. So how did he contact the Uber if the phone was dead? How was the Uber en route if the phone was dead? Nancy, girl, I love me some Prince. He used a lady's phone. Who? Stephanie's phone? Are you talking about an actual person? Taking him back to a shelter. That's true. That's true. Oh, you use somebody else's phone. Oh, okay. So it's not imaginary Stephanie. Okay, I just want to make sure. Okay, thank you for letting me know. Thank you.
Know where to pick him up. So I said, yeah, you can come and warm up while you wait for the Uber. And I let him sit on the couch right by the window out front. I said, you can look out here waiting for your Uber. And he's on the phone most of the time after that with his mom. And, he's saying the address 553 Elizabeth Street is where it needs to come, and how far away is it, kind of things like that. But okay, I guess is that what you're wondering? Or
let me back up.
Yeah.
You made a motion with your hands there regarding what Mr. Brooks said about not being armed. You do that again, just
okay.
Anybody who missed it.
Thank you.
I don't know. Not consent to being called that name.
Go ahead.
Again, for the record.
Nobody cares.
Yeah, so I don't remember exactly what the motion was. I remember him saying he didn't have any weapons and he's not dangerous. And I think he lifted his shirt really quickly. But then I was like, don't worry, I'm not worried about that. And so I didn't. It's not like I patted him down or anything like that. But.
Okay.
Lord bless him. Bless him. There needs to be more like you in the world. The world being such a better place. I have to give it up to this kind young soul. I had to give it up to this kind soul.
Did you let him in the front door that would be right next to your video doorbell?
I actually.
I can rephrase.
Go ahead, rephrase.
What door did you let Mr. Brooks into your home?
I let him in the back door.
I don't consent to being called that name.
Overruled.
Now he's being disruptive.
Go ahead, you may answer.
The back door.
Okay. So he went around the side of the house to get to the back door?
No, he knows about the back door.
What happened when he got to the back door?
Darrell knows about the back door.
I don't remember exactly. I remember letting him in. Well, I remember, so I just got back hunting, so I asked him to go through the back door so I could make sure I didn't have any weapons laying around. And so
Okay.
After that was good, then I let him in the back door. Well, just to give me a second to make sure nothing was tempting or anything. But I let him in the back door, and I think I gave him a coat right away, and then gave him my phone, and then told him where to sit down. And when I told him to sit in the spot, he didn't move or anything. He stayed right there and listened to me.
What else did you give him?
I gave him a sandwich because he said he was homeless. And I said, oh, I can get you some slippers to put on your feet to warm your feet up. Wow. I never did end up giving him slippers. So I gave him a jacket to wear while he was at my house. I gave him a spot to sit and wait for the Uber and a sandwich.
You testified earlier that he was on the phone with his mom. How do you know that?
Objection. Speculative.
A few reasons. I heard him say mama a lot, and his mother called me, and I didn't answer, but his mom called and left a voicemail after the fact. Confirming it.
Don't ask no question about that now.
What was he using while he was inside your house?
Objection. Relevancy.
Overruled.
He's using my personal cell phone.
How would you describe his demeanor as he was inside your house?
Objection. Leading.
Overruled. You may answer.
I would say flustered, but also there were many times he was thanking me, and so he was grateful, and he even said, "Thank you so much for showing me love, man." And he was calling me bro, and so it wasn't. I guess that didn't make me feel like I was in any danger at the moment.
Did Mr. Brooks leave your home at some point?
Objection. I don't consider to being called that name.
Overruled. You may answer.
I'm sorry, I lost train of thought. Can you say it again?
Did he leave your home at some point?
Yeah, he left when I asked him to. So he was in my house for 8 or 9 minutes, and then I was standing on the front door looking outside because I was getting a little nervous because I thought the Uber would be there in a minute or two, not 10. And so after 8 or 9 minutes, I'm looking around outside and I see a police car drive by. And then I see another one coming down the street. And so I tell him, I say, hey, we don't get a lot of police traffic on this street. I'm getting nervous, and this is just too weird of a situation. You're fine to wait for your Uber, but you need to do it outside my house.
You gotta get the help. You gotta get the help out of my house. You ain't gotta go home. You gotta get the help out of here. Yes.
And he was a little bit like, "Oh no, it's okay. Don't worry, man. Don't worry." And I said, "No, you need to leave." And he listened and got up, and I've got video footage of that, of me escorting him outside of my house. He's still on the phone and he's still got my jacket on, but I just said, you need to leave. Do you want me to say, do you want me to keep going? Or?
I just want you to answer my questions. So,
okay, yeah.
Let's pause there though.
Sure.
And show for the witness only, please. Exhibit number 77.
A freedom sandwich.
We'll play a few seconds of this without any audio, and actually, to save time authenticating, Your Honor, I think we'll do this with the remaining 3 videos we have.
Go ahead. So this is 70.
77, yep.
77. All right, thank you.
Play a few seconds, please, without, yep. Okay, we played 4 seconds from Exhibit 77. Do you recognize that clip?
I do.
And what is that?
It's Mr. Brooks walking out first with a jacket on, and me in a long sleeve shirt, a gray shirt, walking out behind him.
Can we show for the witness only, please, Exhibit 78?
Go ahead.
We'll play the first couple of seconds of this one, too. Okay. We played the first 8 seconds of that. Did you recognize that clip?
Yes.
What does that show?
That shows Mr. Brooks after I had him leave and get my phone and jacket. He was outside, and then him asking to come back inside because he said he left his ID inside my house. And that was on the audio, but that sounded like you had the audio off for that.
And we'll show you 79 now without any audio as well, just for the witness.
I got this where my heart used to be. Got this icebox where my heart used to be.
I'm so cold. I'm so cold. I'm so cold.
What does it show?
It shows an officer on my porch after the suspect was put into cuffs, asking if I knew who the suspect was.
Are exhibits 77, 78, and 79 accurate depictions of your porch that night?
Yes.
Overruled. His answer may stand.
Move exhibits 77, 78, and 79 into evidence and ask to publish all three, please.
Objection.
The objection is noted as to all three. It is overruled. Exhibits 77, 78, and 79 are received permission to publish. All three are granted.
Okay, 77 is up now for everybody. It's a 21-second clip. We're going to play it once with.
Most stuff.
Can we just confirm it's in the jury box? Not yet. Okay.
Yep, panic objections. Yep. It's Darrell Edward Brooks Jr. on that ID. Junior. Look at him. He's studying. Oh, look, that head. Left to right, left to right.
I guess while we're waiting, we can make use of this time. Mr. Ryder, could you read the time and date stamp?
Look
for us
at
in the
him.
Right-hand corner.
Objection, relevancy.
Can you explain to me, like, what is he doing? He's just touching things. He's just touching and moving stuff, just touching and moving and touching. But he's not doing anything. There's like no work being done. Like, what the fuck is this? What is this? Look. He's just moving things from side to side over.
I guess while we're waiting, we can make use of this time. Mr. Ryder, could you
There's
read
nothing
the
happening.
Time and date stamp for us on the bottom right-hand corner.
Look.
Objection, relevancy.
Overruled. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's November 21st, 2021, 17:10.
Is nervous energy?
5:10 p.m.
Got rabbit raccoon.
Okay, we got it up for the jurors. Let's play this once with audio.
Oh, Lord. Yep. You get the hell up out of here, son. So you got to get the hell up out of here.
Do you see yourself in that video?
Yes.
What are you wearing in the video?
A gray shirt.
Overruled.
A gray shirt.
Did you hear the wind in that video?
Yes.
What do you recall being said in that portion of the video?
Objection.
Objection, leading.
Overruled.
I'm walking Mr. Brooks outside of my house, and my neighbor, Greg, says, "Are you guys looking for that guy?" And I had no idea of anything at this point. And so I say, "I don't know. This might be him." You can hear that in the audio. I don't know if anybody was able to distinguish that, but that's what was said. And then Mr. Brooks says, "No, no, no." And then I say, "Can I have my phone, please?"
Yep.
And then after that, I say, "Can I have my jacket?"
Get the hell up out of my house.
Did he provide those items to you?
He did.
Okay. Can we put up for the jury, please, Exhibit 78?
Yeah, get the hell out of my house.
This is a 20-second clip. We will play it once with audio, please.
My ID. My ID.
My ID. Sometimes crime does
Mr.
not
Ryder,
pay.
what happened during that video?
Crime don't pay for everybody.
Objection, leading.
Overruled.
Mr. Brooks, or I should say the suspect, came to my door, asked to come back inside to look for his ID. I said, "No, I'll look for it. You stay out there."
Yep.
And I was looking underneath the couch and everywhere that he sat for his ID when I hear the police officers saying, "Put your hands up." And
But that
Did
ID
you
was in
ever
his pocket,
find
wasn't it?
That person's ID?
no,
Did that person leave anything else inside of your house?
no,
Flip-flops?
No.
Sweatshirt?
Objection, leading.
Sustained as to the form of the question. Please rephrase that last question.
What, if anything else, did that suspect leave in your house?
Yep.
I don't.
Objection, leading.
Overruled. He may answer.
I didn't find anything left in my house.
Okay. Can we please show for the jury exhibit 79.
Oh, here you go.
This is a 19-second clip. We will play it once with audio.
Paisley.
26, 500 block of 2026.
Oh, this must be the part where the police slammed him down and hurt his shoulder.
Hey, do you know this guy? Absolutely not. Okay.
So they slammed him down.
Paused at 18 seconds.
They slammed him down and hurt his
That's
shoulder,
the
right?
police officer you were talking about?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you, just for the record, read for us the time and date stamp on the bottom right-hand corner here at the 18-second mark of exhibit number 79?
Yeah, it's November 21st, 2021, and the time is 17:12 and 59 seconds, so 5:12 p.m.
The video is a little bit blurry. Do you know where Mr. Brooks is at this point?
Objection leading, and I do not consent.
Overruled.
No one
Objections
cares.
noted. You may answer the question.
Yeah, the suspect is on the east side of my walkway, on the northeast side of my house, in my yard. If you see where those two police officer heads are, the suspect,
Mr.
is
Brooks,
on the grass right there.
That's all I have for this witness. Thank you.
all
Let
right.
me cross.
Dun dun dun.
Just 1 second.
One quick second. It's always 1 second.
Are you ready?
1 quick second.
Will you be needing any of those videos to back up at any time?
Not that I can think of at the moment.
Thank you.
Can you think, period? Oh my God, come on with it.
And before that evening,
Wait a minute. I messed up. Hold on. My bad. Give me 1 second. I was trying to take me off the screen. Sorry about that. There we go.
and before that evening, you didn't know the guy that came to your house, correct?
Correct.
And so why do you refer to him by name if you didn't know him?
Because after the fact, the police officers and other people involved informed me of who the suspect was that was at my house that night.
Thank you for being a friend. Travel down the road and back again. That's not Betty White. That's Dorothy.
And it'd be fair to say you captured, or your ring captured quite a little bit of video. Would that be fair to say?
Yeah.
And did you turn over all the ring footage to law enforcement?
I believe so. I mean, there was probably 7 or 8 other snippets of just officers coming in and out. I do believe I turned all that in, but nothing of evidence or anything.
And were you aware that the ring footage was shown on social media platforms?
I was aware, yes.
Any idea how that came about?
Objection.
Grounds.
Relevance.
Grounds.
Overruled. You may answer.
Yeah, I released it.
And you released it. What do you explain what you mean by released it?
Yeah, the news wanted the footage, and I thought that this was good footage for this community and the victims to see some justice of the suspect put into cuffs. So I decided to release it.
And were you paid for that release?
I was.
So it would be fair to say that you profited off your ring footage.
Boy.
The incentive to release the footage was not to make money, and we donated a lot of money of the money we did see off of it. But yes, we did. The money did make, or the video did make money.
Do you recall how many videos you released?
I believe it was 4.
And you got paid for all 4?
I don't know if it was paid for a per video basis, or we were getting bombarded by the news, so we worked with the agent that then dealt with all the news people, and we just got some off the back end. So I don't exactly know how that works.
So would it be fair to say that you sold that footage?
Yes.
I have no problem with him being paid for the release footage, especially since he used the proceeds to go to the victims of the tragedy. So he was in the right place at the right time. He had a dumbass come to his house, commit a crime, and he was able to catch it. So I don't have any problem with that. The main issue is, why was you over there in his house lying?
And you stated that you were, while having this interaction, you were a little nervous.
Yeah.
Debbie, fair to say?
Yes, sir.
Did you feel like you were in any danger or just nervous?
I never felt like I was in danger until I saw the police driving by.
But initially, your interaction, you didn't feel like you would be overtaken in any way?
No.
Dude, you're like 2 inches tall. No, nobody thinks that you overtake them. The only people that you can overtake are children and women, smaller women than you. Those are the only ones that you can overpower, women and children. And that's sort of your MO, because you are a child, a child tester.
No, and the person at my door was very polite, so I didn't feel in danger.
Come on, with the business. Come on. Oh my gosh, come on.
Testifies to the effect that you had just arrived back home from hunting that evening?
That's correct. Well, not just arrived, but 4 o'clock probably got home, 4:15.
At that time, had you heard anything about what happened at the parade?
No, all I knew was that there was a parade that day, but I had not heard of any incident happening at all.
I need some more grounds. Oh, Lord.
At any time during your interaction with the suspect, did you notice any car keys?
No. It's not to say he didn't have any on him, but I didn't notice any.
It was in your pocket.
That'd be fair to say.
Yep, that'd be fair to say.
It's in your pocket, idiot. We all know this. Oh, the crosses the hour? Oh, Lord.
Did you notice any drug or alcohol?
Lord.
I didn't personally notice any drug or alcohol. I know there was some substance found on my porch after the fact, but I didn't notice. I think maybe I smelled a little bit of weed or something, but nothing stood out too much.
And you stated that you gave the suspect a jacket and a sandwich?
Yes, sir.
And was that due to the suspect saying that they were homeless and cold, or did you just take the initiative to do that?
I don't remember the suspect asking for food, but I do remember them saying multiple times that they were homeless and cold and needed help. And so I took the initiative to try to help any way I could in the moment. Yeah, I think I offered the jacket and the sandwich. I don't think they ever asked for either one.
And you let them use your phone, correct?
Yes.
And how do you know for sure who they were talking to?
Because the number that they had called me back and left a voicemail saying that they were the mother of the person that just called. She said something to the effect of, "Hi, you just let my son use your phone. I'm calling back to figure out what's going on." And so that told me. And I did hear the suspect use mama when they were on the phone too.
Did you follow up with that voicemail?
Oh,
I did not.
Grounds.
Grounds. Finally.
Yeah, just clarify the basis was he didn't describe it as a voicemail.
He did. He said he left.
I thought he did, but
yeah.
Anyway, the objection's overruled. Did you finish asking your question? Why don't you just ask it again?
Did you follow up with the caller that left the voicemail after that?
You dumbass. Why would you ask this question? Why? Why did you follow up? Really? You cannot be serious.
I never called her back. No, she just called one time and left one voicemail. I did give the phone number to the police because they asked for it. So I gave them the number you had called and then told them about the voicemail calling me back.
Dumbass.
But I didn't release that to anybody else other than the police.
So his direct is real. I mean, cross.
Do you recall keeping that phone number in your call log after that?
I believe it's still in my voicemail history, if that's what you're wondering.
Even now?
Even now, yeah.
Dude.
Any reason why you would keep it this long?
It's just I didn't go out of my way to keep it. It just is on there. I don't get a lot of voicemail, so I checked this morning just to make sure it was on there, and it still is on the bottom of my list.
So why would you check for it this morning?
Because I thought maybe it'd come up today. I don't remember the exact number, but I still have the voicemail if I needed to bring that up.
He judo chopped that door.
What led you to believe that it may come up this morning?
He's not stupid.
Because I knew I had to testify, but I didn't know what exactly would come up or not.
What do you mean by you knew you had to testify? Is that
I got a subpoena and asked to come and share what happened at my house that day. And that was one of the things that happened.
You seeked testifying. Grounds.
Oh, grounds. Let me drink.
Sustained as to the form of the question.
Oh, seeked. Did you seek to testify? Did you seeked to testify?
So you made reference to still keeping the voicemail. Did you keep any of the ring footage?
It's still on my phone, yes.
You said it was like 6 or 7 videos?
I didn't keep anything past the officer coming up to my door after. So I think I've got only 4 saved, maybe 5.
Any reason why you would keep those this long?
Oh my gosh. Because he
just haven't felt the need to get rid of them, I guess. I mean,
leave Timmy alone.
It's that video is protecting me, you know, from being involved or anything. So there's no reason I would ever get rid of it.
Would it be fair to say that you weren't involved in anything that evening?
No, it was just you.
Other than trying to help somebody who I thought was in need, I was not involved in anything that evening.
The only person that was involved was your black dusty ass. That's who was involved. You.
So why would you have any fear that you may be implicated in anything? And
that's not what she
if
said.
You know that you weren't involved in anything.
Because I had a suspect who had just done horrendous things
there you go.
Come to my house, and automatically people are going to think that maybe I had something or I knew you or something, and I didn't.
There
and
you
so
go.
This is just validating that you told me you were homeless and I was trying to help a stranger out when really. Sorry. What's the question?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, Opie.
It would be fair to say that you weren't arrested in any connection to any events that evening. Would that be fair to say?
Well, you're the only fool that got arrested in connection with any event because you were the only person involved in any event. You, Mr. Brooks, you were the only one.
I've never been arrested.
But we know you've been arrested though.
And so my question would be, why would you think that you would be implicated in any way?
He just explained it to you.
Asked and answered. Next question.
And how do you feel that the keeping of the videos would protect you from something that you don't need protection from?
Asked and answered.
Asked and answered. Sustained.
Shit. Same dumbass question over and over.
I think I misspoke when I said that it was protecting me because it's not necessarily protecting me. It's just something I haven't gotten rid of yet.
No, you had it right. You do not want this piece of trash sullying your good name and reputation because people have imaginations and they would be like, you was trying to help him. You was an accessory after the fact, and you was trying to help him evade detection from the police. So yeah, you had it right. You was protecting you, so folks would know I don't know him. He just came to my door. I was just trying to be a nice person, and I let an uber criminal into my house. You said it right. Come on. Shuffling papers back and forth. There you go. Left to right, left to right, left to right. Come on. Left to right. Left to right. There you go. Left to right. Let's put it over there. He and
interaction with law enforcement by the name of Officer Luling?
I do.
Do you recall emailing him portions of the ring footage?
Yes.
Do you recall how many portions?
Maybe 4 or 5. I don't remember exactly how many. So no, I can't recall that exactly how many I did.
That coat would have been burned.
Do you recall if it was 6?
I don't recall.
Come on. Come on, type writer face ass. Let's go. Left, right. There goes his head moving.
I'm assuming at some point that after escorting the suspect out of your house, you went back into your house?
Yep.
Yeah, it's his house. He lives there.
What did you do from that point?
When I escorted the suspect out and he gave me the jacket and the phone back, I went right inside, locked the door, and I don't remember exactly what I did. I think I stood in there and looked outside.
And
I
probably
wanted
said,
to
thank
see
God I didn't get
what was
murdered.
going on. See either the suspect get into an Uber and leave, or see the police get him in cuffs. And it was a matter of a minute later, the suspect came and was knocking on my door again to come back inside and look for the ID.
Mm-hmm.
When asking for your phone and your jacket back, was there any resistance on the part of the suspect, or did they just?
Maybe a few seconds to finish up their phone call, but they gave it back as soon as I asked for it.
Oh, okay. Well, that makes it all better. The people that you killed and ran over, and you gave the phone back when asked. So yeah, that's good.
And you stated at one point going back in your house to look for the ID and wasn't able to find the ID.
Yes, in your pocket.
Yeah, the suspect came back after I escorted him out of my house, came back like about a minute later, asking to come back inside and look for his ID. And I said, no, I'll look for it for you.
Mm-hmm.
So I was looking for his ID. I didn't let him back inside.
That's right.
And you didn't find any ID when you looked?
It was in your pocket.
Did you find anything unusual?
No.
Oh, okay. Yes, you're right, Helene. You're right. Lord have mercy. Look at him. Head going back and forth, side to side, side to side.
And after seeing reports on the news and things of the like, did you come into any more information at that point?
Objection.
Grounds.
What?
Vague.
That's
Sustained a
stupid.
question.
Did you learn anything from news reports that you didn't know that evening?
Really? Did you learn? So then the person can say, yeah, I learned that it was you, that you were the person who did.
Yes. After the fact, I learned of the suspect's criminal. Well, I guess. Sorry. Okay. I learned the name of the suspect at my house.
Which is you.
I learned what that suspect was put into cuffs for at my house. And I learned what vehicle he drove and the details of the incident.
You
Did
dumbass
you
asking the
observe the
question.
suspect in the vehicle at any time?
No.
It was
Did you
already
notice any
crashed.
vehicles parked in the area that you hadn't seen before?
No.
Oh, that's a good question. No. That's relevant.
You made reference to briefly speaking with neighbors at that time.
Yeah, when I was escorting the suspect out of my house, the neighbors said, "Are you guys looking for that guy?" And up to that point, I had no information of a person that you should be looking for. So I said, "No, this might be him."
Do you know what they were referring to at that moment?
Yeah, my neighbor was at the parade, and he was talking about the person driving the vehicle through the parade.
And you knew all that at that moment?
No, I didn't learn about that until the police told me after the fact. I didn't know what he was referring to when he said, "Are you guys looking for that guy?" I didn't know anything about anything particular, but just that somebody's looking for a guy. And so then that's what led me to believe that the suspect at my house may be the person.
It would be fair to say at that time, at that moment, you didn't know what they were referring to.
That would be fair to say, correct.
What is the point of this?
Did you have any other interactions with those neighbors that evening?
Yes.
I'm pretty sure.
They called me after I got done doing my reports with the police, and I explained to them why there was so much police presence at my house afterwards, and that
so you're not going to object to hearsay,
the
huh?
suspect was arrested at my house or at my front porch.
You don't let it hearsay.
Did they at any time say anything to you about seeing a vehicle or having knowledge of a vehicle at that time?
Wow.
Yeah, Greg, my next door neighbor, saw the red vehicle running over people.
And he saw that. He told you that he saw that?
Yeah. He told me after I had, I don't know exactly what time, maybe 6:30 p.m. that night, when I called him after the fact. After I knew what had happened, then Greg told me that he had seen what had happened. A lot of my neighbors were at the parade.
Do you know if they gave any reports to law enforcement at that time?
I don't know that.
The officers that arrested the suspect at your home that evening, did you see your neighbors speak with any of those law enforcement officers?
I didn't see them, no. Speak with them, no.
What is the point of this? He's just putting his head in the noose himself. Lord, what is he doing? Is he underlining? Wow.
And you stated that they told you what they saw. Any reason why they wouldn't speak with law enforcement, seeing as how they were right there in the area?
That's speculative.
Sustained.
Oh, grounds. Let me drink my drink.
So would it be safe to say you were pretty well informed that you would be testifying in this matter?
What?
I didn't know. I knew that it was likely. I didn't know until I got the subpoena letter.
And when did you receive that subpoena?
I'm going to say September, maybe end of August.
And that was it was sent by the district attorney's office?
Yes.
You recall the name?
Doesn't matter.
No.
After receiving the subpoena, did you
follow up for any information?
Follow up with the district attorney's office?
They said that they would be emailing me with more details, and I waited until I got the initial email before I did any following up with the district attorney's office.
And were those emails pertaining to testifying in this matter?
Yes.
Have you yourself filed any claims in this matter?
Oh my gosh.
No.
Have you yourself seen or read any complaint in this matter?
I'm complaining against you. Are torturing me.
Would you yourself consider yourself an injured party in this matter?
Oh my gosh.
No.
Lee, this is the reason why we're all still watching this. I mean, we've never seen anything like this.
Who the plaintiff is in this matter?
Objection, grounds, relevance.
Oh, grounds. Take a drink.
Sustained.
I hope that there's people still left playing this drinking game with me.
Would it be fair to say that you've followed reporting on this incident?
Initially, yeah, I watched the news and followed the reporting on it.
Initially?
Well, like I haven't been following the trial, but I was following the initial reports back in November of last year.
Bitch, you worldwide. Okay, good. You still drinking, Sierra? Good.
So pretty much right when the incident happened is what you followed?
Correct. You know, the following week or so, or 2 weeks.
You ever hear who the plaintiff was in this matter?
Objection,
Grounds.
Grounds. Take a drink.
Sustained.
Have you yourself ever had any interaction with the plaintiff?
Objection,
Grounds.
No.
Sustained.
Do you even know if there's a plaintiff in this matter? Grounds.
Sustained.
They don't help him. That's the problem. Why are they shooting off firecrackers? Oh.
Do you recall how much you sold the ring footage for?
objection,
Grounds.
relevance.
Overruled. He may answer.
I believe gross, it was a little over 23,000. But after taxes, and we donated a lot, so we saw a lot less than that afterwards.
Would it be fair to say that's quite a nice profit? Grounds.
Sustained as to the form of the question.
And would that be the price just for one of the ring footages, or in total, all that you sold?
That was total. Yeah.
The four.
Like I said, I don't know how that worked. That was just the kickbacks that we got from working with so yeah, I guess all of it, all four footage that was distributed to the news.
Do you recall which station that was? Which news station?
Does it matter?
I mean, I think it was like most of the NBC, ABC,
all of them.
So it was
CBS.
multiple.
Yeah, I mean, I don't recall all of them. No, I don't exactly which ones it was. I don't know.
So it'd be fair to say it was pretty much all the standard news stations.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got standard news stations. You that hot of a celebrity, sir.
Do you recall if that included TMZ?
Grounds. Sustained. You made your point. You can
See, TMZ, they are the most reputable news station in the world. I remember when Michael Jackson died, and TMZ reported that he had passed, and so I refused to believe it because none of the major news stations were reporting it. And so one of my ex-coworkers, that she had called and she said, "Hey, they're playing Michael Jackson songs on every channel on the radio, so it could be true." I said, "No." I said, because NBC or ABC, nobody has posted it. And then maybe 15 minutes later, it was like Michael Jackson died. And I'm like, I am never going to doubt TMZ again. So maybe, TMZ is what he was, that was going to be the top of the list for him. So, I made ABC, Fox, NBC, MSNBC, CNN, but I didn't hit TMZ. So, he was probably upset about that.
move on.
Come on, alleged defendant. Come on. Oh, he said footages. I hope Jay is putting that into the thing.
Thank you. Any redirect?
Thank God.
Thank you. Mr. Ryder, do you have your phone on you right now?
Overruled. He may answer.
I don't. I gave it to a gal that let me in here. She's got it though.
While we're waiting on that, you mentioned you checked your phone this morning to confirm that you still had the voicemail we've been talking about, right?
Uh-oh.
Yes.
Overruled. You questioned him about it. It's proper.
Uh-oh.
I'm referring to the use of the phone.
We haven't gotten there yet, sir. You're premature. You may answer.
You did check.
Yeah, I did.
If we were to provide your phone to you here today, do you think you'd be able to find that voicemail?
Objection.
Overruled. He may answer.
Uh-oh.
Yes. Do you think you'd be able to play it on speakerphone for everybody to hear?
Objection. What is the relevance?
Overruled.
Yeah, I can do
that. There's a way to also play it through the technology.
Oh, there go Jay Jones.
Objection. What is the relevancy?
Could I have a bailiff, please?
You can unplug it from the charger. It's probably
Look, even
Objection. What is the relevancy?
don't get mad.
You cross-examine him about it.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I cross-examined him about the question, not
Brooks.
Shut
playing the
your
phone.
mouth.
Made by ruling.
So is that a judicial determination?
Go ahead. You may ask your next question.
Shut your mouth.
Please open up your phone and let me know when you find the voicemail.
Close some dick suckers and open them.
Still pulling up right now.
Them elf ears.
You followed instructions and turned your phone off before you came into court.
Objection.
Overruled. He may answer.
Yes, I turned the phone off before court.
Hey, even Timmy know what's happening. Timmy was smiling. Go ahead, Timmy. Look at Zach. Look at him smirking. I love Zach. Oh, Zachy. Look at his face. I gotta go back. Look at him. Look at my boy. He's like, look at Opper. They all know we got his dusty ass. Yes, we got him. Look at and my boy right here. He's still mad. He has murder in his eyes 24/7. I like him too. His face, he just, every time I see him, like pop out, he got all this look on his face. I think he's smirking too, like, yeah, dumbass bitch. Yeah. Everybody,
Judge, I presume why he's loading that, not offering the voicemail for the truth of the matter asserted, but simply to substantiate that he received a call.
Yes.
The jury will be instructed in terms of what is said in that voicemail, not to consider it for the truth of the matter asserted, but just simply to substantiate the voicemail was received.
And part of that request, Judge, would be to include the time that the voicemail was left and the number from which it came.
Objection, what is the relevancy of that?
The objection's noted, and you may ask the witness those questions.
You might as well ask about the videos too.
Well, I mean, yeah, go ahead.
How much longer do you have with the,
5 minutes.
All right.
Well, I don't know how long this voicemail is, with that caveat.
all right, please continue.
It's
Okay.
29-second voicemail.
Okay. Can you tell us what phone number that voicemail came from?
Objection, relevancy.
Overruled, he may answer.
Shut up.
The
Let Jimmy
voicemail
go.
came from 1, so +1 or whatever. So 414-610-2153.
Uh-oh.
Can you
Mama
tell us
Brooks.
what time that voicemail came in?
Yeah,
Objection, relevancy.
Overruled, he may answer.
5:27 p.m. on November 21st
Of 2021?
of 2021.
Objection, leading.
Overruled, his answer may stand.
And Your Honor, at this point, I'd ask to allow the witness to play that
Go ahead,
voicemail
Timmy.
using speakerphone. And if that doesn't work great with the audio system, then we can try the plugging in option.
Once again, the jury, will only consider this
Hey,
not for the
Munchkin.
truth of the matter was asserted in that voicemail, but simply to substantiate that it was received. Go ahead.
Objection.
Shut
Noted. Overruled.
Yes, Mr. Ryder, I don't know what's going on. I'm at work. I work at Trader, and my son, that was my son who used your phone.
Oh, sorry. I'll restart it. I was using the wrong
Yes,
mic.
Mr. Ryder, I don't know what's going on. I'm at work. I work at Trader, and my son, that was my son who you let use your phone, and he's calling. I don't know what's going on. I'm just trying to see if he got the lift or what, because the guy is in a white Dodge Charger. I guess apparently the lift driver switched cars, and I didn't get the message. So I'm just trying to find out what the hell is going on. So I'm just want someone to just call me and tell me something, because I don't know.
Yes.
And you didn't contact the person who called you and left that voicemail after the fact, did you?
Objection, leading. Ask and answer. And cross.
Overruled, he may answer.
No, I never contacted her.
The videos that we played in court today, those 4 videos, exhibits 75, 77, 78, and 79. You turned all those videos over to the police, is that correct?
Objection, leading.
Sustained as to the form of.
He got one.
To whom did you turn those 4 videos over?
I emailed them to Officer, I believe it was Officer Lilling. There was a Rebecca Carpenter out of Eagle PD that wanted it. And I may have emailed it to somebody with West Dallas PD. But for sure, Waukesha Police Department all got it that night.
While you got your phone in front of you, are you able to access your call log?
Yeah.
Objection, leading.
Overruled.
Can you go back to November 21st of 2021?
Okay.
Can you see what number Mr. Brooks dialed that day using your phone?
Timmy ready.
Objection, leading.
Overruled.
Timmy is
Objection, I
ready.
don't consent to being called that name.
So my call log didn't save back that far. My voicemails did, but my call log, I've made so many calls since then that I didn't save that.
Oh.
I think the police definitely saved that number when they were at my house that night, though.
Do you recall if it was the same phone number that you received that voicemail from?
Objection, speculative.
Speculative.
Overruled. You may answer.
I don't recall for sure. No.
The videos that you released to the media,
Did you release anything to the media that you didn't also provide to the police?
Objection.
Overruled.
No, everything that was released to the media was already released to the police department.
Did you alter those videos or the audio that goes with them in any way when you released them to the media?
Objection. Hearsay.
Oh, hearsay.
No, I never altered any of them.
What about when you sent them to the police?
Objection leading.
Overruled.
No.
So now he's doing objections, just pulling shit out of his ass. Hearsay, leading, speculative, just anything he can think of.
Never altered them.
Were you aware at the time that Ring is a subscription service?
Objection leading.
Overruled.
Yes, we pay subscription for it.
And there's a cloud account that goes with that, is that right?
Objection leading.
Yeah.
Sustained as to the form of the question.
You got another one.
I think this is a pretty foundational question necessary to develop the
You're
testimony.
probably right, and can be some leading questions are allowed, but just rephrase that one, please, and we'll go from there.
Okay. Where do the videos go aside from your phone?
Objection speculative.
Overruled.
There's an app on my phone that I was able to save and download off the app onto my phone. So there might be, I'm pretty sure that there's a Ring cloud that the company Ring can probably access the footage, but I was never notified that they have access to it or anything like that.
If someone did want to access those videos through Ring, were you aware at the time that someone would have been able to double check and make sure that you didn't fudge with that video?
Objection leading.
Overruled if you're able to answer.
Yeah, I mean, Ring could, if we needed to get Ring to validate that it's correct, they would be able to do that.
When Mr. Brooks first knocked on your door, were you planning to sell those videos?
Objection. I don't consent to being called that name.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
Objection speculative.
It's not speculative. Overruled. The witness may answer.
Objection hearsay.
It's not hearsay.
All of them. All of them.
No, I had no idea what was going to happen after that.
What about after you let him in the back door and gave him a sandwich and a jacket? Was this all part of a plan at that point?
Objection leading.
Overruled. He may answer.
No, there's no plan to get footage to sell or anything like that. No.
You simply provided those videos to law enforcement and the media.
Objection leading.
Overruled.
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. I don't have anything else.
After the fact.
All right. Thank you. You may step down. It's a little after 12.
Don't get upset.
12:09. We will take our lunch break.
See, he's scratching. That's the license place. That's the license place. That's a
We
license
went a little
place.
bit longer, so I'm going to take about a 90-minute lunch break today. So all rise for the
Because Judge Jenny said, "Look, I'm tired. This fool he been going and going and going. I need an extra 30 minutes to get my mind right."
jury. We are in recess. I'll see everyone.
And I'm probably gonna have a couple of sips of wine. All right, so we done synced my sandwich man and remaining people of day for five. Okay, so I'll come back and do another one. But anyway, I'm gonna drop my link for anybody who wants to come up and chit chat. I don't know where the munchkin went. My husband probably came downstairs and he ran in there with him. Ain't no telling. If anybody wants to come up and chit chat. Yes, that redirect was absolutely hysterical. I mean, I remember watching it and it was almost as funny as the video, the rap video being played in the when he opened the door on that one. Yeah, the music, the video, that was great. I hate that the lyrics did not get played. So I guess next time I'll come back, I will do Carp's video. All right. Hey, Trey Jones.
Now, you know I was going to come. I don't even know why you would ask.
How you
I'm
doing?
like, why you? I'm fine. Look. I gotta make sure I'm in presentable mode. Okay. See, y'all asked us last time to put ourselves on camera or whatever, but I was like, I can do it today. I can do it a
Okay.
little bit today. I got a little bit.
Okay.
No. Okay. So while I was laughing, and then you said something, and you just like zoned me back in because you was like, "There go Jay Jones." I was over here watching Hoarders too at the same time. I was like, "Oh, I messed up. Oh, what was I doing? I've been zoned out."
You're my Dusty Darrellism keeper.
I was trying. He was doing extra on this one, and there's a lot that I probably would have ended up being a hostile witness. See, that's why I can't. Because my commentary would have been messed up. I probably would have ended up saying a few things like, because I wanted to. That's my video. and then they probably would have, and the judge would have probably reprimanded me a few times. She'd have been like, Miss Jones, just answer the question. I'd be like, you make him answer the question. Shoot.
She's like, yeah, Miss Jones, just go ahead and
just
exit off the stand. Just go on back.
Yeah, that's what she would have said. Just go on and get off the stand. I just go get on off the stand. You can't be back up here no more. I'd have been like Kirby when he said, when the jacket come off. You know what I'm saying?
Yep. The jacket come off, trouble gonna come.
Trouble is gonna come that way. Yeah, because but you know what? That was what was his name? Daniel Ryder. He was a nice little soul because you can't get me to answer no door right now unless it's like, nope. Unless you got a arranged visit, I won't even answer the door. Don't pop up on me. Don't even think about it. You be like, I'm outside. Did you call? Did we make an appointment? No, I will not.
Nope.
I don't answer doors like that. No, I will sit right there on that couch and have a video going. I will have a movie showing.
I'll cut everything down real low. I'm like,
right. Be like, nope, I don't hear anything.
I don't know.
Go and look out the peephole. Might even look out the window at you and everything. Be like, nope, not sure. I'm not gonna answer that door.
Now,
no, he did.
Paisley blows up my spot because he'll start barking if anybody. He starts barking. So Paisley blow up my spot.
But you might expect that though. That's because you might have a dog there at all hours of the day. So you know what I'm saying? He might do that. But he was just a clown just to be clowning.
Yeah.
That's all. He was just clowning. Hi everybody. So I don't know.
Ain't Jay Jones pretty?
I ain't got no face on or anything. Any lipstick, chat. Y'all seeing all the light skinned me. That's why when that man was asking, talking about how dark skinned, I was like, I'm light skinned. I was like, yeah. Yeah, well, you know what? It is what it is.
But it's still dark skinned though. It's dark to them.
Hey, he said skinned it. That was a Darrellism, okay?
Skinned it. Yeah, skinned it.
He said, have you ever been around any dark skinned people or whatever? I was like, okay, here we go. He done pulled the race card. He done pulled. You walked right into that one, sir. You walked right into that one. You should have just kept that in with the I saw dreads or I saw shark eyes. So listen. Shannon said it. Shannon Ward, she's on here. She said it too with me. When he got mad, that last time, every time he gets mad, his eyes zone out to me. I don't know if y'all notice it, but he gets like a shark eyes look. If y'all ever look at like how a shark looks, you know what I'm saying? Like when a shark goes into a frenzy, you know what I'm saying? Like they eyes zone out. Like he literally zones out. And that is what he gives me when he sorry, I have background. That's what he gives me when he is angry. You know what I'm saying? So when he is talking and he is staring at the judge, He gives me like shark eyes, like fish eyes, like he just goes hollow. And that's like a soulless creature to me. Somebody
Yes.
that just they ain't got no soul. I don't even think the devil want them. I'm
I
telling
definitely
you.
don't. Definitely don't.
Mm-mm. And I'm just thinking like the demons is probably like, yep, he one of us. He one of us down here. Cause he don't have nothing up there. It's nothing really clicking.
See, I think that
So
we're being mean to the demons because demons are smart.
hi, name is Karen. Wish a Karen would. I'm seeing names up in. I feel like, ooh, hey, boo boos. Uh, she said make a trip. Somebody said Darrell would make a trip to a church seem nefarious. Y'all remember that movie back? Okay, so Gen X's. Y'all remember that movie back in the day called the it was Vampire in Harlem, Harlem.
Yeah.
Okay,
Eddie
remember
Murphy.
when he walked into that church and he was like, "Oh, you gotta walk outside," and he had to step outside. Yeah, that she reminded me when she said that.
Hey,
He would
Glenn.
start smoking. He would
Hey,
start.
Auntie Miracle B. You know, at some point I had to come on to,
I'm
chit chat
glad.
with you.
Yes, I am glad.
Yeah.
My favorite YouTube attorney is here.
Well, I'm
Is
not an attorney yet. I'm only going into my second year of law school. So I just finished year one, which was crazy. So, but this is a great case to, get your feet wet with because
Yeah.
year two is kind of when we start more so going into like more of our criminal procedure and stuff like
Hmm.
that. Like torts kicked my behind. I know you remember
I
torts.
love torts.
I just
I
I
watch a
couldn't
lot
love
of good
stand it.
torts.
shows.
That was my favorite
Hey,
topic. Torts.
Mhm.
Shannon. Um, Glenn, you gonna have to you gonna speak life into that. Go on and speak life over that.
Into what?
But you said you're in your
Oh, for
second
sure,
year.
for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Glenn, you're gonna
Yep.
make
Yeah.
a great attorney.
Yep.
Absolutely. Unfortunately, I will not be practicing criminal law because I have ethics. I will be
Okay.
practicing family practice. I want to go into divorces and spousal support. But I
Oh.
mean, but criminal law is the foundation of our law.
Mhm.
Everybody, has the right to, have the right to counsel when you're the accused. But I'm telling you, Auntie Miracle B, this is probably the furthest thing from what we learn in law.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Like, you know, I want to bring something up to your audience that a lot of people didn't realize. You know how Darrell Brooks at the beginning of the trial said that he had the right to represent himself pro per, which is free
Yeah.
from restrictions, licensed
Hmm.
attorneys. I'm telling you, this trial proved that he absolutely got that right earned because no attorney would have been able to do what he did.
No.
Mhm.
At all.
You would have been disbarred, like you would have been at a minimum, like gone before the disciplinary board and censured. So
Yeah.
at a
Mhm.
minimum.
Definitely.
Yeah,
Definitely.
she said that she was giving him a lot of leeway. I was like, you sure is giving him the whole boat. I mean, the whole bridge. I mean, giving him some wood because she was helping him out quite a bit, quite a bit.
But she had to make
That
it seem, like it was fair. So he could not run his mouth.
Absolutely.
So I mean,
Absolutely.
I
really
get
though.
it. I get it. I understand the logic, but it was sort of disrespectful to the family that they had to sit through this circus for 3 weeks.
Absolutely. I mean, and
Well,
and go ahead, Jay Jones. I'm sorry. I'll make my point after you're finished. Go ahead.
no, I was just gonna say even to the point to where the COVID scene where he thought he supposedly had COVID, just the fact that he was leaning over that whole time, I thought that was
Yeah,
so disrespectful. How he had his backside tooted in the air to
yeah.
everybody, and I was like, if that ain't you telling everybody to kiss your tail, I
Just
don't know.
tooted and
I
booted.
mean,
He was tooted and booted.
who is
Absolutely.
doing that in the courtroom? What lawyer are you that you're pro
Yeah.
per,
Hmm.
Which he definitely
representing yourself,
was.
representing yourself and
Hmm.
saying that you are, um, you know, this is what you do. This is what you do to the families that are watching
And,
you.
and, and what I want to talk about, like when it comes to disrespect, it's like, if Darrell Brooks, like, I guess he wasn't an attorney, so he probably can't understand this concept. If you are going to go into a courtroom, right, and you're going to put on a defense,
Right, Charlotte.
you need to find whatever defensive theory it is. It might be a completely nonsense theory, but whatever it is, stick with it. So if your theory is that this was not an intentional act, okay, that's a fair point. I mean, obviously, the prosecution has the burden to disprove that and to prove you guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. Let them do their job. You as a defense attorney, all you have to do is just try to create some doubt, not any type of doubt, but reasonable doubt
Reasonable doubt. Yes.
that you did not intend to do this.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if there was no intent to commit the crime, what that means is that you need to be consistent in your questioning of the named victims in your indictment when they are called to the witness stand. So that means that when you are questioning a witness who you hit, it is not probably the most smart thing to ask that witness, okay, so is there a financial incentive behind why you are testifying today? No, the reason that they put a claim in is because you injured them, and a lot of them did not have insurance, so they needed to go to the state to recoup the funds so that way they can pay the bills based off of the actions that you caused. If you have any kind of remorse, and if you have any, and this is not an intentional act, that's not the type of question you should ask. In fact, what you should probably do is probably not even ask them any questions whatsoever and
None,
say,
period.
Your Honor, I have no questions for this witness whatsoever. And then and then you get on the witness stand and you allow yourself to be cross-examined and you testify and you show remorse, you show empathy, you show compassion. That is how you put on a defense. It probably wouldn't have worked, but it would have given you a better chance with the jury, because the jury got to see all of your foolishness. And Darrell Brooks keeps saying that his defense was prejudiced. It was prejudiced by his actions, because the jury got to see all of his nonsense in front of them.
Right.
And the judge kept trying to, like, Mr. Brooks, please, the jury is in the room. The jury is here. And he was like, well, I'm worried about my ICFs and saying I got a civil. Civil is a suit. Are they trying to get my substitute trial?
Over the foolishness. It's like the main purpose of the case is trying, like, he never picked up on the fact that you ran off after getting into an argument with your child's mother, right? And, running through a parade, and you're trying to say in this argument that you didn't have this anger issue, but the whole case, you've shown that you have an anger issue. You know what I'm saying? Because you got mad about everything that did not go your way. And so then what did you show the jury? That you have problems. And when it doesn't go your way, especially when it came to women, the way that he stared down, and I don't care, I feel like at some of those points, she should have called him out for them snarls, like that little nose thing that he was doing. That was some snarling going on. I was like, I don't know what that is. Is that a gangster move? I thought I'd have been like, hey, fix your face. That probably would have been, because I'm in other court cases, they call you out for your faces. They call you out for little stuff. And it was just like, some of that stuff was just overlooked with him. And I'm like, when
he
they
had
got
the mask on, it's because
well, yeah, because he had the mask on. But I was even looking at when she called him out for badgering the witness. He was doing that with some of the witnesses that he thought that he could scare. He took the mask off.
Mind you, Jay Jones, I just want to point this out. You said the badgering the witness. That was a witness that he called.
Exactly. He called, and then when it wasn't going his way with a woman, guess what? Then he got upset, and he showed his true colors. Well, that too, and he couldn't control that because he didn't understand what he was saying. And because remember, he was like, "Well, how do we know what he's saying and what?" And then it was just, it was like, "Fool, that's not how this works." But Go ahead.
Oh
I'm
no, I was gonna
sorry.
say real quick, just because I just looked at the chat, I didn't even see it before. Super Kellogg asked a question of whether or not this case will be studied in law schools in the future. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Absolutely.
I wouldn't be surprised if one of my professors next year probably puts this somewhere in like, civil procedure or like because I haven't really learned about sovereign citizens. This was actually my first introduction to them, but like having this case kind of made me interested in like looking at sovereign citizens. Now there are sometimes in certain civil litigations where they do win their cases, but it's not because of their sovereign citizen nonsense that they're pulling. It's because that they actually have merit sometimes to their case. But in this context, absolutely not. This made no sense. But just to answer your question, this will be studied, and if nothing else, I know it will definitely be studied in criminal procedures about how not to defend yourself as a pro se litigant.
Uh, and Charlotte asked
Oh Lord.
why is it important to him to know who received assistance? You know, what were your thoughts on that? Why he wanted to know who received assistance?
It
I'm
was
gonna let
trying to.
Auntie B to answer that. I think I know, but I'm gonna let her answer first.
Well, I'm going to say that it was bias. He was trying to show bias, and that they were getting a financial, they were getting financial assistance, or that
Hmm.
their testimony was being elicited because they were getting paid. Is basically what he was trying to say.
And then I think in the beginning, I think he thought that because he was trying to tie that in and some of the earlier testimony that he was like, who called you, who subpoenaed you, and I think he was trying to say like
The
which one of
prosecution.
them, the prosecutors, and pointing them out, and so I think he was trying to ring that in. He has so many different angles of his defense
Yeah.
that I don't even think he really knew what I mean, he didn't know what his defense was.
He
I mean, he
didn't.
just tried different things. It was like I kept saying, spaghetti. It was just whichever one might help him.
But that goes back to the preparation. His attorneys were probably trying to develop a defense, and I'm guessing it was probably going to be intent. There was no intent.
Yeah. Mhm.
I'm pretty sure that's where they were going to go with
Oh,
that.
Della.
But Darrell, of course, his defense was sovereign citizen and subject matter jurisdiction and whatever else he thought that he could pull up out of the highlights and throw it on the wall and see what would go. But anyway, Glenn, you give me your take on it.
Okay, so I haven't completely 100% substantiated this, but I was on another YouTuber's channel, and they said that his mom, and this is actually true because it was Southern Law, and he had pulled up like where
Hmm.
his mother back in
Yep.
2009 had won, like I guess it was like a real estate or property case or something like that, and she
Yep.
pulled this sovereign citizen nonsense or whatever, and she
Mhm.
actually won his case. I think that Darrell Brooks, the only preparation that he did for this trial is actually reading the Black's Law Dictionary, and he actually was trying to tie it in because in the Black's Law Dictionary, what they're saying is that the corporate entity, which this is all bullshit in the first place, the corporate
Hmm.
entity, which is the state, um, has basically disenfranchised you and put you into a position where they're putting you under government rule and law where you have not consented because you have not gone into this contract, and therefore they're trying to steal your Sesqua trust, which is
Hmm.
$1 billion, which you're entitled to at birth, which is complete nonsense and horse crap anyway.
Because I
But
mean, where's my money at? Because I'm trying to figure out.
exactly, exactly. And
Can we get
so what
7 million all them?
And so, what he was trying to say with this particular argument is that the state is not allowed to put this trial before this jury because what's supposed to happen is that the injured parties, their estates and their trusts are supposed to sue his estate and his trust. It's not supposed to be the state versus him because that is a flawed logic and a flawed
Hmm.
process. So what he is saying is that these individuals who are being bought by the corporate entity are trying to steal his trust, and therefore their financial incentive for testifying is this monetary gains. That is how he was trying to tie it all in. It's complete nonsense, and it's a complete fictional riddle because on TV, you know this as well as I do.
Yep.
An entity can be an injured party just the same way as a human being can be a freaking injured party. Because guess what? You know what? I'll give you a perfect example. Fox News just had to pay out a big $1 billion settlement to Smartmatic. Isn't Smartmatic an entity? It's not. It's a corporation. It's an entity. It's not a living human being. So how is it that an entity was able to recover damages from another entity? That's why his whole theory is nonsense.
And you know, they just said, I saw something the other day because it was after this trial that I went on the rabbit hole of sovereign citizens, and they are a character in itself. And but it was something the other day where it was saying the reason why he says I accept for value the return for value, and the accept for value was a part of that whole straw man thing because of the fact that he got $1 million or something sitting out there, and that's where your value is. And I was sitting here like, okay, no, that, sir, get your life together. Read the materials. I don't think that you understand that you're supposed to did your homework last night. Instead, what I was telling you, Mom, Auntie, was to say, do those clacking, because I heard you do it for a quick second. Whenever he started doing that typewriter reading, I was expecting you to go clack, 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 clack. That was going to be hilarious to me. Oh, somebody had asked a question. Sorry. They said, did he have any financial, Shannon did, financial incentive for having an EBT card that belonged to someone else? Financial, that's called thievery. It's called thieving. He was just a thief. That's all. It's like everybody else getting somebody else's EBT card. He just, you know.
I also want to point something out. Like if I were an attorney and I were like going up against Darrell Brooks, which I would never, that'd be a waste of my time. But one thing that I want to point out is that he didn't completely espouse the entire sovereign citizen theory, because one thing that sovereign citizens do not do, true sovereign citizens, they do not ever get a government IDs, or they do not get anything that, because they feel like that's the way that the government can keep you down. And there's there's also law-abiding sovereign citizens. The best example of law-abiding sovereign citizens that I can give you are the Mennonites, the Amish people, because they govern themselves by their own laws. They do not espouse to the corporate entities and everything like that, but they're law-abiding citizens, and their laws are way more strict than ours. But here's how Darrell Brooks basically just undercut his entire argument. They found him with a state of Wisconsin identification card. That I you know what I would tell Darrell Brooks, but like, okay, where's the contract between you and the state of Wisconsin? Well, Darrell, your contract is when you went down to the DMV and provided them with your birth certificate, and then had to sign your name and your signature and put your fingerprints in the DMV, and that was the corporate entity that you just made a contract with, that you were going to abide by the laws of the state of Wisconsin.
Right. Right. And
am I lying about that? That's the contract.
That's the contract.
And every page that Detective Carpenter said, every time he signed his name, he had to initial on every page and sign Darrell Brooks. And you know what I'm saying? When he did the, what was it, Miranda or whatever, the Miranda statement. He had to sign. Like, there was so many ways that he signed his name, and then all of a sudden he forgot his name. I don't consent to that name. I don't. And then he laid down, and I just said, every time the truth is the truth. Here I go, sound like Darrellism. The truth is about to hit him. He doesn't watch the videos. You see his head he's busy writing. I want to look at those papers and see what he's writing. He's probably writing Scooby-Doo on that paper. But he is down there writing something.
But he
And
watches all of the parade videos though. He watches those.
yes, but that's like a psychopath or something because he is a sadist. He's just watching the damage that he's done. If I go to a parade for my child, I have my video out. There, everybody had their videos out. Sir, we saw you. You had your window down. We don't care if you had tinted windows on those back windows. You had 2 windows down. We saw you. So that was the whole thing. It was like they saw him, and so he's sitting here saying, "Well, did the car have tinted windows? What does it matter?" None of his questions proved his case. Like there was nothing to the questioning that proved that he did not do it. That there was somebody else in the car. I just want to know who else jumped in that driver's seat. That's what I want to know because he kept asking, was there anybody else in the car? Who else can drive the car with you? Because
Good.
No,
I was gonna ask. I was gonna ask you a question. I was wondering though, because another reason I think that he might have gone with this sovereign citizen theory is that he knew that he absolutely had no defense. He knew. I don't know. He didn't look at any of the state's evidence, but he knew what he did, and he knew he had guilty knowledge. People who have guilty knowledge know exactly what they did, and he knew the evidence he was now going to be able to get away with it because they had video of him and everything. But do you think that he possibly went into this knowing that he could not possibly win it, but he was going to try everything he possibly could to get like a mistrial or something like that?
I believe that wholeheartedly.
Yeah.
That was his intent the whole time, was to do a mistrial, frustrate the judge and the prosecution to get them to say or do something and try and get a mistrial.
Absolutely. He was doing everything in his power. He was listening in with that good ear to that table to the left because he knew the prosecutors were saying something about him. And I mean, they even told him Judge Darrell told him from day one, when these attorneys leave, you will not have any assistance. And it was like it went in one ear and out the other that he was not going to have any assistance. And he had that 50-minute rant about nothing, about I'm supposed to have assistance. No, you're not. They told you weren't. You know what I'm saying? Like, where did you hear this at? No, he's like coming up with things out of the blue just to hold up. I was like, this is a delay tactic, Judge. Put him in the other courtroom. I was just like, put him in the other courtroom.
He could have the trial would have still been going on now if he could have continued on. It'd be a never-ending trial.
At times I got frustrated with Judge Darrell because she did a really great job, but I feel like sometimes she babysitted this son of a bitch a little too much, man. Like, I real talk, man. This man, like, especially like on the last day, when he was presenting his defense, his last day of his defense, like right before they did the jury instructions, and right when he said he lost Douglas Kohler, I think that was intentional. I think he purposely lost that file for Douglas Kohler, because I think, and this is, I can never prove this, and I'm never going to ask Darrell, nor would I give a damn what he has to say anyway. I think that he knew.
Okay.
I think he knew that Erica Patterson was part of the morning crew, one of the 3 witnesses that were there for the morning crew. He wanted to delay long enough to get to the 10:30 witnesses and skip past her to keep her there as long as possible. I truly believe that was his entire intention. And it was painfully obvious. And Judge Darrell allowed him to go on for 15 minutes in front of the jury. Now, I don't give a damn that Darrell Brooks was sitting there prejudicing himself. I don't give a damn about this. What I did not like was, for the benefit of the jury, I don't like when the jury has their time wasted, because these individuals are taking time away from their families. And anybody that's ever served on jury duty, I had to serve on jury duty one time it was an assault and battery case. And like, listen, there like just even 4 breaks that we took, like those were painful. Like if
Yeah.
I had to sit through this, like, and you don't get paid anything as a jury, you get paid like maybe like $9
It's
an
like
hour.
$6. Yep.
Yeah, you get like a $200 check, and you
And they
better
give you a
be
lunch
you better
allowance, right?
yeah, you get a lunch allowance, and you better hope that your job is cool enough to where they will pay you while you're on jury selection.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
The difference.
So these people are taking like 3 weeks out of their time having to listen to this complete nonsense case, and you're sitting there wasting their time. That's when Judge Joel should have been like, you know what, we're gonna get the jury out of here, Mr. Brooks. You have one time to conform your conduct, or you're going over into the other courtroom. It shouldn't have gone that long because it was painfully obvious to me.
Yeah, I mean, it was
Yeah.
obvious. He was definitely trying to have Erica stay there the entire day because he needed another day to get at her. And that was gonna
I
be his
mean,
last shot.
I don't even think that she should have allowed him to ask her any more questions because half of those questions were just, I mean, he was really trying to keep bringing up the 20th. And we all knew that you smacked her down, but you couldn't prove it. They already said why they didn't bring the 20th in, and it wasn't the fact that it wasn't anything that didn't happen. It was just the fact that there wasn't anything that could be shown. That they didn't want to confuse the jury, for that day, so they just scratched it. Basically, it's like, so why keep bringing it up? You know what I'm saying? Just let it go. And he just kept harping on that day for her. I personally feel like he just wanted to see her. He wanted to talk to her because she was avoiding him.
Yep,
And
38 calls that she never accepted.
Okay, she was ignoring him. She was all smiles when Zach was talking to her. Then when she turned to him, she was like, I felt every bit of that energy shift when she turned her head to him. Okay, happy birthday. And to me, that was like, if somebody had said to me on something else, don't call somebody, if you don't know what they're diagnosed with, but whatever, that was like some narcissistic move right there. Happy birthday, and the little smirk and smile with it. Nah, no, I would have been like, I can't accept that. Like, I'm not accepting your niceties,
You remember when Erica came and she said that she was pissed off when he said that to her?
Mm-hmm.
She's like, what the fuck
Yeah.
is that?
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Because that's another way of getting at me.
What I will never I mean, obviously there's plenty of things I'm never gonna understand about how the hell Darrell Brooks thinks, but what I don't understand, man, is just if I'm just looking at this from a logical standpoint, and maybe I look at it from a legal standpoint more so than I need to look at it than anything.
Yeah, you need to
dude.
yeah.
Yeah, dude, you are on trial for 76 counts. 61 of your counts are reckless endangering safety, which is an aggravated B-class felony, and then 6 of your counts are for intentional homicide, which is the equivalent of murder, which is an A-class felony. All them felonies right there put you away for life. Like, even if you were able to like get not guilties on the first 6 intentional homicides, which I don't know how the hell that would happen. Johnny Cochran couldn't have gotten you off on that.
No.
The 61 counts of reckless endangering safety, if those run consecutive, that's a life sentence right there. And you're sitting here arguing about a misdemeanor battery charge that is a 9-month penalty that got dropped, and you're trying to disprove a drop charge. Every defense attorney in the world was sitting there looking like, dude, what the hell is wrong with you? First of all, why are you even asking about a drop charge? Because every defense attorney, I can assure you, the moment that the prosecution decides to drop a charge from your indictment, they're like, cool, we're not talking about it no more. I don't care why they talk. I don't care why they dropped it. We're not discussing it. We're not gonna look no gift horse in the mouth. What you mean? You dropped the charges against my client? Okay, we're not talking about it. This man wants to keep bringing it up and trying to disprove a charge that's not even on his indictment.
You remember in the beginning where that video, there was a video where Erica was heard saying, me and my baby daddy, we get into fights, something like that. And so Darrell was able to get that video that suppressed.
Right.
And then he wanted to call the police officer and have him on the subpoena that was the one that's going to offer that evidence. And the judge was like, well, we just got that suppressed. So you want to call the witness whose testimony I said that we couldn't use. Like, really?
You know what?
Right.
I think that was probably that was the one time in this, and trust me, Darrell Brooks don't get no kind of credit for me. That was the one time I was like, you know what, bro, that was actually a pretty damn good objection because first of all, like for appellate purposes, he actually kind of screwed himself over because I didn't hear that thing the first time. I had to listen to it about 3-4 times before I heard it. And the fact that he heard that on the very first time, because you know he didn't listen to the exhibits before, he heard that on the first time. That disproves the fact that he can't hear. Also, from a legal standpoint, I'm just not sure that I would have even objected to that because he would have probably had, because if his goal was to get a mistrial, what it would have been smarter to do was let that evidence come into, let it come into evidence, let the jury have deliberated over it. And guess what? You gave your appellate attorney something for a possible mistrial because guess what? Hey, look, this was the judge's pretrial order. They've blatantly violated the judge's pretrial order, and that evidence got presented before the jury. That prejudiced my defense. Now, I don't know if that's going to be grounds for a meritorious appeal, but that would have given you something. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, but he would have to actually have some, strategy.
Smart, yeah, I agree. Yeah, but I'm
He
just
would
saying.
have his thought process.
Yeah,
He would have to think about that. But that lets me further know that he wasn't doing anything but listening to what Erica had to say.
Yep.
Intent, like he was listening to what she had to say because he didn't say what Corey said. He said she said on this video. Anybody else. He was like zeroed in on what she was saying. Just run. Everybody run. You got somebody is zeroing in on a video like that because I didn't even hear it. I was like, well, damn.
I still have not made it out. So
yeah.
I just want to know, was that with the good ear? Because he said he couldn't hear it that one ear.
Wrong with he had hearing issues when he had to, act out, got put in timeout. Then all of a sudden he couldn't hear.
What did y'all think about when Zach completely dressed him down? Like when he was trying to put those pictures in front of the
that was
jury,
that
like
whole
of their
day,
which
that whole day.
When he said, well, where did I get these from? I shouted, yo mama. I knew that was from your mama because them look like some straight up Polaroid camera 35. Like you went to Wally World and got them cameras. I know where you got them pictures. It came from your mama because she has been putting. His mama has been putting out information, but she can't come to court
because she knew better.
So she doesn't want to show her face, and that to me is saying you can't face these families, but you are trying your best and darndest to help him get out. So every single way you're trying to help him.
We had a recall on the vehicle. I'm gonna give you all this information to take to the court. There's a recall on the vehicle. Maybe you can try that one.
Okay, wait. This was a 2010 vehicle.
2010 vehicle.
And when was the recall?
I actually looked this up myself because I wanted to see if what he was saying was true or not. There was now he's right that there was a class action lawsuit against Ford, but that was like for specific models. But what it was an extended warranty issue because there were a few vehicles in a particular time that like were having like these issues. But what Ford did was they extended the warranty, and what they did was those specific vehicles, there was only like 5 or 6 of them. They recalled those 5 or 6 of them, and then those individuals, they ended up getting like a new Ford Escape or whatever. But this had absolutely nothing to do with Don Woods. And kind of to your point, Jay Jones, what I think about that particular situation, about with him getting those pictures and everything, knowing how narcissistic and how much Darrell Brooks is into himself and how obsessed he was with Erica, if this man had any kind of letters from Erica Patterson, this man would have done a
Okay.
They
Usain
would have
Bolt sprint
already
up
been.
into that courtroom and would have said, look, Judge Darrell, look what I got. Look what I got.
Yep.
The reason I know that is because I actually did read the letter that the prosecution sent to Judge Darrell and CC'd him. They did say in the letter that there was no factual basis for count 77, that event did not happen. They probably shouldn't have worded it that way, because guess what Darrell Brooks did? He went to the grave and said, oh, look, I got a document that says that this event never happened. I mean, they shouldn't have worded it that way. And then Dawn Woods, she was willing to help her son, but she was not willing to put her own freedom on the line to help her son. Because the thing is, she knew that she had been telling Darrell Brooks lies. She told him anything that he wanted to hear in them jail phone calls, because she knew Detective Casey had met with her. She knew that he had gone to the home, because Detective Casey's not going to go on. First of all, he's not going to get on the witness stand and lie for no damn Darrell Brooks. And then secondly,
she gave
Dawn
him the ring footage.
Yes, she
exactly.
did. And he said that too.
Yeah. And so Dawn Woods was like, okay, baby, I can't go there and testify, but I'm going to give you this. So that's why she didn't show up to court, because can you imagine if she would have gotten on the witness stand and been able to testify? Because first of all, them pictures, Zach was definitely bringing up them pictures, but like, okay, is it Miss Woods? Is it not true? And you know, Darrell, his stupid behind would have opened up the door in 5,000 different ways.
Yep.
He'd have been like, oh,
is it fair to say,
Miss Woods, is it true that on such and such date you had a phone call with your son, telling him that you were going to send photos to him, and have him use? And if she would have said no, okay, now I can immediately impeach that testimony. Okay, Your Honor, I'd like to play this for the witness. Miss Brooks, is it not true that you were giving him legal advice about? Well, I don't know if she would have been able. They would have been able to go into that, because I guess that even though she's not an attorney, that technically could fall under attorney-client privilege. But anyway, I'm going way too far into it. But like, there's so many ways that she could have just been massacred, proving that she was biased, impeached their entire testimony, and then Darrell Brooks would have made his mama look even worse on that witness stand. She made a very smart decision not showing up to court for him. She did. That was the smartest decision she could have made.
But not singing what the cage bird sing. That wasn't smart.
I'm gonna let y'all deal with that one.
I was so offended. I was just like, no, she is not reciting how the cage bird sings. Like, are you what? I was at work, like, oh my God, like, do y'all hear this? The cage bird, really? Darrell Brooks is a cage bird? Really?
I couldn't remember how old I was when I read that book, but I was like, I know Maya Angelou didn't write this book for that purpose. Like, what was that? What the hell was that?
We didn't endure it enough and to have Dawn Woods sully that poem for that fool. But yeah, you're right, Glenn. If they if he actually had letters from Erica Patterson, letters would have been there, and he would have pulled them out like he tried to do with those stupid pictures. And the fact that he could not answer that question, even though the judge helped him and said, you know, do you recognize her penmanship? It's information that she would know. They're from Erica Patterson.
And then Auntie B, what I also find funny is because, like, she was also giving him an opportunity to create a perfect lie that would have been reasonable, but Darrell Brooks wasn't smart enough to catch on to what she was doing. And let me tell you how it was happening. So she was like, is it some penmanship or whatever? And then he interrupted her. He was like, I'm gonna say, and I know this is true, you've never been in my position, you've never been in jail. He couldn't get out. He couldn't form the proper lie. The proper lie that he was trying to form was, you have never been in my position. And what he should have said was, Your Honor, me and this witness have a no contact order with each other. This witness would not sign a letter because this witness knows that if she signed this letter, that it would violate our no contact order and she would be in trouble. That would be a perfect cognizable lie that he could have told, and he could have possibly put forth a fake letter and said, this is from Erica Patterson, but she's not going to sign it because she knows we have a no contact order. Yeah, exactly. That would have been the perfect, now, because that lie would have made sense, right?
Right.
Yeah. But he couldn't get that. But he couldn't get that lie out. And so
and nobody signs letters.
Exactly. Ain't nobody signs letters. Exactly. So when you say it like that, it's like, bro, what are you talking about? And then he also erroneously, because first of all, I don't know if Judge Dorr has or hasn't been, but whether or not she has or hasn't been to jail, first of all, don't assume that she hasn't because you have no idea what she did in her past. And then secondly, she's not on trial right now.
Correct.
Okay.
You are. You are the one on trial, and you are the one giving the offer of proof as to why you feel like these photos are relevant. And you were the one that came out initially and said, do you want to see the letter?
Exactly. Do I got to bring the letter? Yes.
Exactly. Like he had a letter. He asked the question. You would have thought he had a letter. But if he had a letter, he would have skipped the dude out himself right up in there with the letter. That would have been the first thing in his hand with those pictures in it. He would have bounced that in there, opened it up like he did everything else out that box. You know what I'm saying? How he was opening up that box and pulled out a folder. He would have had that envelope in there.
That red folder.
It would have came out in 2 seconds and he would have been ready. That would have been his first question to her. Like, don't we have a no contact order? That would have been his line of questioning. Instead, he went around the King Come and everything else and, just to get to how did I get these pictures? I'd have said, I don't know. How did you get them pictures? Because I gave it to your sister Michelle. I would have told it.
And how stupid does this man have to be? Like Darrell he's on a level of stupid criminal I've never heard of before. First of all, dude, all your jail calls are recorded. And in a case of this magnitude, don't you think that they're gonna be sitting here listening to your freaking phone calls? And then secondly, if these pictures have come from your mom, like when this is what I love is like Darrell Brooks could not, he had no way of anticipating like the haymaker that was about to come. Like he would just like throw these jabs and like Jack would just come like with like that haymaker. Like he had no idea that they was gonna bring up that sex offender stuff. And like I think that like would truly embarrass the hell out of him. And honestly, even before, because I don't know that this is what Zach was going to bring up, but I think that the fourth thing that Zach was going to bring up was the fact that him and Angel still have that court case in Waukesha County where he has that pending child support case that's like a 19-year-old file that he has like he's had like 8 warrants put out on him. So if he's gonna go and insinuate that Erica Patterson is a bad mom, then we're gonna counter that by pointing out that this defendant has not paid child support in 19 years for his grown child, and it has now gotten to the point where they have put out 8 arrest warrants for him in order for him, and he has not had any contact whatsoever with his second child. All of that would, yep, absolutely. Like I think that's where Zach was gonna go with his fourth point, but Darrell got like all in his feelings about the fact that Zach brought him out to be a sex offender, which is true and everything like that. But
he could not have that on his jacket going into the booty house. He couldn't have that on his jacket. That's why he went nuclear when he heard sex offender, because they did not like sex offenders in jail.
But I think Darrell brought that up, or Zach brought that up. One of them brought it up, and if if somebody was doing the math, they would have already figured out that he was a sex offender, because they was like, it was Darrell, because he was like, how do you know the defendant? And she was like, we got a kid together. And he was like, how old are you? You know what I'm saying? Like he was bringing in the math, and he was like 15 years ago. Well, if you add her age and you do you know what I'm saying? I was like, okay,
Right.
do the
Jay
math.
Jones, I can't speak for Auntie B. I'm gonna speak for myself. Listen, I want to become an attorney because one thing that attorneys are not good at is math. I promise
No,
you that would have.
I'm
I promise you
sorry.
that. I promise you that math went over everybody. That went
Yes.
over like most.
See,
Yeah,
my job is in payroll, so I
yeah. That
or
went
in
over my head.
taxes.
Like,
So
yeah.
so I'll be over here like to carry the one, but wait a minute, I'd have been messed it up all the way because I was like, you 40 and she 30.
Nope.
So okay, so if you count back,
Nope. I wouldn't have done
you
that math.
little,
I couldn't have done
At
that math
all.
that fast.
Hey, Glenn,
yeah.
Not at
don't,
all.
Glenn, don't they say if I was good at math, I would have gone to medical school?
Exactly. Yep. Yep. Absolutely. Absolutely.
You will hear that sometime. You'll hear
You
like
know, and
a judge or somebody will say that. Like, if I was good in math, I would have gone to medical school, not law school.
Mm-hmm.
and
Yep.
that is so sad because I think when that was coming up, I was at work and I was sitting up there just clacking away, and I was like, wait a minute, hold up.
But when I saw
Some may
Erica, I'm
sound
like,
right.
man, she looked young. She looked
Okay,
young and
just
she sound young.
okay. And he's 40 and he's still dressing like he in the Oshkosh Bagosh section. So that already told me that he's still trying to act like he's 15. So I
Yes.
need him to come up out of that section. So this is why he was in the grooming section. He's grooming these young ones. So
I'm still
sorry, that's
mad
what it
about
is.
I'm still mad about all of these rap videos. Okay.
I'm sorry.
I'm
It really
very
was.
I'm very annoyed by these rap songs. They're all awful. Like
Yeah.
I always play That's the Business because that's the best one.
I just I mean, I feel so bad for Erica because like I mean, now granted she couldn't have possibly known like how much of an asshole that this dude was, and she couldn't have possibly known like how but like
He
just
was
the crap that like he had her believing, like because she
Thank you,
legitimately
Shannon.
was scared to death of him because she legitimately believed that like he had like all these connections in Milwaukee or whatever. But the first
Yep.
thing I would have been like is like, okay, if Buddy got like all these connections and he's gonna have people like come up to my house or whatever, he's like, you know, my young niggas move how I tell them to move. Then how come we sitting in the back of your mama's car?
okay. Say that again. Speak for
And,
the
I-
people in the back, because I
and
was just
it's
gonna say,
dirty.
how are you in the
It's dirty. Got
TV?
all
How
that
do you got
junk
a
in there.
cord?
The
I just want to know
extension
how we
cord.
got the cord.
The
The
extension
extension
cord
cord
from
in
the
the
house
back.
to the car.
Sir, you living large. This is large. This
And
is
Erica
it.
said he wears the same thing over and over because he only has like 2 pair of pants.
Yeah.
Y'all,
And I need
that was
go
no,
ahead,
I'm
Jay Jones.
sorry. Is that a fake beard in his picture? Y'all, look on the side of that picture that's up there. It's a fake beard. I think that thing was about to fall off. Look, if y'all see, he already had fake dreads because
I
she
know how
said
to
them
fake
dreads was
dreads.
fake.
You said a fake beard.
If
Hold
you
on.
if you look at that picture on the left side, on the looking at the picture on the left side of the picture, it looked like part of the beard was coming off. I'm telling you, everything about that man was telling me imitation.
Oh, for sure.
It was
Yeah,
screaming.
It
but
was
my
screaming fraud.
but Jay Jones, Auntie B, I want to know something. It's like this has always been a personal curiosity for me from like this case. I'm wondering why nobody's looking at the Milwaukee Police Department the same way that they looking at like, you know, the district attorney. Because what I want to know is, okay, so the Milwaukee Police Department, you collected this video evidence of of Darrell Brooks running over this girl with this red Ford Escape. Now, not only is he allowed to bound out with all the bullshit that he's got on his record in the first place, which is absolutely ridiculous, but
Right.
how is it that that vehicle was not impounded and collected as evidence? Because that is evidence in recklessly endangering safety. That's got his DNA. That's got his DNA evidence in it. and it's got personal effects of him and Erica Patterson.
Mhm.
How is it that that vehicle was then allowed to be accessed by an individual that has no contact with Darrell Brooks, and then he was able to then access the instrumentality that was alleged to have been in recklessly endangering safety, which is a Class B felony? How the hell did the Milwaukee Police Department allow that?
Right.
You know,
Mhm.
I don't even know because they let well, like you said, they let him out on what was it, $1,000 bond or something like that?
I
Like
mean,
that was
yeah, but again, this vehicle was the instrumentality
Mhm.
alleged in the crime of recklessly endangering safety and domestic violence. How
Mhm.
was the individual who is out on bond able to access the exact same instrumentality that he was arrested for and he is out on bond pending charges for trial? How? How?
Yeah.
Milwaukee said, "What's the little?" They was like, "What's the little tire mark?" They didn't. You listen. They was not paying attention to that. I'm
Y'all
pretty
think
sure
it
they
was
wasn't.
y'all think it was because of COVID that it kind of
No,
switched its
this was
back?
after COVID. This is 2021. This
Oh,
is like
okay.
I could give them the COVID excuse for him getting out on bail the first time because he had sat in the House of Corrections for like
Mm-mm.
9 months and like
Mhm.
everybody's like cases has gotten all backed up. So that might have been a screw that might have been a screw up, but that one I can kind of somewhat understand. I
Mhm.
can't understand that after this man has he's gotten out on bond and he's pending charges and is scheduled to get sentenced for shooting at his nephew, and he's got a no contact with his nephew, and he's got a no contact with his mom, which got violated, which nobody cares about, and he got pinned up for bail jumping on that case. He is now out on bond on $1,000 bond for that, and now we're not going. We've seen with his history that he's got a history of violence, and we're not
Mhm.
going to take the instrumentality alleged from him that he was in recklessly endangering safety. That would be like somebody that shot at
Yes.
somebody and they're in the hospital and you allow them to get the gun back in
Right.
which they shot somebody. That
Mhm.
makes no sense. And Milwaukee needs to get held to the fire for that because that is ridiculous.
I
Well, maybe
think
the
one of the
mom said,
victims.
"Oh, go ahead."
I was gonna say, I think one of the victims said that they were like they were saying in their victim impact statements that the mayor and somebody else should have been held accountable for that.
Mhm.
But do you think that the reason they gave him back the car, and I'm just throwing this out there, is because he said he was homeless and that was his abode, and the
He could
fact
have
that
gone,
because
well,
they
no, nope, because this is what I would counter that with is because if he is homeless, the first thing is he's not supposed to be back in his mom's yard because that's a no contact violation. Secondly, he could easily go to any one of these halfway houses and homeless shelters and that the state would provide because guess what? That would show that he is not violating the conditions of his bond. So that's nonsense about he has to get the instrumentality back. Nah.
I'll go get
he
with
was
one of his
still
baby mamas.
well, he was still living at home. I mean, it was kind of weird how he was still living in the backyard because he was supposed to stay away from his nephew, right?
Yep.
And his nephew
Yeah.
stayed in the house.
Yep.
So
Yeah.
nobody called him out on that. I'm surprised his nephew never called in and said, "Hey, this man's staying right in the backyard. Like he's not supposed to be here." So that was I found that interesting. I would have called
I
and been
haven't
like,
really
"Listen."
heard much from I haven't really heard much from his nephew, and his nephew's not really wanting to do very many interviews or anything like that. I would love to hear from Anaji to hear like his perspective on that. I'm in a way I'm kind of glad that Darrell Brooks is pleading out of that case, so that way Anaji doesn't have to live through that again. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm. But
Hmm.
he is gonna go and mess with Erica though.
Oh, of course,
So
of course.
that's not gonna be that. We're going to trial on that one.
Yeah,
Just
he's gonna go all the way up until he can cut it off to where he has to go pro per again.
I hope so.
No, that's what he's gonna do. He's gonna get all the information. He's gonna make them do all the work, and then he's gonna be like, "I need to go pro per. I know we like 2 days down, and just so he can talk to her, because that's the whole thing. He wants control.
Shannon Ward brings up a great point, but I'm gonna tell you right now, I can't speak for how it is in y'all states. She says he didn't have a valid license; he shouldn't have access to a vehicle. I'm gonna tell you right now, 95% of these police departments do not care about that. They just gonna write you a
Mhm.
freaking ticket and let you just go up on your way, man. I can't tell you. Like honestly, the county actually prefers for people to not to drive without licenses because they need to make their money. So they don't give a damn that he
Mhm.
didn't have a license. That was probably the least. If you notice, the one thing that never got brought up in this trial at all, not even by Detective Carpenter or any of them, they didn't care about him not having a license.
Yeah, that was the least of
Mm-mm.
their worries. Was that?
Yeah.
No, I think the only thing they said was that his name was on there as Darrell E. Brooks, and they was like in
Yep.
all caps, and then so they was like, "You are who you said you are because you got a driver's license. I mean, a ID card."
And it's
Yeah.
all of these ICFs.
I live in Nevada, and I know like particularly here that like one thing that the county loves, like the officers here will not even arrest you if you don't have a license unless you have like a warrant pending for your arrest. They won't arrest you if you're driving without a license. They're just gonna give you a ticket, and then they'll literally let you drive the car off.
Mm-hmm. He said,
Yeah.
"She said, how can you give a car to someone with no license?"
Because you are a trifling mother and then you're an
Mhm.
enabler.
Mhm.
I want to know how exactly that she was able, because he says that she doesn't know how to drive and she didn't have a license. So how the hell was she able to buy the vehicle? That's what I'm like.
That's what
Milwaukee is
I
really
was
making me
wondering.
curious.
Yes, I was wondering that too when he was like, "Yeah, she has no license and she's never learned how to drive." I'm like, "How does that work?"
I think that's lies.
Of
I
course, it's
think he was
lies.
lying. I mean, I think he was lying through his teeth through that whole thing. He was busy trying to figure out that whole time what they knew before so that he could figure out his whole defense
Yeah.
for this trial, because
The only
every
reason I believe that
question.
that's true, the only reason I believe that that's true is because Erica Patterson did kind of back that up by saying that his mom takes the bus to work every single day.
Well,
Which is
yeah, but
crazy to
she,
me.
but I think she does that because
He's
of
got the
who her
car.
son is, because he got the car, and she's paying for that car. She's probably one of those ones that's like doesn't want to hear his mouth, because remember he didn't he assault her and she put him out the house. So if you know who your son is or your child is, you just go with the flow. If you're one of those parents or whatever and you just go with the flow, they just allow him to do whatever. Yeah, just give him the car, and just like you said, an enabler. It's kind of like one of those people that and lets the kids be on drugs in the house. Yeah, do what you want to do in the
And your
basement,
boyfriend in the
son.
house. Yeah.
Yeah, do
I'd
what you
rather you
want
do
to
it here
do.
than out there.
Yeah, we're not gonna do that. We're not. But that's what she was allowing.
Mhm.
So, and like she said, he would take the bus. She would take the bus, and I'll be damned if I'm gonna be taking the bus and my child got me out here walking.
And it ain't like he
No.
had no job and anywhere to go. You can't take your mama to
Yeah.
work.
Right. Like what child? What kind of son, child that you got your mama? You can't even drop your mama off at her job. Like, mama, what
Right.
time you get off? I'll come back and pick you up. You don't even see about her security, like her protection. You
Right.
just, I got to be here. No, it's about the thuggish ruggish bone. I'm about to start singing, y'all.
Fake
Y'all didn't
God,
want to
man.
hear it. Yeah. Y'all didn't want to.
I have one more
Ouija,
question for
are
you
you
guys.
with me? Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry,
Mhm.
y'all got to stop me asking questions. You know I'm
No, go
inquisitive. You
ask
know
what
how
you need to
lawyers be
ask.
let to do that.
Nope. Nope.
I just wanted to ask you guys, like, as bad of a person. Oh, hey Paisley, how you doing? As bad of a
Hey,
person
Ken,
as
how you
Darrell Brooks
doing?
was, I did not even me. I didn't expect that like he would act the way that he did, like in front of the victims during the victim impact
Oh
statements.
man, that was
Like I
awful.
that like did that surprise? Like, I don't want to say it's surprise. I don't want to use the word surprise, but I expected him to be a little bit more contrite and a little bit more remorseful, especially like when you heard like the young victims, like the band members, like the teenagers and stuff like that. Because if you claim to love your daughter and stuff like that, and you claim to like love your kids,
that's a lie.
I just don't know how. Like to this day, I have not gone back and watched all the victim impact statements just because it's too painful. Like because I didn't realize how bad these injuries were some of these people got through, and like some of the PTSD that they gonna live with for the rest of their lives. Like, how did y'all feel like seeing him roll his eyes, like doing like the fake clapping, like when you have a victim that's literally testifying that you killed his mom and you're rolling your eyes? Like, how did that make y'all feel?
See, what did you say? Wish Karen was a daddy's girl.
Yeah, the daddy's girl.
You know, I felt like I was surprised that so these people are they gave me Whoville because they were really nice, and I said y'all really living, because I was really expecting some Jeffrey Dahmer mamas to come out, because you know how that mama came out and she was ready to go across that stand at them. And I felt like there was somebody, especially that one son, who you could tell Lee Owens' son.
Oh yeah, that was Chris Owen. That was Chris Owen. Chris Owen.
Because he still feels some pain, and you're not just gonna sit here and roll your eyes because the attention is not on you anymore. You know what I'm saying? Because now you got to listen to how many people was it that got up there to speak and tell about their pain? Exactly. And that's 27 people, no telling how long they going to talk, that's not on you. And you saw the minute that his mama got up there to speak, he took the mask off. He started crying. He started acting like a boo-boo the fool. You know what I'm saying? When grandma got up there, not so much, because she said what? He lost his mind. As soon as she said that, the mask almost fell off. I'm an observer. The soonest some of the comments was going on, his facials almost changed up. It was kind of like, okay, you now you overstepping your boundaries. You remember?
The only person I feel like he had some type of contrition for was Jackson. A little bit, but
I think that was fake a little bit. I think that was also fake.
Oh, I agree. I agree.
I think so too. I think it was like, I think all of that was fake. I think and as a grown man, you rolling your eyes like really?
Like
you rolling your eyes? You're supposed to be for real. You are supposed to be a gangster. The amount of tears that you bawling, the amount of eye rolling, I can't tell. I can't tell. The way he acted was just, it was just bad. It really was awful. I mean, it was really no self-awareness. Like, I would have thrown myself at the mercy of the court at that time, but that truly showed that he didn't know who was sentencing him. He did not know who was going to be the one to throw the gavel at him, like to say, here's your life. You know what I'm saying? I think he thought that jury was going to come with all the the news. When they said, when he said you can nullify, and the jury said you can go, and the judge said you can go home, and he had to turn around and kiss butt. Then it was a whole different story.
And he wasn't able to completely like walk back everything, because if you notice, like when he was trying to be like courteous to Judge Darrell, he was kind of trying to play off of the victims. He was like, it's hard to top what's already been said about you. And it's like, you look at the look in his face. It was like he was going down a rabbit hole of like, you have. It's like he was like, he didn't want to say, like, and then I'm so glad man, Judge Darrell, she got a little bit of gangster in her. I love when she completely shut that bullshit down and said, Mr. Brooks, I'm not looking to get accolades from anybody.
Yes, yes.
Right. Shut it down. Shut it down. Shut it down. That's what I wanted.
Mm-hmm. Oh, they call you a superhero, and people dressed up like you for Halloween. That has
I
nothing
was
to
like,
do with anything
I
at
was like,
all.
shut your ass up.
Yeah.
But do feel like he did himself a disservice saying all of that. I mean, doing all of that because little did he know she was just writing it down. She was just taking notes.
Yep.
What did she say? She had 17 notepads of notes of that included his eye rolling. And if you watch the case where she came back for the what was it, the retribution of the extra money or whatever, she put that in her notes in that commentary. She said the way you acted in that court, I mean, hell, you gonna get every last bit of this extra dollars. And I know that if that meant that if there was some more money that came, she gonna add it to it too. Cause she was like, I was tired of you then and I'm tired of you now. Like, I don't care. You gonna
He
get
made
every last bit of this money.
he made he made a mockery of everything in the judicial system.
Yeah.
I feel so bad for Judge Doyle. Now, I don't know if I should feel bad for Judge Doyle because I mean she does get paid a lot of money to do what she does. But like at the end of the day, like you don't talk to anybody. I would not talk to like a stranger the way that Darrell Brooks talked to Judge Doyle.
Right.
Like it's like did like dude, do you understand that you are coming into a courtroom and you are being shackled by your ankles to a tether in the middle of the court, and you are literally, like you said, Auntie, that he has to ask to get a shower? Like you are not in control of this. This woman she allowed you to believe that you had some type of control or some type of power. But like at the end of the day, you're talking to a judge. This woman had to do things in order for her to get there. The only thing that you had to do in order for you to be in your position is to literally be a dumbass and be stupid enough to believe the stupid idiots that told you that this sovereign citizen nonsense was going to work and that you could represent yourself pro per.
Proper.
What did TKO say? The Michelle lady who spoke to him, she said, I think there was a mutual friend that sent the pictures to Darrell's mother.
Yep.
What do y'all think?
It was. Yeah, Erica confirmed that.
Yeah, and Zach said that too, that they came all like he went through the trail of that, but they didn't really say, like she spoke about how he had that mental. That was the same person, right? The one that got up there and spoke on his behalf.
Yeah. Yeah. She went down the mental rabbit hole of mental illness.
Well, she seemed a little, there too. So I mean, anybody that says she still want to be friends with him even after the tragedy,
I'd be like, bro, I'm not coming on Zoom. I'm not coming.
Oh, but y'all remember? I don't know if y'all remember this. So like some people that's in the chat might remember this, but y'all remember that before that hearing started, he wanted to add another individual to the Zoom witness list, and when it came time for that person to testify, like on his behalf, that person didn't show up. I think her name was like Marsha Winters or something like that. Yeah, I still haven't found out who the hell Marsha Winters was, but like, yeah,
that's not a secret, baby mama, is it?
I don't know, because I'm still trying to figure out this claim about like this fourth kid, because I'm trying because I'm not good at math, but that math ain't math. And so if you had just gotten back because he had just gotten back to Milwaukee back in April. And so that's when, because he was in Georgia, he came back to Milwaukee in April. Him and no, they got back in June, my bad. And him and Erica was there, and like they was pretty much together because he was like all over her. So at what point would he have had time to conceive this baby if he got arrested in November and this baby was born in July? When that math ain't mathing. So that means to tell me that you was in the middle of Sagittarius season creating a Cancer baby. How did that math ain't mathing?
No, I don't see. I'm still thinking this is the grandbaby. I'm thinking that I'm thinking he lied so much that he threw that lie out there and he had to keep rolling with it. Sometimes you got to keep that lie going. And so since
And
you
as
put it out
thorough as
there,
as thorough as this investigation was, I have to believe that like Detective Carpenter, Detective Casey, they would have discovered that, because I don't
well,
think that that's something that they wouldn't have figured out, because they said, because Detective Casey, like he said that he went and specifically talked to every one of the women that Darrell Brooks had children with.
Right.
and he said, and that's what he said. We went and visited your 3 baby mamas, and he got upset about that. Remember, he said,
Yes.
I went and saw your people in Iowa and whoever, wherever they was, and he said, why'd you go out there? Because we can. That's what I would have said, but never mind. That's that's what they did, and there wasn't a fourth baby mama out there. They went to the people that he had children with.
Erica, Lord, I can't remember. Chris, what's her name? Dang, I can't remember.
Angel Fitzpatrick, and then there was
Yes.
Jessica Macklin. Yeah.
Yes. And Angel, that's Missy's mama, right?
Mm. But one of the children
Angel, no,
wasn't.
Angel is Xavier's mama.
Oh, okay.
Angel was Xavier's mama. Jessica is Missy's mom.
Missy's mama. Okay.
One of the children didn't. Is that the one that he owed, like, what was it, 40,000, however much money he owed?
That's
Didn't they
Xavier.
say he left at like 3 months old or something like that?
I
Which
heard something like that.
Yeah.
so
They
he
had
left
no
them when he.
contact with him at all.
Yeah. Okay. Was that the after the meth video or something? So you can go down this rabbit hole with this one.
So, okay, so when he had the interview with the detectives, his
Mhm.
interrogation, and he said that he's got 4, because he said that his son
Mm-mm.
is okay. He's got
He said he
3.
had 3.
Okay, and then the son is grown, but he keeps the girls.
That's what he said. Where?
I mean, I guess he keeps one in
Yeah, he said.
Georgia and the other one in Iowa.
Okay.
But what I find so funny about that, because I've gone back and watched the entirety of that interrogation about 3 times in its entirety. Yes, I know we obsessed with this damn case for some reason.
Yes,
But
we're
like,
obsessed.
but
I'm guilty.
if you ever go back and watch that particular timestamp of when he said that, he said, I mostly have my girls the back half of the
Back half
week,
of the week.
because but since all this happened, I've been having them every single day. If
Yes.
you go back and look at that exact timestamp, literally 3 minutes later, it's within 3 minutes of him saying that, he's talking about Erica, and like he's saying like
In Georgia.
how the Georgia thing, and he is like, she has 5 kids or whatever, some from her baby mom, so she's got a habit of doing this. Like, all of her kids live down in Georgia, none of them live up here. He literally contradicted himself within 3 minutes of making that one statement. Like, and it's crazy because he's so narcissistic and so quick to make up lies that he doesn't remember the shit that he says. But like, yeah, I want y'all to go back and look at him contradicting himself like within 3 minutes of that.
Yeah, remember when he said, he had said, oh man, I'm old, so if I don't just say it immediately, I lose it. He had said that that Erica and Arsenaway, he was saying that, I was telling Erica that she could come here, and my daughter hadn't even met my mama. And I'm like,
yeah.
Huh? How? The daughter hadn't met the mama? Yeah, he's got the umbilical cord.
Yeah.
Of all the children.
Yeah.
All the umbilical cord.
He's just one of those, like, it's like, my dude, it's like, can you at least do some, like, because look, people lie to the police all the time, which, first of all, any defense attorney will always tell you the first right that you have is the first thing they're going to tell you is do not talk to the police. And if you're going to talk to the police, don't talk to the police without a lawyer. Because what you don't want to do is, granted, Darrell Brooks didn't do anything really truly to like incriminate himself as far as like, evidentiary wise. But what he did was he eliminated his credibility before the jury.
Correct.
Because if you, because he couldn't even be honest about some of the most basic things. It's like his children, if he can't even be honest about like his children not living with him, like which they weren't even thinking about charging him for, then we can't even trust you. Like, dude came up with the worst possible lie. It's like you had an entire day, because the day before they tried to interview him, and then he, you
Yes.
know, he exercised his Fifth Amendment right. Then he goes back into his jail cell, and they have him there, and then they go back at noon. Now, mind you, by the time that they have interviewed him, they have already Detective Guth has already interviewed Erica Patterson twice at this point. So now they've got her statements, and now Erica Patterson's given them testimony that they can actually back up. She's not giving them non-descriptives like, "Oh, it's my friend Stephanie. Where does Stephanie live? Oh, I don't know. What's her phone number? I don't know." She's actually, "Oh, okay. My baby daddy ran me over at the BP gas station on Appleton. So now, as an investigator, I can go back and verify her statement. So, oh, okay. Is there a police report for it? Okay, yeah. So now I can go pull the police report. So now I can pull this police report, and I can see exactly, okay, yes, this is accurate that she said this. Oh, okay,
Mm-hmm.
they've got this police report. Oh, it is accurate that she got transported from this hospital to here. Oh, okay, so now I can verify all of these things that she's saying. So now they're asking him questions, not that they don't know the answer to, but asking him questions to see if he's going to be honest about the
Correct.
information that they already know. And
Mhm.
that is why you don't talk to the police, because Darrell Brooks knew everything that they know, but he didn't know that they knew everything that they know, because
And
he
he
knew
was
he
trying to
was in.
gauge and see if they knew.
Exactly. 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 Um, Somebody asked, who is Quita? We don't know. We still trying to figure out that.
But I had heard that Quita was the baby, the new baby's mama, Quita.
Yeah.
That's when he
I don't know.
in the closing, he was talking about Quita and how, you know, being there with somebody, and I wasn't there during their pregnancy to protect them, and like you did that with any of your other children. So whatever.
The reason I have to believe that that's false. The reason I'm just gonna believe that it's false, because I listened to like how Darrell Brooks talked about each one of his specific kids. Like when he talked about Xavier, he didn't really show too much emotion. He didn't really talk about Arsenaway really at all. Like I don't even think he mentioned her by name at all in his sentence and remarks. And then when he got to Missy, that's when he showed genuine emotion like that one, because he actually did like start crying and like getting choked up and everything. And then he had to kind of rein himself back in, because he started realizing, oh shit, I'm talking about my daughter when I'm talking in front of these victims who Jackson in particular is like, yeah, he was the same age as my daughter. And like, yeah. But like
That's
he didn't
okay,
really
Jay.
show it. Yeah, he didn't really show any emotions like when he was talking about that particular child. You know what I'm saying?
No.
Yeah.
The only thing that he's ever expressed emotion was the daddy's girl. But then he was talking about how, he has a newborn son that he's not able to hold, touch, and to kiss. And he mentioned that, which I thought that was very disrespectful, because Jackson is no longer here, and everybody is somebody's child and somebody's family, but especially Jackson being 8 years old, that you could shed tears over these children who still have their parents, mother there. And then Jackson is just not even a thought at all until you were trying to score some points with the medical examiner.
Yeah, it's that was just like so disrespectful to me. It's like, because first of all, man, like I can never get into the minds of like these murderers and these serial killers or anything like that. But I just can't understand for the life of me, like how I understand why he was running. I fully understand why he was running.
Yes.
But I just don't understand what his end goal was and how he thought that this would have been a better alternative than what he like. Real talk. If Darrell Brooks would have just literally stopped and gotten arrested by police, he'd probably be able to roam the streets right now.
Yeah, he'd be free.
Yeah.
Impregnate another hoe.
Yeah. Absolutely. Like he just did absolutely the worst thing was that was possible. It's like, and then it's like, dude, you it's not like he just did it and just like it's like, oh, okay. He hit Nicole White, and then after that, then he goes and runs over the band, and then he just decides he's gonna keep doing it, and then he goes after freaking I can't remember if it was like the kids by the steaming cup or if it was like Kelly Gribble and her kid. He does that, then he goes and then hits Jane Coolett. Like right there, that right there should have been the end of the journey. Okay.
Mr. GST 360, I did not call Erica a hoe.
I'm back.
If I was gonna call Erica a hoe, I would have said Erica is a hoe. Okay? So like don't do that, please.
No, we don't do that.
Don't do that.
Who said that? Somebody said something?
Mr. GST.
I had said that
nice.
he could have been out impregnating other hoes, right? And so he's like, did she just call Erica a hoe? No, I did not call Erica a hoe.
Oh.
Okay, whatever. If I was gonna call her a hoe, I would have said she's a hoe. Y'all know I did not mince my words. If I was gonna call her a hoe, I would say Erica is a hoe. Okay. So let's not do that. Okay. But let's
There's always got to be one. Oh, Jay Jones, I have a question for you. I have a question for you specifically.
I'm back. Listen, I gotta stop doing stuff. Listen, I try to turn the video off because it's after 8 o'clock anyway. But anyway, go ahead.
Oh yeah. It's only 9:26. It's only 9:26 by me anyway, so I'm good.
Oh, well, it's 11:26.
I'm just messing with y'all.
Oh yeah, I think. I think. But no, my question for you is, what particular part of this trial, like if you were to put yourself in the position of a jury, what part of this trial did you feel like, okay, the state has completely proven their burden, I don't need to see nothing else in this trial?
That would have been the one where they had the picture and they was like, is this the I don't know I can't tell you what picture it was, but it was one of the pictures they showed and he was just driving past and he was just right there. But even just the video, and they actually showed that video of him going through the parade and there was no stopping, no
brake lights,
nothing, no brake lights or anything. And there was, I guess you did say just one, but there was like this one that they asked the one of the witnesses, and they said, did he get out and did he help? And he was like, no. Did he do anything? And so that just threw his defense all the way out the window, because like any law-abiding citizen, you hit one person, you're going to stop the car, you're going to get out, you're going to see who you hit, how can you help them, anything. He just kept going. And there was a couple of pictures where they showed him leaning out the window, or, you know what I'm saying? Like, your face, it's there. It's you. Like, so, what do they call it? The smoking, like they had the weapon.
The smoking gun,
in the smoking gun. Okay, see, I'm not even in it. I watch enough crime files to know a little bit. See, my angle is to go into like forensic like taxes, where I want to go that way.
Oh, okay.
Follow the money to get the people. So I said, they had the weapon, they had the person, you know what I'm saying, and they had a video like that right there. It was already laid out on the table. So the only thing he had to do was just come with some mercy, like just some, hey, I'm sorry. But he couldn't even say I'm sorry. Like that that hurt his spirit to say. That's why I said, is that a demon coming out of him? Every time he tried to say, it just felt like it was coming out of his throat, the demon.
Well, he did apologize. He said, that he's
When?
remorseful. He
Mm.
said he's sorry, and he's sorry that people could not see what's
Mm-hmm.
in his truly in his heart. So he gave us an apology, and he gaslit us at the same time.
That they could not see. He said, I'm sorry that they could not
And you know
see.
what? You know why that statement pissed me off so badly? Because I was sitting there yelling. Now, mind you, I shouldn't have been. I was in class at the time while watching it. I was actually okay. Let me not say I was in class. We were in study hall. And so I'm watching sentencing, and I couldn't. I wasn't sitting here focusing on criminal procedure
Listen,
101, right?
we not judging you. We Gen X. We used to
All
schedule our
right.
classes around Jerry
Okay.
Springer. Okay, so
Exactly.
I
Okay.
understand. I understand.
All right. So anyway, I'm sitting here watching this, and like right in the middle of it, like I remember like people looked at me like I was crazy because we had headphones in,
Yep.
and I was like, and he said, "I'm sorry that you could not see what's truly in my heart. What happens when the cameras are not here?" And I was sitting there, I was like, "Dumbass, this is your fucking opportunity to tell them and show them what is truly in your heart and what you feel. This is your opportunity to do that. Like, it's not a
Right.
matter of I'm sorry that you can't hear. Well, tell them
Tell us.
how you truly feel. Tell us.
Right.
That
Right.
is the only reason why Judge Darrell let him go on so damn long, is because
She was
Judge
waiting.
Darrell, she was patiently waiting for him to just offer a sincere apology. It wouldn't have
Yep.
changed what she was going to do to him, but she just
Mm-mm.
wanted it for the victims, because at no point in this entire process has he ever apologized for what he did. And if there's truly remorse, because and I'm not going to get religious or anything like that, but one thing he kept bringing up was the Bible. But one
Lord have
thing that
mercy.
you can never have forgiveness without having accountability first. Because because all it is forgiveness without accountability is just manipulation. You know what I'm saying? And that's exactly what Darrell Brooks was trying to do. He kept telling them, he tried to detract, and try to say blame everything and everybody else for his actions except himself. Like, I was if you're Christian or not, everybody in that room should have been offended when he said that when another comment that people got mad about was when he said God's will is not our is what
Yes.
when he sees fit to do what he does, that's what he does, and sometimes that sucks and we all owe a death. And Judge Darrell came up with my favorite Judge Darrell quote of this entire trial, and I will repeat that to the day I die. Mr. Brooks, I'm here to tell you, you are not an instrumentality of God.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Because that was on point. Because he sat up there and another time when she said, I think he's reading a book.
But the page hasn't
and
turned.
and the page hasn't turned, and then he said, I'm reading the book, and I felt like that was a moment of her symbolizing that you're not taking that book seriously
At all.
you know what I'm saying, at all. Because you could read it, but are you taking that book to heart?
Clearly
And
not.
I knew that he was not taking that book to heart. We all know how he reads. It's a typewriter way.
There you go.
He was not reading any of those pages. Some of that stuff, I was like, are you in the New Testament or the Old? No.
No Testament. There was
No Testament at all.
None.
He was not applying those scriptures at all.
At all. And when he gave that lecture about, being a man of God, it's not about just reading the scriptures, it's about applying it into your life. Like,
Thou shalt
are
not
you
kill.
serious?
Thou shalt not kill.
That's in the second book of the Bible.
Thou shalt not commit adultery. Thou shalt not bear false witness. Thou shalt not have any other gods before me. Can I keep going on about the commandments that
How
he done
about
broke?
love thy neighbor? I mean,
Love
just
thy, yes.
just
Honor.
love.
Honor your mother, your father, and your mother.
Yep.
How about it? How about it? But he is sitting over here and oh, to me, he thought that he was somebody's king or whatever because I promise you, he thought he was somebody.
Oh, he
But
was bragging about. That's what he like. That's Darrell Brooks. Like all he did, like the whole time, that he went back to his jail cell, was he would be sitting there bragging about, how he was be able to talk to Judge Darrell because he'd be bragging
Rob.
about it to his cellmates, and he'd be looking up comments and like seeing like how because real talk like and it's true because I didn't start watching this trial until his opening statement because I didn't know anything about it. I was busy in class and everything, and I wasn't really watching. And at the
You missed
time
the
that
fuckery in the beginning, huh?
I did, and I had to go. I had to go rewatch the trial, and then when the incident itself happened, I wasn't truly paying attention because at the time there was a trial that I was really into, which was the case of in Brunswick, Georgia, versus the McMichaels versus which was the murder of Ahmaud Arbery,
Yes,
and so I was
Mhm.
yeah, and at the time that this incident happened was the day that Travis McMichael got on the witness stand. And so I damn sure wasn't paying attention to nothing else except that because I was just loving how the prosecutor absolutely lit him up. And if you guys are crime followers, go back and watch that trial and go back and watch that cross examination because man,
I streamed it.
man, yeah.
Yeah, Mr. DCST. Yeah. What sense does it make to have faith in God was sitting in prison? Yes. Mm-hmm.
Rob said, what did Rob say? He said, y'all think God don't see what y'all doing. When he said that, I said, you don't think God see what you doing?
What you did?
Everything you doing.
Everybody saw what you did. You on camera.
And then what Shannon saying? Did they find a Bible in the SUV?
Gosh. Thank you,
Okay.
Man,
Okay.
Panty.
Oh my God. Oh.
Panty is officially the panty dropper.
See,
thank you, Penny. Oh my God.
when he said, carry it everywhere. Okay, question, y'all. This man had a video up about pimping out, right? Y'all know the video, right?
Yeah, I know the video.
Okay. So what part of that had anything to do with any Bible?
It had nothing to do with Jesus. Remember,
Okay.
he doesn't curse. And of course, every other word was bitch this, hold this.
Every video that he had out was about money, cars,
Yep.
pimps, whatever, right?
Yep.
And
he had none of them. He had none of them.
None
of them. He's been with them folks Jaguar. Look, we ain't riding in the foreign. We in the foreign.
Panny is balling more than what he was doing. I'm telling you, because he probably had $1 in that video. Thank you.
Wait, he had $100 bill in that video.
No,
that
he
they got played.
didn't.
It was one $100 bill. I don't know if it was a real one, but it was $100 bill.
He probably gave that back to somebody. That was on loaner. I don't believe that was his.
Probably
I don't
not.
believe that was his. He lied.
Did y'all think that, like, speaking of them rap videos, did y'all think that, like, that the prosecution knew that he was gonna open the door and they was gonna be able to play that rap video of half a ticket before the jury?
They knew as soon as he. When you talking about that? What are you talking about? When he asked who he was, or what are you talking about?
Well, no, because when Opera recalled Detective Casey because they played the video of his mom's backyard and then they played they put the two exhibits up of his bail jumping or whatever, but then they posted that video of half a ticket, which was his rap video that it came from, where they put the still shot where he had like the license plate in the video. Do you think that like they knew that he was gonna go into that his stupid narcissistic ego, and that would allow them to? Yeah,
probably because as we've all noticed that he cannot he had no focus on the questions he was asking. There was no point. He was not trying to get to a certain thing. You know, like when you're asking a question and you're trying to show that there was not intent, you're going to ask questions that are going to elicit that there was no intent, hopefully. But he just goes and goes and goes. So of course he's going to ask, he'll get, you know, did you see anybody striking the vehicle, strike anybody else or something like that? And they'll say no. And then he'll continue. So he knew, they knew that he was going to continue because that's what he's been doing. It's just continuing. So they were like, okay, if he goes there, I'm ready, because they've been preparing for this for a year. So they had every angle already and said, like, yeah, if he goes there, we got the video already ready to go. If he asks any questions outside of, you know, how do you know specifically about this? How do you know that this person is not this person? You know how he's gonna do. I mean, you just know how he is. So yeah, they were ready. They knew he was gonna be stupid and ask a bunch of questions.
I think he was probably like you. I think it's kind of like if you know how someone's demeanor is, you can kind of just drag them along just by, you know, like I can get them to say this just by angering them this kind of way. You know what I'm saying? And they knew after a few days, this is how we can get him. I feel like that's how they dragged him along. Put Casey back on the stand. We're going to get him. You know, they talked to Casey back there in the back and they was like, Casey, we're going to put you back on the stand. And you're going to say this is him.
I don't even think you have to have that kind of strategy for him. I think that just he's going to be on his best behavior in the first couple of minutes of the hours of the first couple of days of the trial, or in the maybe second, third day. He's on his better behavior. As we get progressively further and further and further into it, the mask is going to just continue to slip off, and he cannot contain himself. He just can't hold himself.
You know, this is my opinion. I don't think that they truly wanted to go into the video in and of itself. I think that what they were doing at that particular point when they brought Detective Casey back up was to close up loose ends. And the reason that they brought up the still shot with the license plate is because, if you remember, Darrell Brooks kept asking every single witness about that damn license. Did you see a license plate? So they were like, you know what? We have this video of this still shot that we're going to put into evidence that shows Darrell Brooks with the license plate. Now, I wish they would have done was frozen the video like maybe 5 seconds before, where he was actually turned around and you could still see the license plate. That would have been a better still shot, because that would have avoided all of that nonsense in the first place. Because we didn't need to see that my eyes got polluted from watching that freaking video.
We needed to see half a ticket. We had to see it.
Nah, but nevertheless, like, okay, so once he went into that, like, Darrell Brooks is so stupid that he can't see. Like you said, he has no ability to focus on big picture. He focuses on semantics and little details so much that he can't focus on what's the big picture. And the big picture was that, hey, they're trying to prove that you are the person in this, and you've made your identity an issue in this. So when he opened the door, they went into it. But good, sorry. Yeah.
You said Darrell Brooks was mad because he didn't have gas money.
When?
Michelle, can you expound on that? I know he was mad because what's the breath? Erica did not pay to get him out of jail.
Yeah,
I'm not sure about the gas money.
That might have all been it might have all been tied in together, possibly. But I think that, real talk, like, that the money possibly might have been an angle, but I really think that he was really just going after her to exhibit control and to try to get her to truly make sure to stick to the fact that she was going to recant her story from Milwaukee, which was so stupid, because first of all, how the fuck could she have recanted her testimony when everything? Because first of all, they would have immediately knew that she was lying if she would have recanted, because they have it on video that he did strike her from the gas station. So what could she have said? Oh, he didn't do it. No, he
Wait.
did do it. We saw he did it. We
Well,
saw.
she was gonna say that she fell in front of the vehicle, and and when he was pulling off, because I read it in my Master Bitch Theater, and he was pulling off that she fell in front of the vehicle, so it was her fault, not his. And so he was trying to get her to go with that story or not to cooperate. And so then he was using emotional manipulation, talking about I love you and let's get married. And then he just went to threats, bitch.
See, this is the problem with Darrell Brooks is why I keep referring to him as the dumbest and stupidest criminal, because anybody who knows anything about the mens rea of intent or the mens rea of criminal conduct, first things first, even if we're going to go with this stupid story of like that she fell and that like he ran over her, you know what the first thing that the DA is going to look at, okay, if that's true, how come you didn't get out and look at her? Okay, by the fact that you ran over her and didn't get out and look at her after she allegedly fell, and you ran over her and you just kept going, that lets me know right there, I can easily present that in front of a jury, because the jury is ultimately going to decide the facts that this was an intentional act. I can infer intent straight from there.
Yeah.
And so that story wouldn't have even held up in the first place either way.
Yeah. But that was what him and the mom was trying to go with, and they were both trying to pressure Erica into recanting her story.
See, there you go again with the mom again.
Mama, yes.
Just but all of them trifling.
Yeah, I mean, and that's why
I'm sorry.
I didn't.
That's what they mean. Okay, Shannon said that he ran out of gas and they couldn't even start the engine during inspection because there was no fuel in it. So that's what Michelle meant. He didn't have gas to get
He with his
home.
broke ass.
Wow.
I've been. That's why I always say that with your broke ass. I'm telling you, this is who you wanted to be with. This is it. That one.
Gotcha, Michelle. Thank you. Gotcha.
The throttle body man. So, but okay. So when they said that, when you were talking about earlier, Glenn, that he had these issues with it wasn't the issue with the car. It was basically something with
The extent, yeah, it was he said he alleged that they had the malfunctioning throttle bodies, and that like Ford had a class action lawsuit. That is actually true. It was four vehicles that had a class action
car.
But there was not
nothing wrong with the car.
Nah, because the mechanical inspector, and he had the entire report for the mechanical inspector and his lawyers. I saw that highlighted page. They highlighted a lot of sections that they wrote notes for, and he tried to confront Detective Case. I'm mixing up witnesses. All right, so he's got the mechanical inspector there, and the mechanical inspector has done a thorough inspection of this vehicle. And at this particular point, and damn it, if you are on trial for 6 intentional homicides, the first thing that you gonna do is go talk to the mechanical inspector about any possible defects about your vehicle, or if there's any recalls. That's something that if you found that quickly and easily on Google, I would have confronted him about that, because guess what? At the end of the day, it's your life on the freaking line. Nobody else in that courtroom was facing 1,000 freaking years. So the fact that he didn't even ask Inspector Schultz about that lets me know that this was some nonsense that him and his mom was making up at the very last second.
Yep.
As a desperation.
Yep. Because after he forfeited his opportunity to testify, which I've never seen anything that crazy in my life.
Oh yeah, the silent treatment, because that's what they do. Again, that's why I said he was a narcissist, because they think the silent treatment is gonna work. That shit don't work. I don't give a damn if you don't talk to me.
Honestly, I think he wanted that. I truly think that he wanted that. I don't think, because Darrell Brooks is so stupid that he doesn't understand how evidence works. We all know and because you don't have to be a lawyer, you don't have to be a 1L or anything like that. We all know that the only way that you're able to present
In that
evidence is
position.
through witness testimony. The only way you're able to present evidence is somebody has to get on the witness stand to testify. So by Darrell Brooks not having his mom testify, he can't bring the recall information in that she brought, which I'm trying to figure out how they would have gotten around hearsay anyway. But anyway, to get that in. But prosecution probably might have let that get in because they could have probably easily disputed that. But then Darrell Brooks, like, because he wanted to put in all his like sovereign citizen
All his
nonsense or whatever,
filings.
like all of his
Statement of
filings. The
particulars.
only his statement of particulars. First of all, most of that crap didn't have any kind of relevance. But the only way that Darrell Brooks could have gotten any of that crap in is he would have had to take the witness stand. He could
Oh,
not
yeah.
have gotten all of those statements that he wrote down, telling the jury blah 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 blah. He would have had to have taken the witness. It's double hearsay. So there's no way that he could have gotten that in. He didn't want to testify. He thought that if he could get the judge to if he could get the judge to violate his rights, which he thought that the judge was violating his rights by forcing him not to testify, then he could just get this thrown out on a mistrial or whatever, or that he could get his filings in some kind of other way. But that's not how it works. There's no other way.
Oh my
Vicky,
God.
got a question for you.
Go ahead.
No, Vicky.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So now again, this would be hearsay on my part. But I've read from some of the jail inmate reports that what happened was that like some of his inmates were complaining about him bragging about this, and that's why they put him on a keep separate protocol, because they were tired of hearing about him bragging about how he was talking to the judge and how he was running things or whatever.
Wait,
and look how
pause.
much attention he was getting. Good.
Pause. So he wasn't in a mental health pod?
No, he wasn't. He was in a special needs like health like pod or whatever. From what I understand.
Okay, good. Continue.
You know what? Auntie B, you could actually answer this question better than I can, because you actually did a whole episode on the Black's Law Dictionary.
Yep, Black Law.
The Black's Law Dictionary is the dictionary that attorneys use. We had to purchase that our first year of law school. And so we look up all of our legal words. But Black's Law Dictionary for sovereign citizens is something different. They actually think that that's like a law book and not a word, not a book of definitions for law. So they will rely upon vocabulary and stuff in the Black's Law Dictionary as if that is codified law and not a definition. And it doesn't make any sense. So they don't believe in the criminal code and the civil code. They don't believe in any of that, but they will believe in the Black's Law Dictionary and the First, Fifth, and Sixth Amendment. And that's it.
And if Darrell Brooks actually were to actually read the entire Sixth Amendment, which we have to read, I can't tell you how many times you have to read the damn Sixth Amendment in like your first year of law school, or the First Amendment, Second Amendment. I can't tell you how many times you have to read the Constitution is basically all throughout law school. I mean, I'm only in my first year of law school and I'm already looking through the Constitution already. But anyway, if Darrell Brooks were to actually read the entire Sixth Amendment, and I'm not quoting it verbatim, but you are entitled to a speedy trial, a jury of your peers, a compulsory process in which you are allowed to face the witnesses, the witnesses against you. Okay, and it has to be a public trial. So your Sixth Amendment right has been complied with when you are able to cross-examine all of the witnesses that the state has against you. And let me point something out. This is the state versus Darrell Brooks. Darrell Brooks put in a subpoena for the state of Wisconsin, if we were to just go down the rabbit hole and say that the state is represented by Attorney Basie, Attorney Witchout, Attorney Opper, we would then Darrell Brooks cannot be compelled to testify because he has a Fifth Amendment right of silence. We all know about the Fifth Amendment,
which he should have used.
Conversely, in a compulsory process, which it's never happened. There's never going to be a judge that is going to ever compel the state prosecuting agency to testify and answer questions from the defendant. You know why? Because in the inverse, if you have a Fifth Amendment right to silence, so would they, because they are not. It's not testimonial from the parties. It is testimonial from the witnesses. The witnesses are the evidence. If you want to waive your Fifth Amendment right and get onto the witness stand, you can. But then that means that you are open for cross-examination. And I just want to point that out about how stupid it was for him to call the state of Wisconsin, because even if theoretically the state of Wisconsin could have been called, there is no judge in America that is going to compel the prosecution to have to get on the witness stand and have to answer questions from the defendant, because that would prejudice the state, just like the state can't call you to the witness stand. And am I wrong about that?
You're not wrong. You're not wrong. It was the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard about the state testifying. I'm like, so you want the prosecution to come and testify? Like, I don't get this. It makes no sense to me.
So I guess my question is this. We have all these sovereign citizens who love throwing out these laws when it fits them, but they feel like the laws don't apply to them. So this ain't Burger King. You can't have it your way. You know, they don't feel like the laws of the land apply to them, right? So why do they feel like they can come into the court of law and pull out all these and be like, you're, not honoring my Second Amendment. You're not honoring my Sixth Amendment. But you don't believe in our laws, though.
Well, because they have knowledge and they're informed of their knowledge and their duties. And so we're wrong and they're right. These are these conspiracy theorists that, you go down the rabbit hole with them to believing that people are clones. These are those type of people. And they don't want to be. It all started with racism, as things typically does. And when the end of slavery, when they allowed birthright citizenship, that's when the sovereign citizen stuff happened, because they were trying to say that, okay, well, we're the white landowners, the non-freedmen. Well, we're sovereign. This is our land. We're sovereigns. Like, they just got birthright citizenship. But that's where all of that started from, out of Reconstruction, Civil War era. And
Okay, so I got a question on that one too, because I'm glad you brought that up. So now I have been hearing that where they say sovereign citizens have, basically, if you go back in history, was established from white nationalism or racism, right? So how is it that we have the Darrells claiming this? Like, why would you claim something that was not for you in the first place? Like, there's another.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Because real talk, Jay Jones, the real talk is 95%. I'll even go a higher percentage of that. 98% of sovereign citizens don't exist prior to getting in trouble with the law. Because let me put it this way. Sovereign citizens only espouse these ideas because they are in some form of legal jeopardy, and they want to find some type of get out of jail free card in order for them to get out, instead of actually going through a proper legal process, or instead of trying to actually understand their rights and understand like what they can and cannot do. They espouse the sovereign citizen nonsense. And I want to point something out about how ridiculous this sovereign citizen argument is. Because okay, they're born in the United States, whatever. But like, I am a birthright national citizen of the United States. If I were to go to like, say, like Peru or Ecuador or something like that, and I don't know anything about Peruvian laws, I don't know anything about Ecuadorian laws. If I go and violate Ecuadorian or Peruvian laws, guess what can happen to my ass? They're going to put my ass into jail. And guess what? Depending on how severe the crime is, the United States might waive extradition on me, and they might let me get tried in Ecuador for the crimes that I'm done in Ecuador. And I might stay my ass in an Ecuadorian prison. Now, I am and now I am a citizen of the United States who does not claim anything of the land of Ecuador or Peru, and I don't know anything about their laws. But guess what? It is my responsibility and my duty to know the laws of the land in which I go to visit, inhabit, or around. Because guess what? At the end of the day, ignorance of the law, no matter where you are, is not a defense.
You're right about that. And Mr. G said it too. But when they get in trouble, they don't like paying their debts either, because they don't like paying rent. If you ever watch them court cases, they don't like paying their rent. They don't like paying their bills. Anything.
Judge Simpson has had some sovereigns in there, and Judge Bryant has had some sovereigns in there. They get together. But Jay Jones, and how Darrell, and some of his people have got involved with the sovereigns. Well, there's a different sovereign citizens for Black people, because we can claim to be Moorish citizens. So
we can.
And so it's going to be the same thing that the white sovereigns are saying, but then you add some Pan-African nationalism in there, and that's when you get the Darrell, Brooks, and people of their ilk. But they say the exact same thing. It's just one is predominantly white and one is predominantly Black, and so you have adding Black spiritualism, Pan-Africanism, and that's where you get the Black sovereigns.
TKO asked a question earlier. Let me go back to it. She said, "Can Darrell's mom be sued because the vehicle was in her name, even though she has nothing?" Let me put it this way. TKO, I'm gonna tell you right now. When it comes to civil procedures, the United States of America does not discriminate against broke people. If you can get sued whether you are Bill Gates or you are a bum on the streets. Now, whether or not you're going to actually recoup any monies from that individual who has nothing is a completely different story in and of itself. I'm just wondering, like, if that's even a road that the victims even want to go down, to be honest, because
they've been through a lot.
They've been through a lot. They've been through a lot. And at the end of the day, they probably just want this to be over with. I mean, they probably don't even want to think about like Dawn Woods or Darrell Brooks or his mom or anything like that. Now, she potentially can face some civil exposure by the fact that she knew that her son had a violent history. And she continued to allow him to have the instrumentality in which he was alleged for a previous crime. In some jurisdictions, that actually may be a potential for an accessory. Some states like down in the state that Miss Auntie B lives in Alabama, especially if you Black. Especially if you Black, they find ways to get accessories, man.
Florida,
damn it.
Definitely Florida.
Yeah. So
Dragon, DeSantis.
So now I don't know that she could potentially, but I don't know that it will happen. Because by now they would have already done it, in my opinion.
Well, maybe they just wanted to get the criminal part done first and get him, his 1,300 years, and then maybe they'll go back and see about Dawn. I don't know if it's really worth even going after her. Really, I mean, it would be symbolic.
Yeah, it really would. Yeah, I mean, it's. Yeah, I mean, largely this entire like the sentencing for Darrell Brooks was largely symbolic. I mean, I do appreciate that Judge Darrell, when she sentenced him, said each one of the victims by name, because that is
Yes.
something that he didn't do all this entire trial, man. Like it's like
He never mentioned anybody's name
except Jackson one time. I think that the saddest part for me is like, I mean, look, I am absolutely going to defend anybody to the ilk and feel like anybody deserves a fair defense, because that is the foundation of our criminal justice system.
Absolutely.
But at the end of the day, like, I need Darrell Brooks at some point, even if it's not now, I hope sometime before the man passes away, he can actually look inside of himself and just take accountability and responsibility for the damage and the chaos that he caused, and just don't detract yourself away from the situation. Like, look at what you did and look at what the impact of what you did. It's like he keeps trying to minimize it. It's like he kept talking about like the vehicle approaching you. No, it wasn't the vehicle approaching you. It was the vehicle that freaking hit you. You know, no, it's not. No, it's not that that after you run over Jane Kulik and murder her, it's not, oh, you didn't see anybody else. It's no, I need you to acknowledge the fact that your actions murdered Jane Kulik.
And then she was on your hood, and then you broke you broke to get her off of the hood, and then you ran over her.
Yeah.
So that we can say brake lights there.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I mean, look, and it may never happen that Darrell Brooks will ever show some contrition at all. I doubt it very seriously. But I also want, like, I mean, his mom, I mean, she's not that far. She's up in age. Like, I understand that you lost one of your other children, like, tragically, like, 9 years ago or whatever, but you don't always have to coddle your children. Sometimes you need to be sometimes being a tough parent is like, because I have a 6-year-old or whatever. And now, granted, if anybody that has children, sometimes you have to do hard things and give hard lessons to your children. And sometimes a hard lesson to give to your child is by saying, no, baby, you need to take accountability for your actions. So you need to stay in jail because you are not mature enough or mentally stable enough to be out here amongst society. And every time that you come out amongst society, you do things and it escalates and you work impulsively. That would have been a good mother. It would have been an unpopular decision, but it would have been the decision that would have saved her son's life.
Well, my parents told me when I was much younger, being a girl and all, but they were like, yeah, if you go to jail, we'll bail you out one time. But if you go to jail the second time, you're going to be in there. Now, needless to say, I've never been to jail except for, when I did probation. But yeah. And I fully expect my parents to say, yeah, we'll get her out this one time, especially depending on what I did. I mean, if it's something violent, that ain't going to happen. But, shoplifting or whatever, But yeah, if I got crazy enough to go back again, I'm going to be in there. And may not get any visits or phone calls, because my parents would say, hey, well, they wouldn't actually say this because my parents don't use profanity. But they would say, a soft ass makes a hard, no, what is it? A hard head makes a soft behind. And so that's a lesson. That's a lesson that, they will be trying to tell me that you being hard-headed, these are the consequences of being hard-headed. Y'all know what hard-headed mean, right? Those y'all that's
very much so.
Okay.
Yeah, very much so.
Okay.
And it's all like, and it's all, to me, I mean, like, and I really don't want to bash on Dawn Woods, but I also want to know, like, man, lady, you are a damn bad grandmother, man, too, because think about, you're a bad. I don't, and I don't want to comment on her parenting skills. I really don't. But your child passed away in 2014. The child of your child is living with you, and you are not well enough as a grandmother to, or a mother, to not allow your violent son to be around the nephew whose life of your dead child that he put in danger. This man shot at your dead child's child, your grandchild. Like I don't. That's it. That's like that's damn near unforgivable for me right
You
there. I
can
was
you
like,
cannot come here. Period.
It's
And
almost
didn't she
like
pull a
playing
gun?
favorites.
Didn't he pull a gun out on her?
yes.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like he basically, um, you know, almost assaulted his mom or whatever, and she put him out. But the thing is, you have two children, right? Twins, whatever. One passes.
Ebony died like in 2014.
Right. One passes. But it's almost like you have this one. So now you're playing up this one because this is, I don't know if this was her last child or whatever, but you still have her child, and he comes out after what, the nephew and his friend, because his friend was in the car, right? That
Mhm.
you shooting after, and then you run like a little coward again, like she said, a little chicken coward, running away, and they find you with the gun still, and what, a bag of meth, right? They find you.
Um, well, that one he didn't run because the police came, because Don Woods let the police in for that one, because the police came, because that one I read that police report.
Did
So
he
that
still
one,
find them?
yeah, he was on
Was
an
that
air mattress. He was on an air mattress inside the
with the
house, and then
gun? With the
yeah, with
gun?
the gun and some meth, real gun,
It was
weed, and
the
some meth.
meth.
Close. Yeah.
Oh
And
man.
but you didn't you didn't turn yourself in. You ain't been like you ain't the hard one.
Mhm.
Like, well, I don't think anybody hard to go turn themselves in. But anyway, but still,
Jodi
you
Arias
still
turned
shot
herself
you.
in.
Well, yeah,
Kinda.
she kind of, but still,
Kinda.
you shot at your sister child. Like, for real? What kind of person? For real?
Oh,
Right.
TK, I didn't see TKO's question.
Wait.
Understood what you're saying. Do you really think he's going to do well in general population? TKO,
Hell no.
this man will never see general population, at least not for the next few years, because you put
Mhm.
Darrell Brooks in general population, that man is going to get smoked like a pack of cools. There are so many people that are in prison right now who had families impacted by the Waukesha parade. He
Mhm.
will he would last all of 5 minutes. And Darrell Brooks plays this persona of gangster, but they will pull his whole card real quick up in there.
Wait, but then you think that because he played that gangster role, that somebody is gonna get him for playing that gangster role? Because you're not supposed to be doing that either. Because Erica said that was fake too. Like
If
that
he
wasn't real.
if he's not a real blood,
She said that on another channel that wasn't real. I don't think
well
so.
then they're gonna pull his card.
But then would he just get a transfer to another place? Like, can
Wherever
he
he
just say,
wherever he goes, he's gonna have a problem because he's a child sex offender and he
mm,
killed a kid.
Mm-hmm.
So
this is
those are
true?
gonna be two things that's wherever he goes, he can go to Angola, or he can go to a prison in Saskatchewan where everybody there is white. It don't matter. He has a sex offender, a child sex offender, and he killed a kid. That's it.
Yeah. Yeah, and
He should have won.
I don't
He's
think that they
screwed.
want another Jeffrey Dahmer on their hands.
He should have wanted that case. See, and this is why, because he wanted this case to be advertised.
And he got it
Uh,
and that's what he get.
Because when they was bringing that out about his sexual case, that was not in front of the jury, right? That was
But
outside of the
but
jury.
we all saw it.
But
Mhm.
everybody, we saw it. But if it was like, who is that case that we just saw? The Vallis case, where
Oh, the
that
Dave.
wasn't the lady who killed her two children, Tori Vallis or something like that. That
Oh,
wasn't.
Lori Vallow
Oh,
Daybell.
Darrell.
Yeah, she was. That wasn't televised. I don't think. Right.
They had the
Um.
audio. They just didn't have the
Oh,
video.
okay. They still could. They still could have said
Yeah,
something. Well,
and I'm still mad about that because that judge made that last minute decision to not let cameras in that court, and people have been anticipating that trial for about 3 damn years. That was
Look,
bullshit.
I was ready. I'm like, oh yeah, I'm going to be
I was
doing this
mad
one.
as hell. I was mad as hell.
I was ready. Like,
yeah.
no, I need
Well,
to
you
see
know.
visuals. And no other case, no other trial has had audio and visuals as clean as this one.
Hmm.
Like when I tried to listen to like the YNW one, like people are muffled and you hear all of this going on. I'm like, oh Lord, why can't we have it like it was with Darrell?
I think that at first I like because when my friend told me about this trial, he was like, "Yo, man, you gotta watch this Darrell Brooks trial, man. He's going crazy, he's going nuts." This is exactly what I told him. I was like, "Man, I don't know if I'm really trying to be like watching because at the time like I'm still in school. I don't know if I'm not really trying to dedicate myself to a whole trial right now. Plus, I was like, there is absolutely no way that Darrell Brooks could top Ronnie O'Neal. I was like, Ronnie O'Neal was by far my favorite at the time. Ronnie O'Neal was by far my favorite pro se litigant. I was like, but even when I go back and I look at Ronnie O'Neal, now
Don't
Ronnie O'Neal
compare.
did something just as egregious as what Darrell Brooks did, and he deserves to burn in hell. And I don't know how the hell you didn't get the death penalty for that. Um, Ronnie O'Neal at least prepared a defense, had a cognizable defense that he was putting forth. He actually did his own research, prepared questions, wrote down an opening statement, had a closing argument. Whenever the judge admonished him, he listened to whatever the judge said, and that was also a female judge.
Mm-hmm.
And he actually somewhat respected the criminal justice process. That was the antithesis with Darrell Brooks.
Was that the one who was hollering in court?
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
he's like, hot damn it, I'm not. Yeah, yeah, Ronnie O'Neal, that one
Night.
was crazy.
Good night, Tony. Listen, I'm sorry. That was funny
Thank you,
because Tony
Tony.
came back on here and said, "Wow, y'all still on here." Tony done went, ate dinner, came back. He's still on here talking. Thank you for coming on here.
Look,
Joining
I don't have to
us.
go to work tomorrow, so I was like, just spend a little time. We off
We
tomorrow.
enjoying the fourth.
Yeah, and it's the fourth for me. It's 12:17.
I know, right? It
Oh
is.
yeah,
Yeah.
I'm
We
trying
don't
to see
have
if there
any.
was any more. I was trying to see if there was any more questions up in here that
Oh,
anybody
let me
wanted
see
to
if
answer.
any. Yeah, let me see.
We probably still had. Yeah, somebody asked, "Is there a trial still on next week?" Somebody mentioned July 10th. So that was
It's supposed to
early.
be the caricatures. She's got live stream set up for these days. So I'm guessing yes, but law and crime, I'm not seeing anything with them. So I don't know if she got a little special thing going or what. I don't know.
I don't know that his other trials are even going to be nearly as interesting as his first one
Probably not.
because now they're hip to his game, and I really think that these judges are more prepared. I also think that
Oh,
in any s-
Liz said, Vicky said you didn't
I thought
answer
I answered that. I thought I answered that.
bragging.
Um, so he was bragging to his cellmates about like how he was talking to Judge Doral, and they kept telling him like shut up, nobody's listening to you, and it's also part of like him requesting to like get an interview and like he would have to do it for money, but he was talking to himself and everything. But yeah, he went around like the jail reporters are saying that like yeah he went around like bragging about like how he was talking to Judge Darrell and like how that he could say anything that he wanted to her and that like nobody else was able to do what he was able to do. Yeah, that thing.
Well, I
But
mean, he told
but
the truth.
that's the part where you were saying that since he was bragging that he moved to not from the pod, like it wasn't a mental health pod, it was like just a keep safe pod or something like that.
Exactly. Yeah.
They
Exactly.
put him in a different pod. So that's what he was saying, Vicky, was that they put him keep in a keep safe pod because
Yeah. Exactly.
he was running his mouth instead of just shutting up.
Darrell Brooks
Mhm.
is one of those people like and it's the perfect expression of chess, not checkers. Like Darrell Brooks was playing checkers this entire trial. Like he
He was
kept
playing
winning.
tic-tac-toe.
Yeah.
He was playing Connect Four. It was a different game completely.
Mr. GST 360. Honestly, that's not uncommon in the criminal justice system. Like you actually have like, there's even instances where people will literally go through trial and just right before the verdict they'll go into plea negotiations and plea deals. Now, a lot of times that's not the most wise thing to do, but what is usually wise that you want to do is that you want to get your plea deal in a lot of times prior to the judge being able to hear your case and have like and diagnose in their minds what they feel like your penalty should be, because ultimately even if you get into plea negotiations the judge has to accept the plea. So sometimes whenever you're going to take a plea deal, you want to get that in early or possibly before trial, just before the jury either gets impaneled or summoned or anything like that, so that way the judge doesn't get the opportunity to reject it, because a lot of judges most of the time, if it's not like a high profile case, they won't know anything about your case before it, and so they'll accept whatever the plea recommendation is because they're going to give a lot of deference to the state because the state has judicial not judicial prosecutorial discretion. I hope that answered the question.
And remember when Darrell did that 50-minute rant and was talking about, I'd never seen a plea deal. And so judge said, well, yeah, we can get it to you so you can look over it. And if you want to accept the plea, then, let me know. So he had it out.
That was complete nonsense. First of all,
true.
First of all, there is not one defense attorney in the like these that's malpractice right there, and I don't believe anything that Darrell Brooks says. A defense attorney that is representing a client has an ethical obligation to present to the client any plea negotiation or offer that the state is offering. That is literally their obligation. They have to do that. I am pretty sure that they showed him that plea agreement, and Darrell Brooks said, "F that, I ain't taking that shit."
Yep. He did.
Just like the nonsense he also said about I haven't been made aware of the true nature and cause of my charges. I already know that was nonsense just by listening to Darrell Brooks' interview with Detective Carpenter when Detective Carpenter said, so you're saying that I hit people? Yes. So what are they saying? So that's what? Reckless endangerment? He's like, at the very least. He said that. Exactly.
He knew the charge, reckless endangerment.
Yeah. He's like, that's almost as if I killed people. So right there, he's saying the nature of the charge, which is reckless endangerment, and the cause. Right there. And and right there, that undercuts your entire argument of that you do not know the true nature and cause of your charges. Or how about when he got up in the courtroom and he had his little rant and saying, your life is not on the line, mine is. Okay, if you don't know the true nature and cause of your charges, then why are you saying that?
Something is wrong.
But why would he say that if he was the third party intervener in the first place? How is his life? What are you talking about? Like, are you, I think he was jumping out of character a lot. I don't know if y'all realize that because he
Oh
kept
yeah, very
saying
much so.
some some parts. I mean, even with that long spiel, he kept saying, "I am a third party intervener on behalf of my client," and then he would in a minute say something else, and then there would be some things they would say his name and he wouldn't, and he wouldn't object, and then other things he would object. I was like, are you Darrell right now, are you not Darrell right now? So very interesting.
Yeah.
I mean, it's kind of hard to like not be who you are, and then like because he'd only done this sovereign citizen nonsense for like only a little bit, so it's very
Yeah.
hard for like him to like completely stay in character, because he could never stay in character because obviously he's a terrible liar, because he used to change his stories between lies like within like 5 seconds of each other. He would tell one lie and then forget that he told that lie, and then get called
Yes.
to the carpet, and then get called to the carpet on that lie and be like, no, 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 I didn't say that, da 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 da. And
Mm-hmm.
so like for Darrell, it was hard for him like to completely figure out which character that he wanted to play in this role that was him. Because think about this: if you're a third party intervener and you don't consent to being called Darrell Brooks or whatever,
You would
then
never respond to it.
don't respond to it. Don't respond
Period.
to it.
Wasn't she trying to tell him that, like, listen, we already know, you already done told us 1,500 times that your name is not Darrell. We get it, we got it. We don't have to tell you again. um Vicky said something earlier about Bryce Rhodes. Do y'all remember that guy, the case with him where he fired like all of his lawyers to delay? She said, is it normal for judges to not do a delay when a defendant does this?
Um, and
Oh,
it all depends. It all depends because I think this case was very unique in and of itself. The fact that it was such a high profile case, that involved so many victims, and because of that, it got kind of pushed up to the forefront of like all the other cases, because I can assure you that a 69 victim count indictment, you'll never see that get tried in under a year. Never. You'll never see that get happen. That, I mean, you barely get through arraignments after a year, in like in just a lot of cases. But I think the reason that Judge Doro specifically did not want to allow any delays in this particular case is because she wanted to have this verdict and it be over before the 1 year anniversary, because
Mm-hmm.
that is what the victims wanted. Because his lawyers initially motioned for an adjournment or a stay of proceedings until March of 2023.
Hmm. I think that was it. I do remember that, and I remember she did say something about, no, we're gonna be done with this.
And remember
Like,
and remember Opera said that he was talking to his mom about getting this trial
Push back or
postponed and
delay.
pushed back. Yep. And so it was an obvious attempt when he fired his attorney. So this was a 11th hour attempt to delay the trial. It was
I
obvious.
truly, this is my personal opinion. I truly believe that he regretted that decision immediately. I think he regretted that immediately because
You think?
I think he found out immediately that like things that he thought was gonna happen. Because the reason I know that he regretted it immediately is because I look at the smug, arrogant look on his face when he was in those hearings versus like when he got like to like jury selection, once he got to like, questioning the witnesses, and when he had to do it all by himself, and when he figured out, damn, it's really not easy to be a lawyer. Like it really ain't, man. Like the legwork and the things that you have to do, the amount of digital discovery you have to go through, going through witness testimonies, and honestly, even like going through law school, graduating law school, and even being a practicing attorney, you still might need some experience before you're even ready to even try a homicide case, man, or even to sit first chair and representing a client. Like I wouldn't do it. Like it's it, it,
No.
it's it, It's done, and like this man chose to do that himself, and I really think that he truly did. I don't think that he regretted that he got the opportunity to talk to Erica because that was the only way he was going to be able to do it. But I don't think that he ever wanted this to go to trial. I think he wanted it to get delayed and just be able to sit in the jail and possibly, I don't know, like get it, a speedy trial violation or something like that, and then they let him out on bond or something, which wasn't going to happen.
Um, who was it? Shannon Ward said he hated Opera for not taking his crap and outwitting him at every turn. She stared at him and wasn't intimidated. Um, there was something that when he gave that 2 hour nonsense and he called her not so bright, and so she turned her chair and positioned it so that she could look at him, right? He could not even face her to say what he needed to say. Like, this is a grown man having all this so-called animosity towards Opper, right? But he could not even, say, you're not that bright. He couldn't even look her in the face and say it to her because he was, to me, I was like, this little weak man. I'm
The only
like,
thing
say
that
it
he
with
could
your
say
chest.
was
I'm like,
not.
say it with your chest.
The
You
only
know
thing
what
he
I'm
could say
saying?
was not
Not.
an attack.
It was not an attack. But he was saying all that stuff like you needed a whole team to handle an open and closed, shut case.
Yeah.
Yeah, sir, that whole team got you 1,000 years.
I mean, Opera was like the most edgy one of all of them. Like each one of their attorneys like had like their own like particular ways. Like Zach was the most petty of all of them. Basie was probably the one that was probably the most emotional. Like a lot of her, like you could tell like she had the most passion. But Opera was like the most like, I'm not taking your bullshit. Like Opera called out his bullshit on every single turn that she got an opportunity to.
Mhm.
Like that COVID scare, like she called him out. Like, and I don't think Darrell Brooks realizes how she was able to call him out. Because when she said, I can tell you as an officer of the court, Darrell Brooks had absolutely no idea what Attorney Opper was saying right there, and we know what she's talking about because whenever you say as an officer of the court, um, Attorney Opper is a practicing attorney in the state of Wisconsin who is a member of the bar. Whenever you are a member of the bar, if you are in front of a judge, you have an ethical obligation, whether you are a defense attorney or you are a state attorney, you have an ethical obligation to tell the truth if you are presenting something as an offer of proof as fact. You cannot knowingly lie to a judge. In something like that, there is no ambiguity in her statement. When she says, I can tell you as an officer of a court, he has been telling each one of his family members in recorded jail phone calls that there's no ambiguity in that statement. If that is a false statement, Attorney Opper can be disbarred. So the court is going to take her word because she knows that she has to tell the truth. And Brooks didn't understand that.
That's like and he would never get that because the man never worked a day in his life, it seemed like. But
Not anything meaningful.
not anything mean. Well,
Yeah.
he's what did he say? He said he worked and hung things and let them swing across the room. I think he was making that up too.
A sheet metal place.
I think he was making that up too.
I think he actually did have that job, but probably not as recently as what he was saying. He probably had that when he was had his habeas privileges, where he was on the work release program when he was in jail, like back in 2010.
He probably was given that. He
Because
was like, let me just
yeah,
guess a job that I had before.
yeah, because he had his habeas privileges revoked when he had his child support case get come back.
Well, again, he like a meaningful 8 to 5, maybe have 401k plan. That one, he don't know nothing about that.
No.
She mm,
I think that my personal opinion, the greatest part of Attorney Opper's of her closing argument was when she went into, and it's that man, and it's that man, and it's that man. Darrell Edward Brooks, date of Brooks 2/21, 1982, on his identification card issued by the state of Wisconsin in all capital
All
letters.
caps.
I
Yes.
was like,
All caps.
yes. I was
Yeah.
like,
All
yo,
caps.
mic drop right there.
All caps.
In his pocket that he was talking about. I left my ID, screaming. Which I
Yeah,
think that was a question earlier about what would he have done if he gotten back in that house. I don't think he would have left that house. He would have found some way to hide out in the bathroom or something.
Yeah, he probably would have tried to hide in the bathroom. I don't know if he would be bold enough to try and take our little friend for as a hostage.
Oh
Especially
no. Ryder had guns in that house. He
that's
would
what I
have
was
he
about
would
to
he would
say. I was about to say, yeah.
No, Brooks
Oh,
didn't
that's
know
right.
that.
He did say he hid away his stash. Didn't he say that or something like that? Like
Yeah, he said that he wanted to make sure nothing was tempting for him.
mm, yeah, because he just got back from hunting.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. So Ryder may have looked timid. I think Ryder could have handled himself. Danny
Oh,
could
I
have
think
handled
definitely
himself.
could.
He just looked like
Brooks
I hear
just wanted
people
to
all
get
the
off the
time.
street because he knew that he knew that the cops were closing in on him. He knew the cops was closing in on him, and he wanted to stay there long enough until the Uber got there.
Mm-hmm.
And the Uber wasn't like that far away because like when his mom called at 5:32. The Uber got there and like left like around that exact same time, and she was trying to find like where the heck he was. He was only 15 minutes away from getting out of there.
And he would have gone home and tried to make up some story and said, and it would have been all Erica's fault.
And he still would have got
And
caught because they still would have had his
Dumb because
face.
he's the dumbest criminal ever. Because first of all, like I don't know if he wasn't thinking straight because at that time he was just like, okay, I just gotta run and I gotta get away. But dog, you ran through a parade route and you hit and injured people. All right. Now your license plate is on the front and the back of this damn woman's car. All right. So I'm pretty sure this is 2023 where they got a bunch of business cameras. Even if they don't like see who you are, they got cameras. And you left that damn vehicle in somebody's driveway who you don't know.
Mm-hmm.
And in that vehicle was a bunch of clothes that had your DNA on it, mail with your name on it, like your mom's registration, your cell phone. I'm like, dog, how far were you gonna get?
No place.
and they had the trail of you going all through the neighborhood. So the fact that and then that this comes up too. The fact that his mom spoke about the mental health and all that stuff, right? But there are so many different types of mental issues. That doesn't take away from you having something going on, but it doesn't there are some things that you still know right from wrong, you know what I'm saying, and you can still function as a normal citizen. So what he was doing, like they said, we have um you know 4 people that did an evaluation on you, and they said the way you ran through, trying to hide your hair, take off clothes, take off shoes. I mean, kicking off shoes, like you just running through the neighborhood.
Vicky
You
brought up a.
knew.
Oh, yeah. Sorry about that. No, finish your
No,
statement.
no,
I
no.
was.
You're fine. No. I was just saying he knew he was. He knew that he was. That he was guilty.
Vicky, you brought up a great point, and this goes back to my point of like his mom loves him, but she was not willing to go to prison for her son. Because I'm gonna tell you right now, in my opinion, the reason that Dawn Woods called and reported her vehicle stolen is because she wanted to save her own ass. Because this man, she know how her son rolls. This man would have thrown anybody and everybody under the bus in order to save his own ass. In order for her to
Mm.
save her own ass, she was gonna be like, look, I didn't have anything to do with this. My son stole I didn't even know he had it. Blah, 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 blah. Whatever she had to do to get any kind of criminal responsibility out for her, because she knew at the moment that she saw those damn videos that there was absolutely no saving Darrell Brooks. So it was time to save herself.
She was like, that motherfucking Darrell. I got to call who I called. And she probably called. Well, she did. You wasn't she on that crime? There was a YouTube video of like all the 911 calls that came through, and her like wasn't she on one of them? And
Yep,
I was
sure
like,
was.
this damn woman. Sure enough, you just couldn't just go hide out somewhere and be like, what happened? You know what I'm saying? Couldn't act like it wasn't you. What, my son? No.
No,
I
She was
mean,
trying to
dog.
be in damage control. Damage control.
I mean, it's like, damn, dog, you just got out on freaking Friday, November 19th, and here we are, November 21st. Your ass got arrested, bro. You couldn't even go a whole damn weekend without getting in trouble. I'm like, damn, dog.
And it's
Like,
all Erica's fault. It's all
you just
Erica.
like, dog, like I would be so mad at my son. Like, no, obviously, my son, I hope he don't ever do anything this egregious. But I'd be so damn mad if I spent $1,000 to get his ass out of jail, and then he finds himself back in jail 2 days later.
And Mr. GST 360 got a good point here when he said it in this thing. What if it was my mom's vehicle, but somebody else was driving? Remember, he asked that to one of the detectives.
Oh yeah, he asked it to Detective Stern. Yeah,
So,
he was trying. Yeah, okay.
Yeah. You about to finish my thought. He was formulating that theory right then and there.
Well, that was because he was trying to throw any theory out there because he didn't know what they knew, but he didn't realize that they had a whole like, okay, that this fool really don't watch First 48. Like they already have looked at all the cameras around every single building. They are going to keep a trail around, like just like that whole video that they had of him moving from building to building to see where he was going. I'm telling you, just watch
I don't
First
know.
48 a couple
I
of
don't know that
times.
they had. I don't know that at that particular point in the interview that they had that, because those got collected over the following days. But I do know that they had Erica Patterson, who was able to positively identify him and put her signature on a picture that they showed him was him. So they then had a corroborating witness who can identify him. They had personal effects in his vehicle of him, plus him driving through the parade, plus multiple descriptions of him that matches the same suspect with the window down, multiple pictures. All of that, they had all of that by this point. Plus, they had an entire whole ass interview with Erica Patterson where she was able to corroborate a lot of the details of the crime that they themselves did not put into her head, which lets you know that that person is a truthful witness, is when they're able to corroborate details that you didn't give them.
And they may not have, like you said, they're not gonna have the videos up in front. But you know when them videos showed up, because he was trying to delay. Remember he said something about I don't want to talk right now, something like that, the first day or something. Okay, hold on. I'm sorry, I just heard some real loud bang. It is 12:42. And I know look, that's tomorrow. I mean tomorrow. Let's wait until tomorrow to be doing all that. But people trying to sleep. So I was sitting up here thinking, like, sir, you don't that sound like a gunshot. That sir, they may not have them videos, right? At that time, but you know they were coming. So you might as well just
He should have just
okay. What am I
exercised his Fifth
talking? What
Amendment
we
right.
looking like? What am I looking like? How many years? I think in that video, I think he almost gave himself away when he was like saying like, I gave myself up, or I did some really messed up stuff. What did he say? Judge Darrell said it in her sentencing,
Oh,
where she said I really did some.
oh,
I
when
didn't mean to
he
kill nobody. I didn't mean to kill
yeah.
nobody.
Yeah,
Mhm.
okay, so the comments you saying, I mean, you're throwing it out there.
I
That
mean,
was
he knew
you.
it. He knew it when he was saying, my life is over. You white
Yeah,
woman look at this,
yeah,
see my life in, to see my life in.
Mhm.
yeah,
So
That's
yeah,
yeah.
he said a lot of stuff, and he told on himself and self snitched a lot in that interrogation. He did a lot of self snitching, just wasn't aware that he was self snitching.
well, but the thing is, it's like he had what we call guilty knowledge because the way Daryl was answering the questions wasn't a way that somebody who's
Yeah.
innocent would answer the questions.
No.
Because first of all, somebody that's innocent, the first thing I want to know if I'm sitting in police custody, right, is
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
why the hell am I here first? Before
Mm-hmm.
I say anything, before I give a Miranda statement, I need to know: am I under arrest or am I being detained? That is the first
Mm-hmm.
question out of my mouth: is am I arrested or am I being detained? And if I'm being arrested, if I'm under arrest, the police at that point have the obligation that they have to tell me what I'm being arrested for. Now, granted,
Hmm.
that's granted 1 year of a law school from me personally, but Darrell has more education on the criminal justice system than I
Then,
do because he's
then
been in it.
everybody, but then
Okay,
everybody.
okay, that's he a career criminal. That's why I don't understand how he doesn't understand by now when to shut the hell up. Because the first thing in the Miranda, well, don't it say you have the right to remain silent? Shut the fuck up. Just shut up. Be quiet.
Exactly. And you know what, even if they coming at me with some domestic abuse charges, first of all, I need to use my common sense here, but like, okay, maybe they don't know about the parade because it's possible that they possibly
Poor
don't have
Karen.
me and they
Right.
possibly don't know, yeah, about the parade. But the first thing that would have been in my question is like, okay, I got two detectives and the FBI questioning me about a domestic violence incident. Okay,
Hmm.
that's a misdemeanor. That's a misdemeanor charge where it probably wouldn't even get past uh, a desk sergeant or a patrol officer or anything like that. Do they think? My first thought and reaction in that particular situation is: do they think that I'm not going to use it because I don't want the YouTube algorithm to have that on you and mess you up? But do they think that I did the possible R word to this girl? You know what I'm saying? If y'all know what I'm talking about,
Yeah.
Yeah.
because that's what I would have been thinking if they talking about domestic abuse charges, because that's the only reason that these detectives would be sitting here talking to me is if it
Right.
had something to do with the R word. Because
Mm-hmm.
these men ain't gonna sit here and waste their damn time with me on
Mm-hmm.
some damn domestic abuse crap. They ain't gonna do that.
And
Where the
Stern did tell him, that with domestic, that it's not something serious. I mean, you know that you're not going to be in jail for lengthy periods of time. He
Yeah.
said that to him in the interrogation.
exactly. And Daryl know that.
Yep.
So why the heck are they sitting here talking to you if that's the only thing that they was here talking to you? And look, the police, look, Daryl got all butthurt and in his feelings that the police lie to you. That is standard procedure 101. Police are absolutely allowed to lie to you, deceive you, mislead you, or anything like that.
And he should know that because he's a career criminal.
A career
How are you
criminal.
believing the police?
He
No.
wrote the damn job application for career criminals. Like he should know this by now. I'm just trying to figure out if he had a lawyer, I don't think the Detective Carpenter would have been able to say all that he said on the stand when he was like, well, you lied about the tan vehicle. You lied about meeting Stephanie. You lied about
Well,
whatever.
he ended up
Michael,
getting that struck.
I
Now this is
know he
now this
did.
is now this is something about like this is why Darrell didn't need to be cross-examining Detective Carpenter because lawyers are more skilled and more trained on how to do this. First of all, when questioning a police witness, you need to be very skilled about your cross examination because the hardest witness to rein in is a police witness because they are professional witnesses who testify all the time. They are trained on how to testify. They know how to testify. So if you give them any kind of open-ended question, they're going to go on their own particular narrative and inject their own opinions, which that's not their purview of what they're supposed to do, because the jury is supposed to be the ones with opinions. The jury is the ones who's supposed to come to conclusions. He let Detective Carpenter go on for a while and put in a lot of his conclusions and opinions and a lot of stuff that really should have been struck and potentially asked for a mistrial for. Like, especially when Detective Carpenter started commenting on the pain in his shoulder. Everybody in the world knows that Detective Carpenter, not Detective Carpenter, but Darrell Brooks was faking his shoulder injury. But it is not Detective Carpenter's place to say that he thinks that Darrell Brooks was faking that injury. That is, Your Honor, I move to strike and I motion for mistrial.
You are giving me the tapping of the pen effect right now. Was that the clap of every word?
And to be, am I lying? Am I lying when I say that? Like, am I lying when I say that?
Nope.
No.
You're not lying and you're not flying. What did he say? What we used to say? If I'm lying, I'm
Yep.
flying.
If there's any time, is there any time for Darrell Brooks to object? It was through half of Detective Carpenter's testimony, because I don't need Detective Carpenter to be telling the jury, this is evidence. He said that he'd come out here. He had lied to me. No. The jury will determine
Scratch all that.
Exactly. Exactly. And that's why he don't need to be. That's why he don't need to be representing himself, because a lawyer would be objecting to half of that testimony and asking direct questions with a specific answer that he is trying to elicit from the officer, and he's not going to go too far down the rabbit hole, because honestly the interrogation in and of itself is damning in and of itself.
And he did not know police procedure. So while you are cross-examining police officers about their procedure, and maybe they've done had some sort of miscarriage. Well, I can't even talk. They've had some sort of misbehavior, but you
misconduct.
Yes, but you don't know the police protocol.
And that potentially, and Judge, that's what I'm saying. Judge Darrell brought that up, and that potentially might be something that might come up in his case to, challenge the witness's credibility, because Detective Carpenter did affirmatively assert on the witness stand that this was the department policy. But then the burden is on you, that if you want to challenge his credibility when it comes to that, you need to have subpoena Ducas Cacum to have him bring those policies in, and you go over them meticulously and say, okay, well, Detective Carpenter, you testified that such and such is your policy. Okay, here, I want you to, and you stated this is accurate, correct? All right. And you are familiar with the policy of the Waukesha Police Department, correct? You've read it fully and it's accurate. It's up to date. Are you familiar with this version? I want you to point to me on a section. I want you to turn to me to page blah, 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 and look at this section when it comes to policy of interrogating criminal suspects. Okay, Detective Carpenter, I want you to read me for, I want you to read this section, or you can read the section for him. And that's how you challenge his credibility. But what doesn't need to happen is, okay, if he testifies to that, it's for the jury to determine whether or not he's credible or not. He doesn't have to bring the policies because he's not on trial.
Well, because he doesn't realize that, and instead he's coming up there asking police officers, saying, well, which side did I sleep on? And was the light still on? And do you know if I and that was it. Then he asked one of the cops that, and I was like, what does this have to do with anything? Like, but like you said,
or a hamburger.
He said he objected to the objections.
And he also has no concept of what circumstantial evidence is. He thinks that everything has to be direct evidence.
Yes.
And so I'll do a little brief explanation for everybody of like what circumstantial evidence is. Okay, so direct evidence is where you have like a photo, a video, like you have witness testimony of somebody who directly witnessed something, and they're telling you and they're testifying that this happened. Circumstantial evidence is where you can make the inference through other means. Like, so for example, like if you have if you hear a gunshot and see somebody bleeding out, you can make the inference that they were shot. You didn't see it, but the inference can be made, and that's circumstantial evidence. You know what I'm saying? Something that you can make an inference from. And the perfect example of the circumstantial evidence that Darrell Brooks couldn't have the concept of is when he was questioning Detective Casey about him getting into the vehicle of his mom's car, and he said, "Do you see anybody driving the vehicle?" That is a stupid question to ask, because obviously Detective Casey does not personally see you in the vehicle, because we can't see you in the vehicle, but we see you go to that side of the vehicle and we see you move off. So that's circumstantial evidence that we can make an inference that you got into the vehicle and you drove off. But Darrell Brooks can't understand that. He thinks that everything has to be direct evidence.
But then he did a lot of stopping of videos, and I don't know if he just thought that, like, we had, like, so whenever the prosecutor showed a whole video of something, then he would come behind them and stop a video, and he would say, "At this point, can you identify this?" And it was like, we just watched the whole damn video. Like, do you think that just because you showed us this part of the video that we can't tell what happened at this point in this video? Or the fact that the one gentleman that was the police officer,
Lucas
was,
Hallmark, yeah.
thank you for getting names. Thank you, Glenn. You awesome. At 12:55. But he had, when he said that was me leaning over my son, like he knew that was him. And I just felt for him, because I knew at that point I would want to say in every last one of those pictures, I can 100% say that is who it is in that picture. Yes, I know who that is, because he was saying, like, I know who that is. I don't have to see who that is in that picture. Even though we watched the video, 5 minutes ago, like the whole thing. But Darrell was thinking, like, just because I stopped it right here, everything that happened around that is null and void. And it's like, that's not how this works. Like, you can't, the jury doesn't just, oh, what happened to the rest of that video?
We just completely lost all of our common sense. It's like this gentleman, the state's already laid the foundation that he was at the parade. Okay. So I'm pretty sure, well, I'm not gonna say pretty sure. I'm gonna say I'm decently sure that most of the events that happened that day, not all of them are going to be recorded. And he also was there. The videos and the pictures are going to refresh his memory of the actual events that he was there for and he actually saw. And so he's going to remember these people and what they were wearing because he was there, especially an event like this. I mean, I can tell you things about, like, when I was in high school, like when I graduated high school, and like what certain people were wearing. If I were to see pictures of it later, we could go and refresh our memory and say, okay, I remember this because I was there. I was there. And Darrell just did not have that concept in him to where he could understand that, hey, these people were there. That's how they could tell. That's how they can tell who that is under the Scooby-Doo blanket, even though in this picture we can't see their face.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes.
They didn't find me anywhere next to a vehicle, so how? Oh my goodness.
What y'all talking about?
You all right?
Man,
I just fine. I just keep hitting this back button. I try to charge my phone.
Yeah.
Y'all try to play the game. It is
Miss
12:58. Okay, it's 12:58.
Miss J Jones, I need you to get off that Obama phone.
Glenn, you are not going to do this tonight. We have been holding it down for this live has been going for 6 hours and
Oh wow.
27, 48, whatever.
Yeah.
Listen, I
All
love
them.
y'all. I love y'all. Listen, and everybody else, y'all love me too. Right?
Yes. Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And my
And if I pop out,
just for Darrell.
I'm gonna pop back on like Genie.
Oh,
Like
okay
I
then.
dream of Genie. Y'all just wait for it. Just be like, twinkle your nose, I'll be back.
Then she'll be back. All right.
It's tacit agreement. He
It's
always
a
goes.
tacket.
I oh, that's a great, that was a great point. I didn't even think about this. Even during the interrogation, he was saying stuff like they didn't find me anywhere next to a vehicle, so how? I didn't, I didn't, yeah. Man, Darrell don't understand. Like this is the thing that, like, I guess he was just so in a hurry to get out of there that he just did not realize. Like, dog, the first thing that would make me nervous if I'm in Darrell's position, like say if I had to like be a criminal and I'm in Darrell's position, I got arrested because I actually map quested. I got arrested less than a mile away from where I left my mama's vehicle with all my information and my phone and everything like that, and the license plate, and it's all jacked up and everything like that. Bruh, bruh, bruh. If I'm sitting at a police station and the FBI walks up in here,
Yeah, that's kind of an indication.
Lord, that's right then. 3 words would have come out of my mouth. Four actually. I want a lawyer.
That's all you gotta say.
I want a lawyer. Because I'm telling you right now, the police are not your friends. And this is for everybody.
All the time.
This is for everybody. This is for everybody. Listen, this is not legal advice because I'm not an attorney yet. None of us will ever do anything as egregious as Darrell Brooks. But ladies and gentlemen, I am telling you, if you are sitting there talking to the police and they are telling you, and you have any kind of guilty knowledge of any potential crime that you did, tell them I am not speaking to you until I have consulted with my attorney. Do not talk to the police.
Okay. And put your hands down and your thumbs up like 7-Up and wait for your lawyer, okay?
Even if the police are assuring you that you are nothing more than a witness, they can talk to you as a witness with your lawyer.
That's right. And they get mad about that too. They be like, why you got to get a lawyer? Because I can.
It is your
right.
Listen.
Right.
The Constitution was written to protect you. The Constitution, all of your rights are listed out in the Constitution, and they are there to protect you. The law is there to protect the accused, not to protect the state. The state has to go through all of the hurdles to prove your guilt. You bear the burden. Darrell Brooks could have literally sat there and played dominoes or listened to or done bubblegum, and the state would still have the same burden. He didn't have to prove a damn thing. Don't do the state's job for them. And he did the state's job for them by doing that damn interview because he made it to where he would have absolutely never been able to get on the witness stand, because the second he got on the witness stand, they wouldn't have believed a damn thing that he said, because he shot his own credibility right there.
Yep.
Marcus and Stephanie.
Mm-hmm.
And you could tell he was lying when he.
You know what, Lady T, let me give you a perfect example, and I'm not going to go too far into this case. Kyle Rittenhouse. The very first thing that he did when he got to that police station, he believed that he was innocent or whatever. And again, I'm not going to go into like the verdict or well, my opinion about whether it was right, wrong, or whatever. But the very first thing the Kyle Rittenhouse did was, I plead the fifth. I want to talk to a lawyer. I'm not speaking with you. That is exactly what that is. And guess what? The second that you do that, the police can no longer talk to you. They can no longer talk to you. The police, no, there's not one state government or government agency that can compel you to self-incriminate. Stop self-snitching.
What's that lawyer that always says that criminal? I think he's a YouTuber, but he got a hat that says that stop self snitching. Bruce something.
Oh, Bruce Rivers, yeah. Yeah.
He'd be
Oh,
like,
yeah.
stop self snitching.
Which is why, like, I think a lot of people people look at like Detective Carpenter's interview and they look at like, well, why was he so passive? Why wasn't he a little bit more aggressive? Why didn't he tell like Darrell Brooks? The reason he did that is because cops kind of have to take somewhat of that approach because they don't want you to lawyer up. Because the second that you lawyer up, they have to stop talking to you.
Yeah, and you gotta follow along with them. Yep, it's like a cat and mouse game. Yep.
And that's just one of their techniques is just to minimize, to make it seem like it's not quite as serious, and to make the person seem like they're comfortable, and encourage them to keep on talking. We're just talking. We're hanging out, just talking. And it's like, no, we're not just talking. If you've been in handcuffs, we're not just talking.
I mean, we're not talking. If I gotta sign my son's name on a Miranda form, we're not just talking.
Right. Oh, since we're not at the house, we're not on the sofa. I gotta read this to you. Okay, is that okay with you? Sure.
The only time that you ever need to see a police interrogation, in my opinion, is when you're about to when you about to roll over on your co-defendant because the prosecution just put a good ass deal on the table for you, and that's when you start seeing them steak dinners come out, and McDonald's and Burger King and all that.
Kind of special dinner lobster coming out. Oh, what you eating?
Don't worry about all that. Don't worry about that.
Hold up. I'm trying to see if there was any more questions here. Ugh.
Yeah, Shan, I'm gonna get ready to get off too. I'm glad that y'all came through and hung out. It's almost a shift.
Oh man, oh my bad. I'm so sorry, guys. I didn't even I didn't realize we've been on this long now.
No,
this has been fun, y'all.
Yes, I'm glad that you came. Like you always are so poignant and forceful with your responses, and it's so knowledgeable. So it's good to get a voice with that. And I enjoyed it, absolutely. And I know everybody else, because I've been having between 70, 80 people at 2:00 in the morning. So love it.
I like the facts. I like the facts, and I'm gonna always bring the numbers. So you on tax world or payroll? I might know that.
I can't help you with that, ma'am. I can't help you with that. But I did do billing at one point in time, and I had to do insurance billing. And so training was for 6 months, and I don't understand math, right? At all. So I had to try and explain what an adjustment was, like what is causing your insurance premium for you to have a 3-month adjustment on your bill. That was the worst crap ever, because when we were in training, we were told, just tell them that it was a policy change. But we never had to tell them, okay, well, you had your billing cycles from this time to this time, and then your policy is written from this time to this time, and then you make this change on this day, and that caused your premium to increase from the 23rd to the 5th. But I understood that. But then they were like, well, let's get into like what the per diem premium differences. I'm like, no, I'm not that person.
Mhm.
I'm not that person. I said, I will get somebody else that can assist you with that. I will get somebody else to call you back, but I'm not that one. No, we can figure this out. No, no, ma'am. I can't. I'm telling you now, I can't do it. I'm just gonna frustrate you. We're gonna be on the phone for 3 hours and we're not gonna get anywhere. Let me get somebody
Auntie
else.
B,
I'm gonna be
I have a
honest.
question. I have a question before we get off of here. This is for you specifically. Is there a way that well, I don't know if you know how to do this, but it's like there a way that like you could like kind of split up the stream? Because I feel like this in and of itself should have been a stream just by itself, like of us like chatting versus like the first part.
I
Just
would have
just
to,
thought.
yeah, I would have to actually go in and really I would have to re-record the streams and then put the one that was just of the commentary by itself and then re-record the part of just the chit chat by itself.
Mhm.
I can do that.
I take care. Mm.
So
Yeah.
and that is a good idea. I might do that just because we had this law panel and yeah, I might do that.
With side comments. With side comments.
Well, I wouldn't be able to have the chat if I split it. The chat won't be there because I'll be making a separate stream.
Okay, for sure.
But I can definitely do that. Do
For sure.
upload
All right.
of it.
All right, for sure. All right, well, ladies, you guys enjoy your. I'm not. I don't personally celebrate the 4th of July, but y'all enjoy your free holiday that you guys gonna have off.
Juneteenth was my 4th of July.
Exactly. Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
I'm just gonna put the hamburger.
Yeah, I like my son likes fireworks. And I like enjoying this paid holiday that I get off.
There you go.
And yeah, because damn it, July 4th, 1776, they said when people who look like me went to mass and said, "Oh, boss, we's free." No, this don't apply to you
at all.
But that's a whole nother stream. But we ain't gonna get into that. All right.
Oh, man. Peace and blessings to all of y'all.
Thank you, Jay Jones.
Thank you.
Thank you, Glenn.
Have a good one.
Thank you. You too.
Till the next time.
Yes, till the next time. Thank you. Like I said, thank you guys so much for coming this evening. It has been a lengthy night, but I have had a great time. And I probably will go and try and separate the stream because it is rather lengthy. And I do want people to focus on the legal part with Glenn because he has provided so much great information. He is so intelligent and so smart. And we know he is going to be an extremely successful attorney. Okay. And Jay Jones, thank you so much for coming up as well. You are just such a breath of fresh air. I enjoy all of you. Thank you for all of those who has donated, all the people who've been chatting and participating. Please, if continue to leave your comments and I'll respond back to you. Like I said, I enjoy interacting with all of you. Well, anyway, I'm going to take my little butt to bed. So I'm just going to say one more thing, and that is drums, please.
Drums, please.
Ladies and gentlemen.